Hey, what's happening, everybody? It is Thursday, May 9th, 2024. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Today, everybody, we are having a wide open discussion live call in show. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in the Idaho court case, a little bit about Sebastian, a little bit about whatever we talk about. Who knows? Could be talking about sandwiches today. I don't know. But we're talking about it. So thank you guys for joining me today. As always, you are so very much appreciated. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. So let's get the show on the road. Please share this out and hit that like button on your way in the door. See you soon. Hello, hello, hello. What's up? What's up? Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great day today. Kind of rainy, gloomy, and crappy here in Ohio. Nothing like yesterday. It was beautiful, 85 and super sunny. So I guess in Ohio here, we only get like one day a month where it's nice in the summertime. You know how that goes. It is what it is. It is what it is. We're back again. I can start singing again. Guess who's back? Anyway, last night again, I want to thank everybody for last night's show. And again, Miss Barbara Hall, thank you again, ma'am, if you can hear me, for joining us yesterday and giving us the time and trusting us with your time to try to put your story out there to help you. So thank you, and much appreciation to you and everybody that's came in to support her as well. It's amazing. It's like there's 65 beautiful peeps in here today, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that like button as you come through that door, so we can get this in the algorithm. And YouTube is happy with me because that's what matters, as long as they're happy. So speaking of happy, let's see who we have in here gracing us with their awesome presence today. Out of all you beautiful peeps, thank you for joining me. It looks to me like Miss Noni McPoppins is back in the house. Thank you for joining us, Noni War Eagle. Great to see you. NCTC back in the house. Good to see you, Steve. There she is, Miss Barbara Hall. Thank you so much for joining us today, Barbara. Appreciate you very much. Miss Kells, welcome back to you. Great to see you. The golf inspector's in the house, guys. Get your club game right. She's inspecting you out today. You know how that goes. Truth, not feelings. What's up, brother? Good to see you today. Miss Ariel, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Kells, great to see you as always. Jody, good to have you here. Great to see you again. Miss Brandy B, thank you for being here, Brandy. I appreciate you very much, dear. There's my Doodle and my Molly all at one time. Good golly, Molly's in the house. Both my producers jumping in to help out, as always, along with these other great moderators. I could not, should not, nor would not do without you. Speaking of producers, Miss Salty, True Crime Time in the house as well. Good to see you, Salty. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see. Miss Victoria, great to see you. Great to have you back. Miss Kimberly Lots, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for that, Miss Kimberly. I appreciate that. I will get a look at that ASAP. Molly, I still got to send you those pictures. Some other stuff as well. Mr. Popopper, what's going on, brother? Good to see you today. Good to have you here. Hope you're having a good day, sir. Staying out of this horrible weather. Tons to say about sandwiches. We can do it. We can do it, bro. Good to see you, Dan. I hope you're staying safe and away from this crazy weather we've been having. Let me see. Miss Wisdom speaks, the lovely Miss Sherry in the house. Good to see you today, Miss Sherry. Jingles, welcome back to you. Robert Bell, great to see you, brother. Philip Lacey, good to have you here again. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day today. And I appreciate you joining us, Robert Bell. We've seen you, sir. Let's see. DS, good to see you today. North Carolina Mound Man in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Al Zilla, son of Mother Gaia. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Better than a sharp stick in the eye. You can't do no better than that. Alicia J, welcome. First time here, but thank you so very much for joining us today. I appreciate you, Miss Alicia. I hope you enjoy your stay here and want to come back more and more. Appreciate you very much. Mittens for Mittens, good to see you today. Of course, the awesome CL in the house. Thank you for joining us, CL. Summer J, great to see you. As always, Andy Rose, what's going on, dear? Great to have you here today. Always a pleasure. Let me see here. Show. Mike Alexander, welcome to you, my friend. Good to see you today. The Canadian Cat Lady, welcome back, ma'am. Good to have you here today. Always a pleasure. Boho Dreamin', thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Miss Kate Pruitt, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Kate. Great to have you here. Butterfly 71, great to see you again. Welcome back. Miss Cassie, holler. Let me see. Who do we got here? Dark Whisper, welcome back to you. Great to see you. T2014's in the house. Mr. Newman, 25, or Miss Newman, whoever you are. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Let me see. Show. Thank you, Miss Sherry, very much. Where's this Miss S? Oh, there she is. SRB in the house. I knew she'd be here. Always is. Always is. All my amazing moderators. Couldn't do it without them, guys. They are an amazing crew. I have the best team on YouTube working behind me. I'm telling you right now, holding me upright, keeping me on my 2 feet. Couldn't do it without them. There's Cluminati. Thank you for joining us, Clue. Cletus needs to get done with that car so we can get him in here too. Miss Victoria, great to see you. Kimmy Q, hello and welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Show. It's right, Molly. Show. Or let's see if we can get it, Molly. Do. But too many to tag. So hello, everyone. It's easier that way. But I like to make it personal. I could just say, hi, everyone. Welcome. Let's go. Not personal enough. By the way, all you amazing peeps, all of you, if you haven't seen TikTok or any of that, this and that, my channel hit over 1 million views, folks. Pretty good deal. I'm kind of excited. It hasn't done anything, of course, other than say you hit a million views, but hey, every little accomplishment means something, and that's kind of cool to me. So the Blue Queue, yes. Good to see you guys. Thank you, Alicia, very much. Oh Lord, Cassie, you were stuck outside. Gotta love him. Gotta love him. Jingles, good to see you. Mana mana. Thank you, Butterfly. Yes, this channel has broken 1,000,000 and something views. It's pretty crazy. It doesn't seem like possible, but it has, and I think it's pretty neat. Thank God. Gotta love the kids. The Blue Crew. Yes, yes, yes. Show. Aggie Sue. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Kim, welcome to you. Thank you for being here. Um, Dane Crawford, welcome back to you. We got 96 peeps here. What the hell was that? Oh, here we go with this. Yeah. Hold on, guys. Damn ant. I hate him. I got 32 trees in my backyard, so we get those wondrous carpenter ants. Must have come in through the door in a crack. Crappa. I hate them. Anyway. Yeah, that's very true, Dane. 1,000,000 is a lot when it comes to anything. So yes, we got 1,000,000 views on this channel, guys. And I gotta thank my team, my producers, my moderators, and everybody, and of course, mostly the subscribers that have helped me put all of this together over this period of time. It's absolutely amazing, and I absolutely adore and love each one of you guys for everything you've done for this channel. So thank you so very much for that, guys. It means the world to me. Once again, I would not be sitting here day after day if it wasn't for any of you, and I really appreciate that. Welcome, Marianne. Good to see you again, ma'am. Wayne Kersey, good to see you as well. Let me see. Thank you, Clue. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not doing anywhere near as good as you are, but I still appreciate you, and I appreciate the fact that I was able to do that because you never know. You never know. I almost stopped this a few times, you guys. I almost quit completely to where I wasn't going to do this anymore, but there's a few people in here that I gotta say I owe it to that kept me going, that have kept my head up above water, kept me standing on, leaned on, and pushed me back up on my 2 feet. Honestly, salty sleuth, true crime is one of them. Molly, Mama Bear, Doodlebug is definitely one. Miss Sherry, Brandy, way back when, Bo Popper. So I owe this to all of you guys. I do. Otherwise, I would not be here right now. Because there's a couple times I just about said piss on it. I'm out by, but I'm here, and I appreciate you all for keeping me here because I love this and I love you guys, and I don't want to quit. Promise you that. Thank you to all of you, Miss. Oh, and Miss Cammy and Mandy Joe. I haven't seen her in a minute, but Miss Cammy Q and Mandy Joe again. We've had talks, guys. A lot of us have had talks, and it definitely all helps. So it is all very much appreciated. Yes, Robert, you're all stuck with me. Thank you, Marion. Come on in, everybody. Wow, that's amazing, Barbara. I'm glad I'm glad you're pleased with what we did with it. And I hope we can just keep doing more, and I hope we can help more families out there. That's what my intention is. So it's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. What would I do if I quit? Hmm. Well, first off, Brandy threatened to basically beat me like a redheaded stepchild if I quit. Molly has threatened me before. Mama Bear, I'm not even gonna go there. Um, Salty's never threatened me, but she's talked me out of myself just being intelligent. Cammy Q and Mandy worked me over with love. Um, you know, in my head, telling me, people love me and all that kind of stuff. So it all means something, guys. It's all that's why you guys are all every one of you guys are all very important to me. So what would you do if you quit? You wouldn't be able to talk with everyone. I'd probably sleep, Robert. I'd probably sleep. I haven't slept in 2 years. I'd probably sleep and play with my toys, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I'd be miserable. I would be absolutely miserable. I'll tell you that. That's another thing. Doodle's threatening me a good time here. Said she's going to get out her wooden spoon. No quitting. He's already in my backyard, Andy. It's not going to work. If he was going to do that to me, he'd do it already. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I would just probably sleep. I'd be miserable. I told you guys, if I don't do this at least once a day, I'm miserable. I don't feel accomplished. I feel lost. So I'm not going nowhere, guys. No, if I quit this, the Discord would go, everything. I'd be gone. I'd be out. That's not going to happen. So there's no point in talking about it. Teresa S., welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, I know. There's a few of you that have my address, so I'm sure I'd get a knock at the door with a group of people all at one time. So that would be interesting. Molly, yes, I know. Just go to your maps. You already have. She's already found me. Tell you guys a quick story. It's kind of funny. Those of you that don't know it. So I live 38 miles from I think I've told some of you guys this already, but I live 38 miles from where the train wreck happened in East Palestine, Ohio. Okay. Big, bad, serious stuff. Okay. So I'm sitting on my back porch one day. I was in between shows. I wasn't doing anything. I was just sitting in the back looking, actually researching something on my back porch. And I get a message and I look down and it says, "Which one of these are you?" And it's Molly. And I went, "Huh?" And I'm looking and I'm like, "What in God's name?" And it's an aerial view of my home and my well. So she was freaking out and she was looking for my water table and my well to see if my water table was ground level with um the toxins that were being rolled out into the waterways from the plane or the train crash, right? And I'm like, "Good Jesus, Molly, I didn't even know where the hell my well was. How the hell did you find it?" You know? She's like, that I nothing." And that's she's like, "I just do." And that's what she does. She should be a professional map maker, guys. But I was just sitting there like my jaw dropped and I'm going, "I didn't know where this well was. How did you even find it?" And I've been living here for 2 years at this point. How the hell? And I pointed it out and I said, I'm this one, I think, here. And then she goes, "And then there's that. What about this?" And she had my whole thing laid out. And I'm like, "What the hell?" She's in Idaho. I'm in Ohio, folks. Big, big, big differences, right? But it was literally within a couple hours of that stuff that we had talked about with it. And there it was. And I'm like, "Good Jesus, I didn't know." And I was actually curious because I had to have a company, a few of us out here up and down, there's farms and stuff, had to have these companies come out here because we were kind of somewhat close to check that kind of stuff to see where the water table was as compared to where groundwater was for everybody else. And it was silly to me. It was crazy. Thank you so very much, Dane. Congrats on the million views. That's awesome. Thank you for that super chat. $10 that's amazing. And I appreciate you very, very much. We still need 26 more likes to hit that 100 and get in the algorithm, guys. But yes, Molly is overly caring about things. Actually, to be honest with you, every one of these mods in here, and a few other people when the storms hit, they're automatically they become meteorologists, and they're on like my phone. Get off now. Get off and go to your basement. Go here, and they're telling it to each other, making sure everybody else is safe. So it's an amazing group of people. This whole community really cares about each other, and I love that. Thank you, Dane, very much. I do. I love the fact that everybody cares about each other the way they do, and I'm very proud to have been able to build this community into who these people are. It's just amazing to me. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you, War Eagle, and thank you to anybody that does donate to the Venmo's broke, so don't mess with that. But anybody that does donate to these links here to support the channel, God bless. It's never ever expected, guys, but very much appreciated. I saw that, Miss Brandy. Yes, that's very true, Molly. Just know if I'm close to you and stuff, I love you and I know where you are. Sounds creepy as F, but it's true. And it's okay. I understand you very much. What do you mean? But who do I mean? SRB. I'm talking about all of you. SRB and Doodle and Cassie. Telling you get off the internet and go to your basement now. For what? There's a tornado that just touched down up the road from you. So yeah, it's happened. Thank you, Golf Inspector, very much. Yes, 18th year anniversary with my beautiful wife and 1 million views all in the same week. It's very awesome. And no, true crime knitter, you definitely do not outgrow autism, which is ridiculous. I've never understood anybody talking about that. It's definitely not how it works. Thank you, Eagle, very much. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work anymore, but I'll figure something out later on down the road with it. Never fails. Never fails. All right, guys, we're gonna get rolling here in one moment. I was just giving everybody a chance to jump in here. Hit the like button, please, on your way through the door. Do 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 do. Phenomenon. Willard is in the house. Hello, Mr. Truth Nation Uncensored. Welcome, sir. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a good day. I see your channel's doing well, brother. Drop Willie's link if we can. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Please hit that like button. Subscribe. 88 likes. We're getting there. Come on, y'all. You can get up in that algorithm. Miss Jody, good to see you. Phenomenon. So, as far as the Idaho case, we're going to be talking about that probably first. There was an interview that was put out. Dreamcatcher, hello and welcome to you. A lot of you guys remember, for those of you that were Idaho people, and it's very interesting to me. A lot of you guys, thank you, Cassie. There's Willie's link right there. Go over and check it out. Just like it says, Truth Nation Uncensored, guys. Go check it out. Willie's a character, and he puts on a great show for sure. You won't be disappointed. So go, please show a little bit of love, subscribe, and check out his channel when you got some time. Please, please. Yeah, you definitely need a computer, bro. It's hard on your phone, man. I'm telling you, it gets really hard. I could never go back to my phone. Never could, and I'm glad to help, bud. Anytime I can, I definitely will. And of course, our crazy, crazy, lovely, and amazing Miss Doodlebug. There's the link to her channel. Please check her channel out. She does some awesome stuff over there too. Very talented. She put together the video that I show every so often for the missing people, missing children. Beautiful job she did on that. So please go show some love and check that out, guys, if you will. And of course, definitely not last and not least, our adorable Miss Molly Drake. Her channel, if you want a little bit of paranormal fun, she's very creative. Please go check out her channel. Hit that link there. You won't be disappointed, folks. I got some very talented peeps in here on this amazing team. Not to mention Salty Sleuth, another producer in here that helps me to produce a lot of the stuff that I do. Couldn't do it without her. Please check that channel out too. You won't be. And that channel is a channel of truth and fact, guys. So if you're looking for drama, you're looking for the speculative craziness, don't go there. Don't go there. She is based on nothing but facts and truth. Please, please, please. You'll get it from there. Thank you, Cassie. And please show some love and go subscribe to that channel as well. Welcome, Miss Chiff, Misfit Pariah. Good to see you here. 93 likes, guys. Who's going to be the ones that do it? That's okay, Molly. The stuff you got on there already is really cool. So Molly got pictures of UFOs flying around her backyard too, guys. Pretty crazy. It's worth looking at, I'm telling you. Definitely worth looking at. Sebastian and Roger Strong, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate that very much. And I love your name. That's right. Hit them likes, guys. We got 94. Who's going to be the next 6 to do it? Let's see here. Come on now. Come on now. Let's get us out there. Welcome, Harsh One. Shelly, good to see you. Great to have you here. Like I said, guys, there's an interview that was put out for those of you that may remember. There was another roommate that had signed a lease to live in the Idaho house and never moved in. And then she just was gone. She moved along, she graduated, things like that, I think. That is awesome. Yes, yes, yes. Baby Clue's getting into EMS, guys. I'm very proud of that. Very proud of her for that. A lot of people just can't handle that kind of stuff, and they need more strong people out there to do that. So I'm super excited for her to get involved in that. That's very awesome. Very awesome. I can't wait to see how she does. And of course, if she ever needs any help with anything, I'm right here. Good luck to her. I will be saying a little extra prayer for her. I guarantee you she's going to do amazing, though. That's awesome, Clue. Kathy Tincher, welcome. Good to see you. And thank you for that. So, yeah, there was an interview done with Miss Ashlin Couch. So that was a name we've all talked about in the Idaho case at the very beginning. And I really, guys, I hope you guys all listen to this and you're respectful of it. You know, we don't know anything about her or what's gone on with her. So, you know, we'll see what we see. And let's not make some crazy judgments, you know, because we don't know. We don't know anything. Yeah, she did live there, but it wasn't for a long period of time, from my understanding. 102 likes. We did it. Thank you, Sarah Houston. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Very awesome. Miss Cammy, thank you for that. Gifted 10 memberships. Wow, that's crazy. So it looks like Miss Kells was gifted a membership by Miss Cammy Q. Jody was gifted one. That's very awesome. Very, very awesome. Dreamcatcher, Miss Kathy Tincher, Party of 5. To Whizzlestick, the Snooper, Miss Tina. Annie Ruler. All right. All of them awesome, beautiful peeps were gifted new memberships. So thank you for that, Cammy. God bless, hon. You are amazing. That's awesome. I love it, love it, love it. Appreciate it. So welcome to all 10 new members. And if they were already members, welcome back. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Miss Barbara. Thank you so very much. That's awesome. See all the green in here. I love the green. Green, green, green. I love it, love it, love it. It is awesome. Amen to that one. Let's bring Sebastian and all these babies home. Amen to that one, Sebastian Strong. Oh, wow. Yes, this is an amazing community. I'm very grateful again and very proud of this community. So, again, thank you all so very much. So, let's get rolling, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to check out this. This here. 1 second. And then we'll move on through to the other stuff. Oh, wow. Check it out. Throw Glitter's been a member for 7 months. That's awesome. Congrats, Through Glitter, and thank you for being part of this community for 7 months. That's amazing. This cat lady says, I don't remember the name very well. Refresher, please. She'll explain it, cat lady. She was supposed to be one of the roommates in the Idaho 4 house. She did live there at one point in time, I do remember, but and had signed the lease, I think, and then she graduated or something like that. I think she explains it all in this interview. But she was a name that we had talked about very early on in the Idaho case. So we'll get you caught up to date, cat lady. No problem, man. Thank you again very much. Cammy, that was amazing. And again, War Eagle, member for 9 months. That's very awesome. Thank you, Miss Eagle. Appreciate you very much. And all the rest of you awesome meatballs. Oh, you guys are amazing. Couldn't be here in this community without you guys. Okay, no problem, cat lady. Good stuff. Tim, welcome. Good to see you. I wasn't gonna quit, buddy. I was staying at one point in time, way back when I had thought about it a couple times, but I'm not going nowhere. I love you guys too very much. Too much. I'd be lost without you guys and this community. So that's the truth. Tomboy, good to see ya. As you're out playing taxi, be careful out there. Well, and that's probably true. She moved out, but the rumor mill tore her apart. I'll have to agree, guys. She was wrecked by a lot of people during this case. In the beginning, she was really tore apart, which is sad. So, all right, let's check this out first. And again, let me know how the audio is and if I need to fix anything. Please, guys, let me know, by the way, how my mic sounds today. I got to get a new one. I threw one on that wish list just in case, but this thing's dying. I don't know why. It's really not even that old, but I think if you buy cheap, you get cheap. That's my whole thing. So don't buy cheap. Just saying. All right. If I need to turn anything up or down, including myself, please let me know.
Once lived with Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. For the first time, a young woman who once lived with Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez is sharing a promise to her roommates who were murdered in their Moscow home. She says it's taken time for her to process her grief after her friends were killed.
Now, with the help of her mom, she's building a foundation to promote safety for college students. It's an exclusive interview with our Hunter Bertram. And Hunter, she also told you about the last words between this group of friends.
That's right, Derek. Are you okay? That's the last text Ashlin Couch sent to Madison Mogen the day of the murders. It's not easy for her to talk about, but she agreed to this interview because she says it's time to change the focus of the murders.
An infectious smile, cheek to cheek. That's Kaylee Gonsalves. Madison Mogen, a friend you'd hope to meet.
You know, Maddie and Kaylee were so close that they were more like sisters.
Inseparable sisters, even in their final moments. Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Madison Mogen. The names of 4 college students stabbed to death in Moscow, Idaho. But before the unthinkable shook this college town, 6 University of Idaho students moved into their first off-campus home, including Ashlin Couch.
I mean, it's such an exciting time in your life because you're moving out and you're actually in just like a home by yourself. And one thing is that we were all so close.
This is the first time Ashlin has agreed to an on-camera interview since her former roommates were murdered on King Road. Ashlin Couch lived at the house with Kaylee and Madison, 2 of the 4 students murdered in November of 2022. Ashlin had graduated almost a year before in December of 2021.
I actually moved out May of 2022, and then Xana did take over my lease, yeah.
6 months later, she received a message, one that's burned into memory, a text from the University of Idaho alerting her of a suspected homicide on King Road.
I remember, I think, getting a second alert, or I had been driving home and I texted like our group of friends and I just had said, has anyone heard from Maddie? And I remember like my last text message to her was like, are you okay? And I feel like right then and there, I kind of just knew that something was wrong.
The reality still haunts her. A gruesome tragedy took place in the house she called home, in her old room, and she could have been there. Her name was still on the lease of 1122 King Road.
It crosses my mind more that that could have happened while I was there. And, you know, you never know like how long someone is watching your house.
The vibrant, once full of life house, gone.
Yeah, our life's been a little more quiet. Sorry.
It's taken time for this mom and daughter to process their grief.
They say that time heals all wounds, but that is not true.
More than a year after their deaths, they are making a promise to the roommates taken too soon.
I want to do more. I want to, you know, spread some kind of message and start something, help people, you know, just do something more with this life that we are grateful to still be living.
Ashlin plans to raise awareness through the Made with Kindness Foundation about what happened and educate students on social media safety. The goal is to impact every student worldwide and to be cautious, even when college can seem so carefree.
Horrible people are going to do what they're going to do. It's not anything that they could have done. And they
Hey, Stevie, good to see you, bud.
Have people look at this and look at their name too in a positive way.
Good to see you, Julie. Thank you for joining us.
Maddie and Kaylee will be with Ashlin, spreading kindness through her beating heart as Ashlin keeps her promise and new life mission to keep this from happening again.
I mean, I couldn't even walk to my car in the dark for months after, you know, it happened. Like, you just want to at least feel a little bit safer. And if we can help college students do that and just create more awareness upon that and just help them feel a little bit safer knowing that something like this had happened, I think is helpful in any way.
In all, Ashlin lost her closest friends in a home that housed her favorite memories. Yet one wish will go forever unfulfilled.
You wish that you could just say goodbye. And that's one thing that I just wish that I could do at least one more time, is like, you know, just give her one last hug just to be able to say goodbye.
And Hunter, this is just such an emotional time for the families and anyone who's close to the victims. We're still a year away from the trial in this high-profile case. Were you able to talk with any of the victims' families before this story?
Yeah, Kirsten, I actually spoke with Kaylee Gonsalves' mother, and she gave Ashlin and Angela the blessing to do this foundation. And that's because she has full support in getting this going, getting the ground running, because it's such an important cause.
So what is next now for the foundation that Ashlin started?
Yeah, so for the Made with Kindness Foundation, in just a few weeks, they're hosting their first charity gala. That's on June 15th in Post Falls. It plans to raise money to fund the foundation's goals of outreach and funding scholarships for students across the country. You can find that information in this article online at kxoy.com.
All right, really moving stuff, Hunter. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting. I see a couple comments in here. I'm kind of confused. I don't know anything about her. Okay. I don't. I don't know how anybody else does either. What is it that anybody knows about her or of her? Because I don't know anything about her other than who she is and what her name is. And who she was to them and to the house. That's all I know. I've never had any kind of a prejudgment about her because I've never seen or heard anything concrete that I know of to be true about her. That's my thing. So I don't know. I don't know. Of course, everybody is entitled to their feelings and their opinions, but I don't know what everybody has thought about her, seen or heard about her to know her that way. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't give any kind of a real opinion on her, folks. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Let me see something here. I was just curious what she had to say about everything. As we're seeing the hearings and stuff go forward with the trial, towards the trial, I should say. Um, you know, we may start to see some more people step forward and talk about different things. Her friendship with Emma Bailey. Well, okay. This is all alleged, though, Carolyn. I don't know that. I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know anything about her either, to be honest with you. I know what I saw about her, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything to me at this point. So, I keep my opinions kind of doused a little bit until I see something that is proof of something that is really like real. That's when I typically will make a real decision on somebody. That's all. Hold on a minute, guys. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm trying to load something in, folks. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. I did hear this, but again, your key word in there is rumored. Again, I think we've been through so much of that stuff with that case, guys, that we got to be careful what we take for being real or not real. That's all I'm saying, as far as that kind of thing is concerned. I'll be honest with everybody. I don't trust 95% of what I see or hear in the Idaho case anymore, just because there's been so much crazy stuff put out there. Now, there's no way to tell. There's just no way to tell. Okay, let me see something here. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors out there. A lot. Um, where is it? Where did it go? Where the hell is it? I swear to God, you guys, if I didn't have issues with this, it blows my mind. Okay, so I want to pull something up and review. Another one of my favorite personal channels, and somebody I have a very high regard and a lot of respect for, Julez of all trades. She put out a video a few days back in regards to the Gonsalves reaction to the last hearing that was had for Coburger. So I wanted to review that with you guys, what Jules's thoughts are on that, and talk about that real quick. Again, guys, please, if you can, if we can drop Jules's link in here, please, folks, go over and like her video once we go through this and stuff and we're done for the day. Please show some love and subscribe over there, of course, and like this video if you can, guys. But I kind of like her reactions and her thoughts on certain things, and I really did kind of enjoy this one in regards to the reaction from the statement that the Gonsalves gave.
The Gonsalves family has put out a statement regarding their newest thoughts on what's going on in the Idaho student murder case, which they're allowed to do. Let's go ahead and run through their statement and see what their thoughts have been on it this time. Hey guys, this is Julez with True Crime Reactions. Disclaimer. Everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Okay, so we're going to read this statement. This was posted on Twitter by Brian Hinton, and this is apparently the family statement regarding the hearing. And I haven't read every little word. I have skimmed through it, but it does look like they're actually sort of attacking both sides for the ridiculousness of this case, which is honestly what they should have been doing this entire time. Now, I've made a lot of comments about how they seem to be sort of ignoring a lot of things, and the family is also very much responsible for a lot of false narratives and false information and crazy rumors that have been going around the internet when it comes to not only stuff about Brian, but also the way that they've answered questions when it comes to their daughter, or when it comes to Maddie, or whenever it just comes to King Roadhouse and the people that went in and out of that place in general. So while I do agree with the majority that they have every right to come out here and say things, they're not helping anything. They're not helping anything at all. Just like the gag order isn't helping anything. Them coming out here and constantly posting online while also complaining about how this man apparently stalked their daughter online. Like, let me sidestep for a second, okay? Because as I was like scrolling through the Facebook page, right? Like, I understand that they want support and they should get support. This is a horrible situation, okay? I don't agree with a lot of things that they are doing. That's just my personal opinion. We are all entitled to those. But I don't agree with a lot of stuff that they're doing on their page in general when it comes to like the rest of their family. Like, they're sitting here basically trying to claim, while the state is telling us this isn't true, but they've been trying to claim, especially Steve, that Brian Koberger used social media and all kinds of like data-based ways to track and follow Kaylee because he was jealous of her and Maddie. And like he has his whole like theory, right? But then they go and they post their grandkids and all their personal information and all their children's information and all their prom dates and all their graduation stuff on this Gonsalves family page that has thousands and thousands and thousands of freaking people on it. And they don't know if everybody on there is actually there to support them or to gawk at their beautiful freaking daughters. I don't understand why they're just so willing to be out there sharing all of their very private information and family information online like that, but then complaining about the way that they think this all happened in the first place. It's very not normal for how we're hearing things. It just seems very hypocritical, I guess is the word. Contradictorial even. They need to make sure that what they are doing here is not being completely tunnel visioned, because the ending of this, if Brian really isn't it, is going to be tragic, even more tragic than it needs to be. They are so dead set on Brian being the guy that they are blatantly overlooking true facts that are being said to them. And just because what's being told to us by the defense when it comes to Brian's alibi doesn't match up with the PCA, I mean, isn't that sort of like the point? Isn't that sort of like the point? And that's what the Gonsalveses are trying to claim about his alibi, that it doesn't match up to the PCA, so it's not true. Okay, well, that's the point. If Brian's not the guy, why would his motions, his actions, his movements line up with something that they're claiming is related to this case if he's claiming to be innocent? The fact it doesn't line up is kind of the point. The right person has to actually be the one getting punished here. Not just any person, the right person, or else you're letting the person who actually did this horrible thing get away with it to do it again, and this time with bolster. Let's not, okay? So let's go ahead and start this little statement and see what they have to say, but they start off yelling, so we just gonna start off yelling, okay? Discovery, discovery, discovery. You have what we want. No, I don't. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Let's have a new hearing. Hit repeat. Well, they actually nailed it really like on the head with that one, because that's been exactly what this entire case has been. But we know the facts of that are this. There are things that the defense knows should exist. That's why they are very specifically asking for these things. The state is very, very adamant at the fact that there is evidence that they still do not have in their possession, which I go back to, then what did you present to a grand jury? What did you use in these probable cause affidavits if none of the evidence that's needed for court is actually in the prosecuting agency's possession? That doesn't make any freaking sense to me. And we are going to discuss the federal grand jury versus the state grand jury, because this was said in the last hearing.
And when we do that, for defense's fourth motion to compel, Item 1, Subpart A discusses federal grand jury materials. Those are exempt from disclosure by federal law, as well as Idaho Code 74-104, subsection 2.
We're going to talk about it. We're going to learn the differences. We're going to figure out as much as we can and try to see as much as we can from what we know, because we don't know everything. We only know what we are allowed to see. We're going to try to figure out when this happened, what could have possibly been presented if this is where we're at now. Because if the case is that there was a federal grand jury that said no, and then it had to go to Idaho, then why isn't that being the reasoning why they're trying to get the state of Idaho grand jury dismissed? We're going to talk about all of that this weekend. Hopefully a video that comes out tomorrow. After this one, we have to talk about the new documents that dropped yesterday. Okay, let's get back to the statement. This banter has been going on for 17 months. Then once you get a hearing, you have a hearing about the decision that was made at that hearing before the last hearing, and there needs to be another hearing. Damn if they're not accurate as hell right now. This case is turning into a hamster wheel of motions, hearings, and delayed decisions. Not every motion needs a hearing. Agreed. All the wasted taxpayer dollars, all the wasted billable hours, it's all so unnecessary. How many freaking videos have I done now, guys? Just think in your heads silently for like 2.7 seconds. How many videos have I said, well, this was a waste of taxpayer dollars. This was a waste of time. This was unnecessary. This shouldn't even happen. This was not needed. A hell of a lot lately. A hell of a lot lately. Not every decision needs to take a month to decide. Agreed. Can we all just agree that this case needs to move forward and the judge needs to start setting hard deadlines in this case? Yeah. Yeah. The simple fact that they felt the need to go to a grand jury and then, oh, now we don't have the preliminary where both sides can actually have their sides heard. And now we're going to just let them take forever getting their evidence. No. The second that the judge knew that the state didn't have the autopsies in their possession at some point, that the draft is just a cast, that the IgG wasn't in their possession. Once Judge realized, and this was realized like a year ago, guys. Okay, well over a year ago at this point, because I think we're actually in the month of the grand jury indictment last year. I'm pretty positive that the grand jury happened in May of 2023. So once this case was with the judge that it's with now, once he realized that all of the information used to arrest Brian Koberger all the freaking way at his mama's house in Pennsylvania was not in the possession of the state, he should have done something. He is trying to play like nicey nice and not upset anyone because he doesn't want things to get personal. Well, maybe things need to start getting personal so some fires under some asses start getting lit. This is absolutely stupid. And I know that I'm seeing comments too about how, oh, this is a quadruple murder homicide case. This is normal for it to take this long. Why is it normal? And this is something that I've said forever because people always want to argue that. Why is that the norm? For them to be able to waste time and dilly around and not do their jobs and go months and months and months without doing things that they're supposed to do and getting evidence gathered and doing work. Why is that the norm for them to not do their jobs in a timely manner? And why have we as a society just like accepted that? Why? Why do we even have this whole like right to a speedy trial thing if we're going to sit here and say, oh, taking a decade to put somebody on death row, that's normal. For what? Change it. Unnecessary. Oh, and by the way, why do they keep kicking the alibi issue down the road? Well, let's have another hearing to discuss whether it is a full or a half alibi. Yeah, they're going to have another hearing about that. We also heard that in this last hearing being discussed.
Such notice by the defendant shall state the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense and the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi. Title 19, Chapter 5, Idaho Code. Not rocket science. So what do you do if the alibi isn't sufficient? I mean, that's a good question. I understand their frustrations with that. But what do you do if you're accused of doing something and you are your alibi because you were alone that night? A lot of people are alone. A lot of people are alone at night. A lot of people do not have other people to vouch for them 24/7. Still a good question.
Upon the failure of either party to comply with the requirements of this section, the court may exclude the testimony of any undisclosed witness offered by such party as to the defendant's absence from or presence at the scene of the alleged offense, Title 19, Chapter 5, Idaho Code. I mean, but we've already established that that's already the plan here. They have already told the judge that they don't want Brian and his side to be able to just pop up a witness that can put him somewhere last minute because that's not right. That's not how it should be. And they're right. You can't. Just like you can't be upset about the state not handing everything over to the defense and all the crap that they're doing. We also have to be just as logical whenever it comes to this. If Brian had a person, a physical actual person, or an actual physical way to prove his alibi, then it could have been and should have been already established and admissible by now. And it's not. They're going based off of the state's evidence, and they want to bring in their own expert witnesses in order to use the state's evidence against them to prove that Brian is innocent, is what their plan is. It's been their plan basically from day one. If there was a so-say witness, then that person should have come forward by now, and they didn't. And they're not allowed to just dramatically throw the trial doors open and run down the hallway and say, he was with me. That's just not how this is going to work. The next hurdle now will be the change of venue. Are the surveys to be relied upon? I mean, I hope so, because they seem pretty freaking legit and they're a very common practice. And honestly, their attorney probably should have told them that. He should know, right? Will the state finally at some point in this case do a proper cross-examination of defense witnesses? What does that mean? Because there's no physical witnesses for the defense. It's literally all expert witnesses. So yeah, the state, whenever we get to trial, Or even at some point, I don't know. See, that's a whole nother thing. Like, these motions just seem like a whole bunch of like little bitty trials. And then we get to like the big trial where we hear everything all over again, but not as vague. So these things really do get like ran through twice, it seems. Because literally, we're getting people coming in telling us about IgG. We're getting people coming in telling us about all these false statements and narratives that are being pushed by the media. We're getting little tidbits of truth pretty much in every single one of them. What's going to be insane is if we come to trial and everything that has been talked about in these motions is not really what we've all been thinking. It'll be wild. But yes, the surveys are to be relied upon. They're very common practice. But when it comes to like physical witnesses, it's just like they were just talking about previous to this. They don't have physical witnesses to claim Brian was with us like a human that night. They don't. So they could only be talking about their expert witnesses. And yeah, of course they will. They're going to have to. That's kind of how it works, right? Will the state present any witnesses? Okay, well, shouldn't they be presenting Dylan and Bethany? Or are we really going to sit here and be made to believe that they're not going to be testifying at trial? Because we know that they won't come over state line. They left Idaho and they're refusing to cross back over that state line, even though apparently they got the right guy behind bars. Doesn't really seem like it by the girl's behavior, right? So this question is crazy to me because shouldn't it be a given that Dylan and Bethany are going to be testifying? Awkward question.
Will the judge decide before the end of the year or have a hearing on it? I know our statement sounds as if we are incredibly frustrated, and we are. Well, see, I think the whole decision-making thing with the judge is now becoming like a definite by choice situation. It's not just his like personality type, right? It's definitely becoming something that he can do on a whim, can do at the snap of a finger, but then also there's a lot that he decides to dilly-dally about. So I guess maybe some sort of compare and contrasting needs to be done for the things that he is adamant about making decisions about really quick, because just like this whole May 14th hearing being closed, he had that decision made before he got to court that day. He read over everything the day before. He already knew what he was going to do. It didn't matter what anybody said. He was going to do what he wanted. So, I don't know. This judge is just too much. He doesn't have a backbone. He doesn't do his job. He makes strange choices about things. I don't know.
We understand the justice system and we want a fair trial for the defendant. I don't think you understand. I think you're just upset, which is normal, but their attorney honestly should be doing a better job. Like, I don't even know why they're paying Shannon Gray. Like, what are they actually paying him for real? Because he's not advising them to not come out and do all this crazy crap. He's not advising them not to have conversations with people on social media and entertaining all these conspiracy theories and crazy crap. He's not like telling them anything. He's not protecting them at all. So what exactly is Shannon Gray doing? Nothing is how it seems. Okay. But turning the case into a delay game serves no one's interest other than the defense. That's not true.
We all
Once
are
again,
range
thank you for
finder.
your kindness and prayers for our family. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. The delay games, Gonsalveses, the delay games are because the state does not have any evidence. The delay tactic is because the state doesn't have anything. They said months and months ago, at the time of this hearing, that was months and months ago, that they didn't even have the actual autopsy reports in their hands. We know that there is no actual cast report to be handed over to the defense because it's still just a draft. We know that the state doesn't have anything because the judge just had to sign another Deuces Tecum subpoena to get the information from the feds. So tell me, please, how is this delay tactic only benefiting the defense? It's only happening because the state is still trying to create their case because they don't have one. They're pulling audio away from cut up pieces of edited video that they're claiming is the car. And you guys are not questioning that. Y'all are the ones who also received the Linda Lane footage, and you're not questioning what's happening with the actual car footage in your actual case? Why? Why are y'all not questioning what the state has and doesn't have? I understand, and again, this is still very personally to the Consalvases, okay? I understand you guys' frustration, okay? I know that you want Brian Koberger to be the guy, and he very well could be. I'm not going to sit here and act like any of us know, because we don't. We don't. And honestly, Dylan and Bethany don't know either, because if the person that Dylan really did see was in a mask, what can she really attest to? Not a damn thing. You guys have got to start asking the right questions. Use your frustrations the right way. Ask the state why they don't have this evidence. Ask the state why they don't have actual car video proof that validates for sure that it's Brian Koberger's car. Because what you should be questioning is why they're apparently giving car evidence over to the defense of a vehicle that's not Brian Koberger's. That's what you should be questioning. You should be questioning a lot of things that you're not. And I really, really hope that you guys maybe see this. You probably know who I am, honestly, and you probably hate me, and that's fine because you don't like being challenged. I get that, Steve. I get that. But I'm going to challenge you to be more open-minded and to start asking the right questions because you're not doing it. Blinded by your anger, which you have every right to be, okay? But you could also be responsible for the death of someone else's child just by your blatant negligence to face facts. And again, I could be wrong. But we also have the prosecutor claiming that Brian Koberger wasn't stalking your daughter or any of the victims, okay? There's no social media connection either. So I don't know what you guys are doing with this Instagram profile that y'all are parading everywhere, but literally no one will validate that for you. There's a reason. You guys have got to let that go and start focusing on actual facts. You're going to drown yourselves if you don't stop what you're doing. You just have to. If you want really true justice for your daughter, for Maddie, for Xana, for Ethan, wake up. Start asking the state, where's all these things you promised us that you had? Why are we hearing in every single motion that's publicized that you don't have all of the things you told us that we didn't have to worry about? Why are you lying to us? That's what you should be asking. Now back to you guys. That's it for the statements. The only way that this is going to stop is if the Consalvases stop. They have got to start asking the right questions. I understand they're mad. I understand they're hurt. I understand it. Okay. I get it. This is getting nowhere. Shannon Gray is doing nothing to help them figure anything out. He's not stopping them from causing more chaos. He's not stopping them from themselves. He's not stopping them from themselves. And I thought that's what an attorney was supposed to do. I understand their frustrations. They've got to start focusing it the right way. Maybe we'll get somewhere. Maybe. But that's it, you guys. We're going to go over the documents in the next video. If you like the way that I present this information and present my opinion, please do not forget to leave a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed already. See y'all.
All right then.
Well,
what's up, buddy?
how y'all doing?
I'm
That was
good.
great.
Clue and Cletus. Hey.
Like I said the same thing, but in like
That
a
was-
nicer way. I said that like, you know, maybe instead of like, you know, because it seems like everybody that comments on that page is just like, you know, Brian did it, Brian did it. I feel like if the family starts questioning the process, then I feel like all those people will start questioning the process, and then maybe we'll get somewhere instead of just, you know, like Jules was saying.
Listen, I know people are gonna take her because Jules is pretty blatantly blunt. Okay.
I love
When
it.
she feels something, she says it, period. However it comes out, it comes out. I understand people don't like that all the time, okay? But people are going to say, well, you're not being nice to the families and blah, 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 so on and so forth. I get it, okay? Her tone does come off to be a certain type of way based on who she's talking to. But one thing I will say, I agree with her. I think that rather than them, you know, they were on point with a few things they said in that statement, in my opinion. Okay. I think they need to question both sides. Okay. They need to find out why, if we're waiting this long, okay, that's fine. Why? What's going on? What's the state doing that's taking so long with this? Why is the FBI not doing this and doing that? And I agree with her too. They have every right to be pissed off as all hell. Okay, I would be. You should be. If you're not, then something's wrong with you, in my opinion. But
she's also right on the other end that, if they're planning on killing this guy with not showing any evidence, then, it's fair that, Brian's family, is going to suffer as well. And that's all she's saying is like, this is an innocent person that is going to die because you want closure, and that's not the way to go.
That's absolutely, yeah, I can agree. Yeah, and Salty says they've always challenged law enforcement. Very true.
And then they stopped.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy? Like, I get a very, I'm sorry, not sorry, but there's a very laxical sort of like attitude.
Welcome, Carrie.
Hi. When it comes to like what is going on, because it just kind of seems like even down to like the Chapins, right? Like they don't want to go to any of the hearings. They don't whatever. And it's like, I will be gosh darn. Like if that was my child, keep me from the courthouse. You know what I mean?
And I agree with you. I questioned that in the beginning, but then somebody had sent me an email that supposedly knew their family and said something, because I had questioned it a long time ago, said that they're a very religious based family and they're really all about forgiveness and stuff like that. And that I guess the father had stated to somebody else that had asked them, like, why aren't you going to the hearings and stuff like that? And said that they just want to be able to move Ethan's siblings forward, and they want to move forward in their lives and be able to heal without having to go back, and that this would interject in the healing process. So then I was kind of like, okay, I get it. I get it. What's that, Terry?
That just doesn't make sense. I mean, I just think the parents in this entire scandal questions, so many questions. Why are they sending the other two back? Are they positive that this is the guy?
I mean, maybe they are. Maybe I don't know. The kids are adults basically. And they have the ability to make their own decision. And if the kids said that they felt comfortable, and maybe the parents weren't comfortable in the kid and talk to their children and said, what do you guys feel is the best thing to do? Kids said they wanted to go back. They have friends there. Ethan's brother is in the fraternity, so on and so forth, blah, 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 so on and so forth. They just probably wanted to finish out what they started. It's I'm sure it's a hard decision to be okay with that.
I don't remember it coming out that way. I remember them saying Maisie was a little reserved, but she'd be okay. And it's like, I don't know. I guess.
As a parent,
I'd be nervous.
Yeah.
I agree. I'd be highly nervous. I'm sorry. I talked over you, Terry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just have never understood that.
Well,
that she goes and writes a book, whatever. It's like they don't go to any of this stuff. She talks over the dad. I'm talking about Stacy. The kids, one of the guys is in the same, the brother, the triplet brother, is in the same frat
Hunter
he is in, and yet he doesn't know anything. And then I heard, in one of the things, they say that the kids knew, the brother and sister knew that he was getting the shit beat out of him.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that
yeah,
at all.
I'm just saying. But
I nothing against what you're saying, hon. I know where you see the same things we all do. I don't believe that. I'm not going to stand here and say that I do. There's no way in hell. Triplets, let alone twins. I have twins. Okay. Anybody that has twins or triplets or quads or whatever you want to have. Okay. You know the bond that those kids have. Okay. There's no way that those two knew that their brother was going to be involved in something like this. And they didn't try to interject or do something, call the police, say something, and come out and say something after the fact. There's no way. No way. I won't believe it. When you show me, not you, Terry, but when somebody shows me proof that they knew and they let it happen, we'll talk about that then. But I will never, ever believe that, because I know, let alone the bond between typical siblings, okay? But the bond between twins, triplets, whatever, is unbreakable. My twins, no, I've never seen anything like that in my life. They literally get upset for each other. Okay, like if one is in pain emotionally, the other one's upset immediately, and doesn't even they don't even have to be together. And the phone rings. You okay? I'm like, what the hell? How'd that even happen? You know what I'm saying? But that's how that is. So, and it just logically speaking, you know, it's like, even if they weren't triplets or even, you know, that even that close, I can't imagine these kids would have allowed for something to happen knowing that it happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if they were having a fight, if it was true that Ethan and Xana were fighting with Loach at the Simcoe house that night, and it sounds like it was a pretty bad one. His brother, Ethan's brother, is a Sigma Chi. Why isn't he helping him? Why didn't he walk? I mean, that's the other thing. I heard that Hunter walked him back because he said that, you know, it wasn't a good situation. That you know, and why? Where's his brother?
In what fashion though, Terry? What do you mean? Because he did. If he did that, you know, he walked him back. I don't think they knew that any of this was going to happen the way it did. That's one thing I'm trying to prove. I really don't think, because everything we talked about with that stuff is I heard this, they heard that, I heard this.
But do you think that there wasn't an argument? Is that what you're saying? I'm
no, there very well was. There very well could have been a fight. I'm not saying there wasn't a fight. Okay, that it happens. We just saw that there was 20 football players in a fight. It's normal. Shit like that happens in college, guys. That's a little extravagant what just happened recently, but I'm saying there probably was a fight. Okay. And then it was over and they left. Ethan and Xana left. So going from that point, where are you at with that then? What are you trying to ask?
Well, I mean, if your twins were in the same, let's just say same fraternity, and one twin was, you know, in that bad of a fight with another person, wouldn't your other twin be there to support him or back him up? No questions asked.
We don't know that he wasn't. Okay. If he was there when it happened, we don't know that he wasn't. He could have been the one that jumped in and broke it up. Okay. But he may not have been at that, because you saw how the frat house was set up and all that. There were people all over the place. So they could have been on one end of the frat house when that happened, and those kids could have been on the other end. They may not have even been there yet, or they had left already, or something like that. We don't know exactly how that all went down that night.
Where's the proof that there was even a fight? I'm just kidding. Like,
and that's what I'm saying. I say that was all based on a lot of people stating that there was. I think the only person I ever heard say that it came out and said for a fact that she knew that it happened was Kara. And I'm not being rude, but how does she know?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Bethany did. I thought Bethany was there with them.
But but again, what document does it say that? Is there anybody that has seen a document that has that in it?
No,
no.
And that's what I mean, you guys. We have to, at this point, I'm not trying to preach to anybody, guys. I have been through hell in this case. We all have been through hell in this case. My channel has gone through hell in this case due to my own negligence and for allowing for certain things. And has nothing to do with anybody in here now. I'm just saying, at this point, because of what Julez just read and what we've seen in the hearings and things like that, we got to stop. We got to stop and back up and go, wait a minute, guys. Let's, you take that, what we're thinking about, into our minds. Go back to any documentation we've looked at and try to find where that fight happened. If it was ever talked about by a witness,
no,
it would have been in some of the documents. Am I wrong?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
So what if somebody touched the Wi-Fi, or somebody pushed in the door, or everything else at the other side's
These are all rumors, bud. You know that.
I know. I'm just saying it goes both ways. You know what I mean?
It absolutely goes both ways. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Every bit of that is all rumor, and that's what has happened with this. We have so little fact in this case. So little.
I just think it's crazy that no student, has come out and talked about
That I agree
anything to
with.
do with the case, but
That
yet
I agree with. Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
well, one did.
when people talk about this, they're like, well, I mean, like, what about the fight? And it's like, what fight? How I don't even know when in the world these kids would have had time to fight. They went to a dance.
They went
had, you know what I
to, yeah.
mean? And it's like, when are y'all fighting? Like, I don't know. Whatever.
I'm just being honest, guys, and I don't mean to be rude or downplay anybody's thoughts or opinions on this, but do you know how many different stories and rumors I've heard about? There was a fight at the Moose Club. There was a backpack that was stolen that had drugs in it. Maddie flushed drugs down the toilet. This and
Me
that
too.
happened. This person, this, and this person went here. That person was sleeping with this one. These kids did that, this and that. Do you know how much shit that I have flushed?
It's crazy, man.
When I looked into it, none of it stood up. None
I
of
know.
it.
And then I heard Brian was stalking him, and that didn't stand up either. It's amazing.
Oh no, and yeah, that one really got me, Willie. I would have to agree with you. I was like,
We have heard it all. This case has been. Do you know how many movies could be made out of the 15 different cases this case has been turned into? It's insane. It's insane. I don't get it.
That's why I just don't see how, and not I just don't see how this goes to trial. If it stands where it stands now, and Bill can't get what he can't get, how does it go to trial without this looking exactly like the Karen Reed case into a straight shit show in the first 6-7 days?
Well, it's going to be, Willie, it's going to be a shit show anyway. It already is. It has never not been.
But that's why I think that I'm going to stick to my guns. Is they kind of just bought themselves 2 years. And then if you buy yourself 2.5, 3, and then say he gets off, that community by that point has kind of calmed down. And to be honest, they kind of lied to the families and said, hey, we're building a memorial garden for your children that were slayed, but now they're building apartments. So I think this will all just move on, and the charges will go away, and Brian will walk, and there won't be as much uproar as we think there will be, except from the family.
Oh, I agree that because what's probably going to happen here, if I can almost agree almost 100%.
That's just my opinion.
If this happens that way and Brian's let go, there's never an answer to this. It goes cold. The Gonsalves family will never let this go. That is the one group of people, and I don't blame them, and God bless them. I don't think they will let this go. I think they will go until they get an answer.
If they don't have a problem with this BS, like, prosecution, they'll let it go.
Well, we don't know that they don't yet. Okay. I think there's going to be something that's going to happen where it's going to come down, maybe a couple more hearings. Something's going to happen out of that with what we've seen so far. And the prosecution's not going to do their thing like they're supposed to. And I think that's when Steve's going to finally say,
yeah, I'm
done. That's enough. What the hell is going on? And I think, it's coming. I do think it's coming. And I could be wrong. And when I'm wrong, I'll be like, guys, sorry, I was wrong. But I do think it's coming. I think he thinks that because he's been told that they have something. I think he thinks it's coming. That they have.
What's crazy is like a lot of us think that a lot of people think that a lot of time elapsed between when the murders occurred and when Brian was arrested. It really wasn't. It was a month and some change. So just think, if they waited until, if they investigated until the end of February, okay, and gave it 2 more months of investigation, okay, maybe they would have found other shit going on. But in my opinion, they kind of just rushed this investigation because to catch somebody. And, if this was truly a random act, which it seems like it was now, if there's no connection, motive, or stalking or anything like that, if this was a truly random act, how hard it would be to catch that person and to catch him in a month and some change, and you're a very small, force and all that kind of shit. And to get it right the first time, man, I don't know. People put a lot of faith in that.
No, I agree. And Miss Betty, you don't have to apologize, son. Everybody has their opinions and their feelings, and please, no apologies. You're welcome to have that. She says, I really can't believe it was just him. I'm sorry. I can't rep. And that's okay. I've had issues with that from the beginning, that it was just him. I've always clarified and claimed that. And I still feel that way in some senses. Somebody did prove to me that one person could do this in actually a shorter period of time than what they have given us. And I was just kind of overwhelmed, like, wow.
How could they show you that with the other person watching that person being attacked?
Huh?
How can they show you that occurring if one person is attacking if one person's attacking a person and the other person's in a room watching that person? What's the other two people in the room doing that were spectators before they were victims?
Clue, did you record that thing you guys did?
I'm just curious.
The little exercise you and Cletus performed.
Oh, that doesn't sound so.
I don't know if we did the time. You mean?
Remember when you tried to kind of reenact
I
timeline?
I will say I get what Willie is saying, but the problem is, again, I think we're running on an assumption because we don't know that Ethan was sleeping.
Right, that's the thing, and we don't actually know exactly what was going
So that
on.
means Ethan and Zana are awake.
Huh?
You just said he wasn't sleeping.
Right. I mean, we don't know that he wasn't asleep, right? So, like,
wasn't okay.
I get what you're saying, right? Because it doesn't make sense, right?
Well, no, I'm just going by what I'm just going by, I guess, from what from what Steve said and what everybody is saying about them having to push in. It just seems like he would, if Zana was awake and she's ordering, Ethan's passed out. I don't know.
You were the one that was telling me that Lana had a thing saying that it was like Officer Smith's statement and Ethan was in the bed. If he was in the bed, there's a good chance that he was sleeping. That girl got her something to eat. She was hungry.
And what if he was in the bed just chilling with her?
Locking the door. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had a question. Why the question yesterday is, okay, do you all here believe, okay, say this is Brian, right? Do you all believe that at 4:13, as Zana is, because, okay, we can at least agree as Zana's awake at 4:13, eating or doing whatever on her phone, and she's commenting on whatever social media she's commenting on. Do you guys believe at that time Brian's upstairs doing what he's doing?
At 4:13?
Yeah.
And well, he would have to be in the room.
Yeah, he would have to be at that time based on what we know, right?
So Brian's upstairs doing all this, people, and he walks past individuals that are awake. Whew.
Well, he wouldn't have to walk past them if he came in the back.
But he's hearing but there's still. If Zana just got DoorDash, she's in and out of the kitchen, she's getting whatever, and she's awake. Like you're seeing a light on, unless she's eating in a pitch black, I don't know. So she, and he still has to walk past the area, and he's hearing noise, and then he goes to the third floor, not start on the second floor, and then comes back down.
Maybe he snuck by that, Willie. Maybe because that wasn't
taking that risk. I'm just saying, if somebody's awake on the second, and you take the risk going to the third, that person alerts everybody on the second. Now you're trapped on the third, and you have people down at the bottom of the steps waiting for your ass. Now you got to jump out the window.
Right. That's always been my issue with this. Is why in the world would you start on the third floor?
Unless it was
a target. Unless it was a target.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Steve? This will never. I don't understand it, but if we could figure that out, it might. I mean, it's huge. Why did Steve say he didn't? They didn't, or he didn't have to go upstairs?
I don't know.
I think he just means
I guess because it's more of a work for that person.
Right.
Like
it's
we're saying.
Extra
Understand something too, Terry, that Steve has already explained once, that some of the things that he has said have come out based on emotion.
Yeah.
But when he made that statement, if you noticed, he was very pissed off and very angry in that interview. Okay. Because Christy had to calm him down. He was really like, don't make me do it. Things like that. Okay. He was upset. He was pissed. And I get it. I get it wholeheartedly. As a father, I can get it. And I think that some of the things he said could have came out of context, possibly. So I'm not saying that was one of them, but I'm saying we got to remember in some senses that's very possible. Okay. Or it could have had a real meaning behind it. He didn't have to go upstairs. Okay. Yeah. It very well could be something. I don't know. None of us do. That's the problem.
But now, but going with their timeline, right? Because, like I said, I know Steve said a bunch of stuff, but we have to go with right now with what the PCA says until we're told otherwise, right? Because that's what we have. Mm-hmm. So if she's texting at 4:13, Brian's upstairs. Now he comes back downstairs. What do you guys think made him go out of his way now to go in that room after Ethan and Xana rather than the first time he entered the home?
I honestly think there was a lady, Brianna Fox, I think was her name.
Mm-hmm.
I think she is right in what she says, that the two, Ethan and Xana, could have just been like collateral damage.
I think that's what they could have been too. And I very much think that.
But I'm saying, why isn't that happening first? Why isn't he taking out why isn't he taking out unless he runs into Xana? And if he runs into Xana, that means Xana's outside of the room and she's going to scream.
I think you think that that's what happened when he first came into the house. I don't think that's how it was. I think they were in her room with the door shut. Okay. Or very possibly could have been in her room with the door shut. He goes past there, heads upstairs, and does what he's doing. As he gets to that point, based on the timeline, somebody comes out of that room to go for the DoorDash, okay?
Yeah.
And he's coming back down and may have interacted with whoever that was, whether it's
outside of the room, correct?
Outside of the room, yes.
Wonderful. So then that person's going to run inside of the room and do what?
Well, they're going to try to.
Okay, they're going to scream and alert the other person in the room, which is going to wake them up.
That's when the other person gets involved.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. What is Ethan doing as Xana's sitting there? You figure he's picking up something to, and I think that's why they took other shit out of the home to,
I don't know that Ethan wasn't the one that went to grab the DoorDash.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know either. But then if he did, that means that they were definitely both awake because Xana's awake at 4:13.
Right. And here's the thing. I know what you're trying to say is that how did the other person not?
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just trying to figure this out.
That's what I mean. You're saying, why did the one person not defend the person being attacked? Maybe they couldn't, or maybe they did try to. Maybe they tried to.
If he was passed out drunk,
well, there's that too.
Somebody hollering may not have woke him up.
Yeah, that's very possible too.
Somebody,
because you got to learn
pushing him off the bed.
In college, you have to learn to sleep with noise, especially if he lives in a frat house.
Here's the thing.
I'm just saying.
Let's say that he was laying on the bed, okay, and he was knocked out a little bit, and Xana goes to get the DoorDash. She comes back in. Here comes Brian down the stairs, or whoever down the stairs, and he's like, "Whoa, where'd you come from?" And then she's like, "What the fuck?" And let's go. She goes at him, and he does what he does. They fight into the bedroom. She's probably yelling for Ethan or something like that, okay? Not knowing, trying to get him awake, and at some point he handles Xana. Ethan, in turn, maybe could have woken up at that point because she was screaming, possibly, which I still don't believe that nobody else in the house heard that. But anyway, or was taken out and knocked out immediately, or unalived immediately, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. There's too many options how this could have went down that way. Either way. In the end, that's why I've struggled with the survivors in the house not hearing anything. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You were trying to say something. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Who?
That's you. I thought you were trying to say something. That's the biggest thing right there, guys. We really don't know what happened. And the only people that do are the people that were in that house.
Are the FBI.
That went through that night. Those are the people that know it. And I can tell you that even at a hearing or a trial, we may never know how that went down.
No.
Ever. Unless for some reason one of the other roommates saw it. That's all I'm saying. No, you didn't miss it, Gulp. We're still here. And there's a link in the chat for anybody else that wanted to join us. Where did it go? I just saw another comment I was gonna throw in here. My name in here. No. Damn it, it's gone. Phenomena.
All the speculation. So is the PCA. Like PCA is pure speculation.
Yeah, we always end up back in this conversation. I know it always happens, but
I'm just saying, dude. I thought at least the PCAs are, some kind of fact. I didn't know that they could just, draw their own maps and write their own shit. That scares me a little bit, dude.
Well, I'm curious to see. I don't know. Like at this point with what's going on next, somebody asked me and I never got to answer that. I do think that what was I going to say? Damn it. that now that these things are happening at the hearings, I still think the statement that I made earlier, there's a good point, there's a good chance, don't quote me on it because it may not be fact at all, but there is a good chance that at some point Steve may challenge the prosecution and say, hey, okay, when's something going to happen? You know, that could come down the road, guys. We just don't know.
I just don't understand how we can go this long. Was it in the when did the okay, so was it the stalking? I'm just trying to think back. The stalking, was that in anything, any of the docs? Because I know Steve
I think
talked
that
about
was all in interviews. It was all talked about in interviews.
yeah. So then how did it all of a sudden just get debunked? It went from definitely to no, it didn't happen. And
Because the prosecution stated it didn't happen.
Bill.
In that hearing, he blatantly said that's a lie, and that told the whole world, whoops, wait a minute, what?
So what else? So what
I think
else is
my
the lie?
favorite is when he asked that guy, and you knew, and the guy's like, I did.
Yeah.
But the rest of what he says, we have to take as fact, though, right?
Yeah.
Is that how it goes?
Well,
Make it up as you go.
Amazing. Sorry. I'll look at both ends.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I think we're all trying to, in some senses, because it just.
But I think that's why we can't see the next hearings, because Bill can't handle himself to where he keeps letting shit out slip that, they shouldn't be.
Well, I don't think he doesn't trust himself. I just think that there's some things that are going to be the cast report, obviously, that he doesn't want the world to see. Okay. And
He hasn't even seen it.
I think, well, there's that too, but I think that that's not what I mean. I'm trying to say, Jesus, my head's all backwards again. I hate when we get into these combos with this stuff sometimes. When Cy is making his testimony about certain things, I don't think that he wants anybody to see that, because it's gonna change the way people feel about things. In my opinion. Okay.
How sure are we that the timeline that they have of the murders is the actual timeline?
As sure as they are, because that's the one we have to go by based on the PCA.
And they changed it, so as sure as they are.
We can do.
Because that's all Cy needs to do. He doesn't have to prove anything except for that exact timeline.
Yeah. If Brian wasn't over there at that time, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I don't know what, 19 minutes, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. I mean, everything else, it doesn't matter. But that's all he has to do to prove that Brian wasn't there in that 20 minutes or 19 minutes or whatever.
According to the prosecution, they want these hearings closed because they feel that it has something to do with giving him a fair trial and this and that and everything else. I don't quite understand it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't know what the process is that they're trying to put forth, I guess you could say. So
that's the craziest thing I ever heard, though. It's like a mugger telling you, oh, wait, I'm just here to help you. Hold on. In an alleyway. Jesus. We care about a fair trial. They care about a fair trial for the defendant. What the hell? Okay.
I can't give you an answer on that one, bud.
That's just wild, man.
I just don't know. I don't understand that.
Well, that's why I put the quote in the chat earlier, because the state said this. The state said the facts are prejudiced against the state, which means that the facts are going against them. And I don't know. Is that
okay?
A bunch of people, and they said they never heard that.
Let's go back to the other hearing where he got pretty upset about the. Well, yeah, there's that too. I never thought of that.
The survey.
I told you I'm all over the place. Salty just said that they're going to be discussing the evidence that's under the gag, which is that's the actual reason. I wasn't even thinking of that. I was thinking of the reasons why I thought it was. So that
and clearly said that most of that's the IGG and social security numbers and all that kind of personal information. The rest of the shit could be public, but it's not.
And he doesn't want that out there. That's why I thought they were going to do a partially closed hearing and then allow the others.
But if this was to expose all their evidence they had on Brian, let's let the world in to see. See, that's what I don't like, dude.
Well, I mean, I think this is pretty standard though for how prosecutors and defense attorneys go back and forth with things. You know what I'm saying?
Closing the doors.
No, I mean as far as the way they fight things.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just talking about a public trial or public hearing.
Right.
It's crazy.
I got that, Brandy. I saw that earlier. Thank you, hon, very much. No, I know it's a crazy scenario.
Because you would think like Brian would want, like you would think the defense wants his shit behind, like yeah, fine, behind closed doors. Yeah, we don't want to look, any worse. But like, Anne's standing there begging the judge to leave the doors open. The defense is begging the judge to leave the doors open. If that doesn't tell you something, then I don't know what to tell you.
It's a strategy. It's her strategy. I get it.
But the judge could have. What do you mean? The judge could have ruled in her favor, and then
he could have. That's what I'm saying. That's her strategy. That's why she wants it, and he didn't. I mean, I can't give you a reason why, but
yeah, but I'm saying but then that means her strategy consists of having information that shows something different, right?
Maybe, or maybe it's going to be based on perception.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Well, that's, that's what I'm trying to think is like, is Bill going to have another expert there to fight Cy, or how's that work?
Wait, say that again.
Like, is Bill going to have his own expert there?
Well, I would imagine they're going to have one to counteract him. That's typically how it would go, I would think.
Is that why he's not? He says that they're not. I mean, because that's basically his biggest problem now. They used to be ready to go, and now all of a sudden they need more time. So, what's the reasoning?
I think they're trying to figure out what they have to do prosecution-wise to counteract what is going on right now. I don't know that they're not ready per se, but again, based on what Anne has asked for, okay, remember that she's going to give the remainder of this alibi when the discovery is handed over. She's forcing them to hand over discovery that they probably don't have. In turn, that means he's not ready to do that, and he's got to come up with something, if he can, to make that either happen or to justify why he can't do it. Because based on the statement she put in that document, she says, and she puts him in the corner with this, guys, if you didn't catch it. She says, if they can't do that, they've either, I can't remember exact words, either destroyed it or it doesn't exist or something like that to that, okay? That in itself puts the prosecution in the corner, and it makes them look as if they don't have a case at that point, and that they don't have that discovery. They don't have that info. Then what do?
If they don't have the info, then they don't have a case.
And what was the deadline? When was the deadline, Dago? When was the deadline? Remember?
I can't remember the exact
date. March. It's May. Where is it?
That's
everybody's bitching. Oh, the alibi. Where the fuck's the discovery?
I think you guys are missing what I'm saying, though.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general.
The whole point. They don't have it. Okay. Which is why Bill's not ready, because now he's got to figure out something. He thought this was all going to play out. Okay. I think this is my opinion. And everything was just going to fall into check like it's supposed to. He probably did not think that this was going to come off of the defensive side. So they thought they were fine. Well, and now at the point where she's smart enough to be able to go to those things, to pull for those things, to ask for these things. Now we're at this point. He's in a corner now.
Well, that's why I think that, because everybody's like, well, the defense wanted shit sealed. They wanted it gagged. Well, yeah. I mean, she's she's used to, I'm sure 95% of her fucking clients she represents being guilty. And then she realized Brian's not. And that's why she wants everything open now. So to me, it makes sense because of how she shifted, because she was playing nice. And you see how her whole demeanor changed at a certain point. And now she's letting him have it. And I think she realized Brian's innocent because they said it 3 times now. The defense has said it 3 times from the hearings that we have seen. I don't know how many times they said it behind closed doors, but what we've seen so far, 3 times they said it already that Brian is innocent. And the one time, Anne's voice, she almost cried, dude. You go back and listen. She's like, her voice is like cracking as she's like telling the judge this. So I don't know. I guess I'm watching something completely different because I don't see the defense stalling anything. Because if the discovery was here and everything was here, then everything can move forward. No, you just said it. If it's not here, how can things move forward? Regardless, take the defense out of the picture for a second. If the prosecution doesn't have the stuff, how can it move forward? How?
No, I know all that. I think she was just passionate at that point because she was oh, hold on a minute.
Fair speedy trial was going to happen though, right?
Because she was pissed off at that point because during that hearing when she got that upset. That's why I think she sounded that way, because she was irritated. I could tell she was pissed off because of the way things were going that day. But I don't know. I don't have any answers, Willie. I wish I did, because I have the same questions in some senses as to how or why. Now, here's the thing. Like Salty said, the judge signed those subpoenas for the FBI. Okay, that means you got to be here. You got to explain this. And if they don't, well, what happens next?
I guess they can't use it.
And if they do come in and they say we don't have that, what happens next? You know what I mean? That's just where it's going to be at that point. There's nothing else.
But I think that's what it is, though, because I think if the FBI had it and it showed what, I just feel like it's them not wanting to put their reputation on the line and giving Bill something that's bogus. And Bill's just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting.
Well, I think in some senses down a while back, maybe he thought that they were going to try to pull for a plea. I never thought that.
Yeah.
But it's a death penalty case, so there's really probably not that option. Maybe he didn't think that, maybe they truly think they have a case with it based on what they were handed. Okay. Maybe the law enforcement came to them and said, we got this. This is in the bag. This is the guy. Bill's not law enforcement. He doesn't go out. He doesn't chase this down. He doesn't do this and that and everything else. So maybe he's doing his job as a prosecutor. He takes what they give to him and he makes a case out of that, and then he prosecutes whoever this person is.
I also slight him because, DAs are also supposed to know that if you don't have the evidence, you're not, then, you're supposed to do the right thing. But he knows that he needs to make Brian stick no matter what, in my opinion. It has to be Brian.
It's a very high profile case. I don't know if it has to be Brian, but I do know that it has to be somebody. It has to be at this point. The entire community is waiting on this. Okay, they're relying on himself, and the city of Moscow to make this happen for them, to make them feel that they have their guy, to make them feel comfortable that this guy's going to pay for what he committed, the crimes he committed, so on and so forth. That's pressure in itself. Okay, so to be able to stand there and go, well, okay, we don't have it. We were wrong. I'm sorry, Your Honor. They get it. They win. That's not going to happen. They will fight this to the point where they can't fight this, just to ensure that the community feels the way they should about this, because that's going to be a big backlash if they don't. Okay. Now, if he doesn't have a case, he'll fight it down to however he can, to the point where he can't fight it anymore. And then the defense wins. Brian is exonerated, and then all hell breaks loose. Okay.
But where do you say all hell breaks loose? Because not in the town. You're talking like on here?
In the town. If Brian bro, listen to me. To me.
Do you see anybody on the steps now?
Because it's not that to that point yet, Willie. If and when Brian Koberger is exonerated for this and they let him go and he walks out of that jail, you don't think that the people of Moscow, Moscow, and the people that believe that Brian's guilty are not gonna fucking freak out about this?
No, sirree, bubby.
Okay.
Now, when you got the university there trying to make everything hush hush, because they're doing a pretty damn good job.
I think the university is going to be part of that, to be honest with you, because the university wants there to be a person that committed this crime, and nobody's going to feel comfortable at that point.
But I also think the university doesn't want it to be. I also think the university doesn't want it to be one of their students that did it either. So again, I keep that in mind. But I don't know, dude. I just don't know where you go if Brian walks, because you don't have. I mean, yeah, you have a bunch of tips, you have a bunch of other things to investigate. But I'm going to say it again, dude. You have no crime scene. Now you have to start at square one with no crime scene and build from there.
I don't think they'll reinvestigate this.
But that's what I mean. If you say all hell breaks loose, how long does all hell break loose for? I mean,
I'm sure people will be up in arms for a while, and then eventually it's going to pass off. It's going to go cold. It's going to get quiet, and life will go on. But a lot of people are not going to. They're going to lose trust in their town. and in their government, in my opinion. I'm not saying anything I'm saying is true. These are just feelings I have, opinions I have. So of course, like, okay, for instance, the town that I live in, if there was a serial or a mass killer that killed a family or a bunch of people out here, they arrest somebody, they take him into custody, they keep him into custody, they go through everything we're seeing happen in Idaho. Okay. While they have this guy in custody, the whole town is like, okay, cool. They got him. We're good. We're safe. We can unlock our doors again. We can leave our windows open in the middle of the night in the summertime now, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And then something happens in that case, and he gets off and they prove that he was innocent. Everybody in this town's going to go, wait a minute. Who did this then? He's still out here walking around? What?
I hope they do that, dude. That's what I'm saying. I hope.
And then everybody's going to be freaking out again. Who did this then? Who did this then? So, yay, they may force the government there to reinvestigate. Like I said, I know for sure, one person that's gonna be investigating it for sure. That's Steve Gonsalves until he gets the answers he wants. But I don't know that they'll be able to do that though, Willie, because they put so much money into this.
Yeah,
so much. And we've seen multiple numbers of the amounts of money they put into this. Okay. I don't know that they will have the money. Maybe they'll bring in another agency to take over an investigation at that point. Maybe it'll be solely the FBI. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how that
$2 million been donated so far?
What'd you say there?
Hasn't $2 million already been donated?
There's been more than that, Terry. More than that. I remember.
Well, I think they gave a mill to the university, you know?
They get two.
I think so, yeah.
They gave him a big rack.
Thank you, Doodle, for that membership. And it looks like Mark and Betty was gifted. That's very awesome.
They said, here, build the apartment complex.
Betty. So that's how I think it's going to happen if that happens. And the community might force them to reinvestigate. Okay. They might, just because, like I said, I would.
What are they going to reinvestigate?
They already did. They already did.
Already did what?
They already reinvested.
No, they haven't. They haven't not investigated it as a separate entity from Brian Koberger is what I mean.
No, I said reinvest. Oh, no, I thought we were talking about the money.
No. What I'm saying is, as a community, if it was me and the person that committed the crime I was just describing in my community, if that happened, it's a hypothetical, okay? If that happened and that person got off, the whole community is going to go, I don't feel safe now. Who did this if it wasn't him, and what is going on? And then everything starts getting locked down again. That's where the community is going to go, okay, you're going to make this happen. You're going to find this guy. So maybe I'm saying what could happen is that community may force law enforcement to do something to reinvestigate outside of Brian Koberger being the suspect, because of how they feel about that scenario. And in turn, the state may bring in another entity to do that, so on and so forth. Because obviously, if Brian gets off, he didn't do it. So if they prove that he's innocent, he didn't do it. So who did?
Which again, this all sucks because, like, you know, if Brian does obviously walk and they have to go and tell the families, like, listen, we fucked up, then how can the families ever trust what law enforcement tells them again? If, you know, they do, you know, open up the investigation, like, it feels so bad for them, dude.
They probably won't. And you know what's funny to me? I just saw something in chat that reminded me. What would be interesting to see is if that were to happen, you know, if all of a sudden those other DNA samples that they had automatically popped back up and they were able to differentiate who they were at that point. That would be interesting to me.
It's just amazing that they know that it's male. So they did test them, but I mean,
well, somebody did bring up a good point yesterday. I forget who it was. But let me ask you this. If they tried to compare those DNAs to being Brian's DNA, would they have work to show for that?
Say that
somebody
again.
mentioned so there's two unidentified DNA, right? Well, so was Brian's, and they had to build a tree. How like, if the other two, because people are like, oh, what if the other two DNAs are Brian's? If the other two DNAs say are Brian's because they say they're both male, obviously the other one was identified on the button. Can those two DNAs still be him, but they just didn't build a tree for those two? Like, how does that work? Or do they compare those two DNA to the tree they built? Do you have any idea how that works? Guess not.
I don't know.
No, I'm sorry. I was muted. I was talking while I was muted. Sorry.
Oh, that's all good.
I think they've already differentiated that those were separate DNA from him. That's my opinion. I may be wrong, but that's the way I understood it.
So yeah, okay. So then if that's true, then that takes work. So then my question is why wouldn't you just put in a little, if you're already there, right? Like it just seems like they're at the finish line and they just kind of, quit the race on those two races. And I don't understand why when they went to the finish line on the one.
Well, according to them, there wasn't enough to process it any further.
But there was enough to process Brian's?
I'm just saying, you asked, I answered.
No, I know. I'm just, like I said, man, I'm just bullshitting with you. I'm not.
That's all I can get out of it.
Like you guys.
That's all I can get out of it because I haven't understood that either.
Somebody, I had read a comment, and I don't remember what video or when, but I remember, and they were saying that, they couldn't find, because it is public, it should be public disclosure about, remember when apparently we were told, or I don't know if we were told this, but whatever, the police guy in the field that night told the kid that came up to him, yeah, well, we're undercover. Yeah, they have given us hybrids to drive, right? And we've heard that it was a task force. You can't find it. But it should be like on the record, that they had to pay for that, and the person couldn't find it. So this is stupid, but I called the police station and asked if somebody could tell me if they had a task force at that time, and the lady's like, no, I've not heard anything about any type of task force that we've ever had. And I don't even know anything about hybrids. So I don't know.
I don't think they could tell you if they wanted to, honestly.
But it's supposed to be public. I mean, it should be written.
I don't know. Hold on. Keep going.
Oh, that's it. It just, none of it makes sense, I guess. And it's just very frustrating.
Well, I mean, again, I just kind of write out because people remember what everybody was saying. Oh, wait for the cash report. Wait for his car to come back. Wait for this. Wait for that. Well, again, I wrote all those wait fors down. Okay, and they're running out. And when I cross off my last one, I don't want to hear shit from nobody anymore. Yeah. All right, because it seems like people are still grasping on, and then they move over to the other straw, and then they're on that last one. That guy's just hanging on, and do you know if the FBI likes being subpoenaed? My question is I guess, is Bill not good enough to give the information to, that they have to be subpoenaed?
That's a great one, and especially since the FBI supposedly helped write the IGG or the not the IGG. Was it the IGG or the?
Go ahead. Go ahead with what you're saying, Terry.
He is asking about, does the FBI not like? Well, they kept saying, the judge did say, oh, the FBI is impossible to get to work with you, but supposedly they helped write the PCA. Is that right? The PCA or the IGG? I get them confused.
I believe they helped with.
Or both.
Both, no?
Wait, what was the question, Terry? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly.
Willie asked if the FBI, why did they need to be subpoenaed? Or do they not deal with Bill? Is that correct? I mean, because they have to be subpoenaed. And my answer is, I don't know. I mean, I assume,
the FBI will not be, the FBI just doesn't, they can't just come into a case unless they're kind of invited in by the lead agency to help in certain circumstances, unless it is like a federal thing. Okay. They didn't write the PCA though. That's
true. They helped Payne write it.
No.
Yeah.
The only thing they helped Payne with was the you guys.
So where did Payne get his route from then?
His what?
Where did Payne get that little fucking route we see that Brian took? Where did that come from?
That was based on the investigation that they all did with everything. They helped him understand the cast and stuff like that, but they didn't help him. PCA.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. They helped him understand the cast, which I'm just trying to use my common sense here. I'd call the FBI and say, hey, what do you got on your report? Because I'm writing up my freaking PCA here. And then after that's done, then the FBI hands over what they help Payne with, and then everything's good to go. But it seems like the FBI is just not handing it over. That's what I don't understand.
They're not handing over the other stuff, okay, that Ann has asked for, because in my opinion, they don't have it. Like, just like what we had heard from them about the DNA thing, right? They told them, don't use this, don't use this, don't use this. Then they used it. Because they didn't keep it. They didn't keep what they did with it. They didn't need to. They just helped them out in that sense, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing there, which is what I'm saying is, like, come down the road here when they're waiting on this other discovery to come through, it's not going to exist. That's where the problem is with all this stuff we're at right now.
And Payne didn't get there until like 4 o'clock, right? When he's writing what people saw.
Because he took the account from the attending officer that showed up first. Payne is the lead detective on the case, so he took. I'm not saying I agree with this, Terry. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
He came, Officer Smith and Gunderson. Their names are all screwed up right now in my head anyway. But those two showed up first. They were there. They were the first officers on scene. They wrote their own statements out. They sat down with Payne, talked about everything. They did a walkthrough. We know that. And then he wrote the PCA based on everything that he was told by these officers and what he saw as well. Which could be why it's been overwritten, because there was an account that came from 3 different police officers, or 4. Okay. And again, it's very overwritten. It didn't need to be as much as it was, but that could be why. And what did you just say, Terry?
Oh, no, I mean, I swear on the Bible that we talked about not too long ago that the FBI did help Payne write it up.
Okay.
That's what I've been told by everybody else, but I don't know.
Saudi's saying that the car video matches the phone shit in the PCA. The FBI hasn't turned over notes and emails pertaining to tools that they use to do this.
What car matches the phone shit in the? What does that mean? The car video matches the phone shit in the PCA. What does that mean?
The video that they have of the car.
What phone though? The phone shit. What phone? Car video matches phone. What does that mean? They don't have his phone in driving with his car.
Video matches phone. Well, I wasn't done reading it yet. But, FBI. What are you laughing at?
Nothing, dude. It shit amazes me, bro. It shit amazes me.
FBI is testifying right now. Reed and Dabo cases. Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear, and I'll go back and look, but between like 4 and 4:20 or whatever, when supposedly the timeline, the white car was on camera driving.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I give up.
What do you mean?
So did somebody drop somebody off and just drive
about
around?
420? You talking about 420 on Walenta?
Yeah, it was like before that though. It was like right when it was supposed to, with the timeline, the white car is on camera driving in the area.
You're talking about the Linda Lane footage?
I don't remember. I have to look back.
Okay. Because there's a couple different variations of things like this, Terry.
This is just, I mean, I don't know. It's just, how can you even be doing it? I don't even know. I mean, honestly, I have no clue if he's guilty or not, because I'm so confused on every day the story changes.
Everything we have seen, okay? Let's subtract if we can, because there's been so much of it. Let's subtract all the rumorized bullshit that has come through this case, okay?
Let's do it.
Which is almost impossible because there's so much of it. But anyway, based on all the documentation we've seen, we have to use that as factual information, whether it is or it's not. We don't have a choice because that's the only factual information that we have. So if you take all of that, okay, based on what we've read, what we've seen, and you look at the situation as it stands now, it doesn't make a lot of sense as to how they came upon Brian Koberger. We understand all that too, 100%. That's where the problems lie with this. Okay.
See, I think it makes perfect sense how they got to him. I don't. I mean, I can see how they got his name.
I can't.
Really?
How do you think they got his name?
How I think, I mean, what I would do is I would look to see, because if you're if you're an investigator and you're used to people shutting off their phone or trying some slick shit with their phone when they're committing a crime, I would look at everybody in that area who did disconnect from the service or do some shady shit at that time. And who did? Brian Koberger's phone. Now you throw that in the pot along with a couple others, narrow it down. Okay, white car, bang, there's your guy. So, but the problem is if Sly comes in and shows that at that time he was over here and they miscalculated, that's how I think they got his name. Because again, to me, that's suspicious if you're looking at phones that disconnected to the service between time frames that you're looking at. Maybe that's why their timeline changed. I don't know. I'm just saying, my opinion.
No, that's understandable. No, I just didn't. I don't understand how they got to him. Of course, they're going to look at that because it's questionable. Okay, because of he was the one that did what he did. Blah blah. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. But how do we know that there's a whole bunch of other people that didn't do the same type of thing? Maybe they weren't out driving around, but just saying. You know what I mean? That's why I don't understand that at all. I don't get it. Salty wants to call in. She has a decent amount of knowledge on this stuff.
Oh, good.
And can explain these things to some people. So, hold on a minute here. And that's where the point lies right now, is that basically Brian wasn't in Moscow when that all went down. And hold on.
That's what Twiz will tell you. Where's Twizzy? Is he sleeping?
Hold on, I'm trying to set something up so that the turn the phone lines on. 1 sec.
Lordy. Jesus Christ. He's playing.
Okay, the phone lines are turned on. 234-703-4047. And let me get these big old bulky ass headphones on my head. Hold on a minute. Hold up. Maybe. All right, here we go.
Am I still here?
Yes, sir. We're all. I had to add the Google Voice, the phone line system into the call, so it takes us off the screen.
Well, they can't wait till Friday with Dickie. What's going on Friday? I don't even know what the fuck's going on Friday.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Victoria said can't wait till Friday with Dickie. I don't know what's going on.
What's Friday?
Dickie have something going on I don't know about? Motherfucker.
I have no idea.
Me neither.
Where'd she say it at? I don't even see it. Oh, here we go. Hold on a minute.
Call from Salty.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling in.
Oh, you're good. It was good. I'm driving home, and I'm going to be in an area in just a few minutes where I'm going to lose my service. So I'm going to go ahead and talk before I drop my call.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I know that there are a lot of people in the chat right now who don't want to hear anything I have to say, and that's cool. I don't know if Koberger is guilty or innocent. I have said that from day one, and I have been consistently saying it the entire time. Because we cannot base he didn't do it on a bunch of rumors we've heard for a year and a half. I just watched an entire chat, not the entire chat. Let me rephrase that because I don't want to get mad. I just watched a bunch of people who want to hold up Katie and Chris as they should come at a young woman. They have no clue who this girl is except what we've heard from social media. Now, if y'all want to discuss evidence and defense strategy, I can do that with you all day long. But we cannot have a conversation about what's actually going on if we're sitting up here being smartasses and laughing about everything. Because they got far less evidence in the Delphi case, and that man's about to go to trial for a double murder of 2 little girls in the woods. That is just as horrendous to me as 4 dead college kids are. In fact, it might be a little bit worse because they were so young.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember watching the news the day that story came out, and I have followed that case for damn near 8 years. I've been doing true crime longer than a lot of y'all been alive. I really suggest you go read other PCAs, watch trials, try to understand what these terms mean. If they have no case, Ann's job is easy, and you got nothing to worry about.
Right.
They got probable cause, and Ann is very aware of that. Now, Dago, I've told you I'm waiting on her to bring me some damn good defense motions that I can get behind. She finally brought me a very good hearing the other day that I could get behind as far as the defense strategy.
Right.
Now, Delphi has a whole other alternate scenario as to what could have happened because there's court documents to back that up
Mm-hmm.
that they've chose to omit and leave out. And the defense finally found out about all of it. We don't see that yet happening in Idaho. If Ann cannot prove an alternate theory or anything to do with an alternate theory, she's never going to bring it up.
Right.
She's only going to dispute the evidence at hand. But every time we try to have a discussion about evidence, I don't know why y'all think CAS and FBI is unique to the Brian Kohberger case. It's absolutely not. It's used every single day in trials of people y'all sit here and say they deserve to be convicted. That's all I'm saying. You got to evaluate what's there fairly. Ann stated in 3 different hearings that the state wasn't hiding from her anything. And the more she said it, the more YouTube came out and claimed that the state was withholding. And I said the entire time, it's FBI, it's FBI.
Right.
And lo and behold, it's FBI. Otherwise, the judge would not have wasted his time to sign those subpoenas. Those are big deals. They're not paperwork. Let's just throw it at this wall and see what happens.
Right.
It's serious, very serious stuff. It can have very serious implications in the end on how the FBI is allowed to collect and store your data.
Right.
That's all that I just wanted to guys discuss Idaho 4 anymore or go into a chat or anywhere because all we're going to talk about is the damn rumors. And there ain't one receipt to back any of it up.
Right. Yeah, I try to avoid it, but it always turns in that direction in some senses.
I like Sebastian's case needed a turn. Maybe it's time for Idaho to take that turn. And y'all don't have to agree with me. I'm cool with it either way. It doesn't really bother me. But I just think it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black, talk out both sides of our ass shit, hypocritical stuff. It makes no sense to me.
Right.
That's just it. And I've tried to get you to listen to the FBI guy who just testified in the Chad Daybell trial, who will explain on their end what CAS is, what it does, and what the drive time test pertains to, and how that's conducted. But nobody seems interested in learning.
We
know it all already.
Did they struggle to get him there to testify for that, Salty? Do you know?
No, they did not.
Oh, so he just okay. That's good to know.
That these FBI guys testify in trials all of the time.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
And Ann said she wants their notes, she wants their emails, their details, stuff most attorneys don't ask for.
Yeah.
But Ann's good at asking for that stuff, and she's doing the right thing. I'm not going to sit here and tell y'all Ann's stupid, Ann's dumb. No, she's not.
No.
The prosecution ain't that stupid either. They know they could have some sort of evidence, or he's going to be like Casey Anthony and walk out of that courtroom a free man.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Casey did. The same woman that America hates to this day because they were convinced, thanks to Nancy Grace. I'm in Florida. I've been watching Nancy Grace for 25 years, people. What she
Right.
did to Seth, that ain't nothing new.
No.
That's
No.
just been going on forever and a day.
Yeah.
And
Whatever.
the G's, they're not the first family to come out and speak like that. Casey Anthony's family was the first family to come out and put their business out to the world.
Very true. Very true.
And you just have to take a look back at other things sometimes to kind of understand what's happening here. And if Koberger is not the guy, Ann's job is going to be easy.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree. I can agree. Definitely.
That's all I wanted to say. I just can't, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but the irrational talk and the acting like this is unique to Koberger and all this stuff is weird to me. And I feel like the cranks have achieved their job when they come in.
Are you there, or did you finally? You probably hit that spot. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Salty. I'll talk to you soon. I figured that was going to go completely dead at that point. Thank you, and be safe out there. All right. Were you going to say something, Willie?
No, I'm gonna put my frown face on to be angry.
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I said I'm putting my frown face on to be angry.
Well, I get what she's
I can't
saying,
laugh.
but what I don't understand is that we haven't been saying that he's guilty or not guilty. We're not making rumors up. We're trying to figure out what's already out there.
I've never once blamed somebody else, brought up a drug theory, nothing. I mean, we're talking about.
I don't think that's what she was
talking about.
referring. I don't think she was referring to that. I don't think she was talking about you guys in particular. I think she's just talking in general because I've had conversations with her about this. She's gotten very frustrated with, and none of you two haven't, and nobody else is in here has thrown a lot of these rumors around like that, guys. That's what I'm talking about.
It ain't that serious. I mean, we're just bouncing shit off each other. I mean, I can sit here and agree with everything you say, dude. I could do that in a heartbeat.
No, I get it. I get it completely. It's been highly frustrating to, how can I put this? One of the things I'll say this much. She is very invested in the Delphi case, okay, as she stated. She has been the whole time, so on and so forth. All of that stuff over there is real deal stuff. No, and it's all there. It's all been put out. It's all out in the open. It's all going on daily, whatever. Everything that's happened in here, this case has been based on rumor from almost the beginning. Very sadly, but it's true. We haven't had any fact, and there's so much of this case that was based on rumor. That's where a lot of people got frustrated with this case and kind of walked away and said, I'm done dealing with this.
It was a rumor right off the bat from somebody giving the whole world an interview, and everything she said was wrong. So it wasn't us that it was.
Oh, I know.
Putting all this stuff out. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. There's multiple people that did things like that. Okay. And then we have other people that were inventing things that were happening. Okay. They were inventing scenarios that were going down. We have people that were appearing out of nowhere that don't even exist, saying that they were here for this and they were there for that, and they know this and they know that. They don't even exist as real people. So all of those things happened. Okay. And that's why everybody that has knowledge of the law and follows this kind of stuff, that's why just somebody like Salty, that's why they get frustrated with specific cases. She's been frustrated with this case and doesn't even like to talk about it. But every time something comes out, she does like to see what it's about and so on and so forth. So, I had to do a 360 on this months ago, almost a year ago, because I was so burnt out with the crazy shit and trying how to balance it with the real shit. And at some point, I just said, I'm done with all of the lies and the crazy shit, and I will deal in nothing but fact, period. And if somebody comes in and we're talking about this case, I have to clarify. We have to use common sense and our heads on this, guys, when we talk about things. We can't sit, and I'm not being degrading to anybody when I say this or being mean to anybody, but we can't sit and talk about something that is a very, very, very low probability of being a possibility just because it's something you think it might be. We have to go based on whatever facts we have in here.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
but can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard me? Have you ever heard me come up with some crazy scenario that Brian's a psyop? He's in the CIA. There was drugs being delivered out of the home. Have you ever heard me say any of that shit?
No, I know you haven't. That's not never been a
because
problem.
the only value I can bring to this case, okay, and that's the only reason I even like found this whole YouTube world is Brian's character, okay, because like I said, they said he was stalking, they said he was an incel, okay, they said all this shit. Now that's an area that I can I could either confirm or I could bust. Okay, now I gave somebody a floor to come on. Okay, me and Rich never discussed a word about what we were going to say. I didn't ask him shit about Brian until he came on the panel. Okay,
right.
And he gave his account of when he would hang out with Brian and when he worked with them and all that kind of shit. All right, but there's still people out there, okay, that claim he's an incel and he did all this, he hated women, all this kind of stuff. All right, so again, like I told you from the beginning, I don't give a shit if he did it or not. And I don't care if these people come on and say he was a monster or not. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it like you. And that's why I haven't blamed anybody else, blamed the victims, blamed the parents, none of that shit, dude. Cause I don't agree with that, man.
Right. No, I absolutely, I get it. I understand.
Like, I don't know how I would react if I lost my kid, but I'd probably be 10 times worse than Steve. You all would hate me if I was fucking Steve G. So I'm just saying.
I'd be the worst case scenario. I can promise you that.
You know what I mean?
They say that I mean, we've had multiple multiple people that are experts, right? Experts that have been asked point blank, do you think it was the right thing for Steve to hire an attorney, his own attorney? And yes, we get yes. Then comes the gag order.
What has he done though, Terry? What has Shannon Gray done for them?
Then came the gag order, and what can he do?
Well, he could talk to them and tell them what they should be talking about, or what they shouldn't be talking about, or what they, you know what I mean? I don't think he's done anything for them personally. That's my opinion, though.
That's what I'm saying. He could have got all this shit from Legal Shield, $25 a month. I would have invested my money into a private investigator, and I would have had to. I'm telling you, I don't know what I would have done if say you lost it, like there's an investigation going on, somebody's in jail, but you investigate it yourself and you figure out who it was and you take care of it. How do you go about telling them, yo, you got the wrong guy, but I took care of the other guy? That'd be a tough position to be in. Holy macaroni. So again, I don't know how I would react, but I'm just saying it doesn't help, I guess creating a whole army of people that hate other people for thinking that he might not have. I don't know, dude. Again, there's no right or wrong way. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I get it. And like I said, I've always been, Robert just kind of clearly stated what I felt too. I got tired of it because we did it so much, that's what we do. But the point I've always been 50-50 on this with whether he was innocent or guilty. Okay. Mm-hmm. But after the last few, hold on a second. After the last few hearings, I'm really sitting here going, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm not gonna clearly state that he's innocent at this point, only because we haven't been to trial yet, and I haven't seen whatever there is. If there's anything that they have, we haven't seen it yet. So okay,
yeah,
that's fine, and that's what I'm waiting on, honestly.
That was I did ask a question the other day, and I mean, because I didn't know, but I wondered if they were holding it, the IGG, from, being the cast being given to the defense, because I wanted to know, is there a possibility that they can make any changes on it?
No.
So that's not okay.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
before.
I can't imagine they would. So I just don't understand why then they wouldn't give it to them if they had.
Well, that's part of the problem. I don't think they have it the way that they're supposed to. Hey, Truth, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Sorry, I was busy trying to catch this mouse so I could put it on a stick and poop on it.
Okay.
Oh, God.
No problem. No problem. So, what are your thoughts on everything that's been talked about already?
Well, I've been watching because, this case I'm not as familiar with this case as I am Sebastian's case.
Of course.
And that's almost refreshing because I'm not, I don't have the distractions of all the things that maybe a lot of y'all have seen or been distracted by.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but the one thing that I find just interesting is that law enforcement has been so shady, and not just local, but federal as well. And normally, when you have shadiness from two different levels of government, that can only point in one direction, right? And I find the information about the undercover police very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
sorry.
for
Say that part again. I got distracted for a second.
I said I find it very interesting when you start looking at the part of about the undercover police and the undercover vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to ask yourself, why is that and why is that important? And then you look at, okay, how's the case being handled? And then when it's asked about, well, do you have these type of vehicles, and the department says no, well, then that tells me it's probably a federal department, right? Or a special unit. So what were they there for? And is their case, and it could be that their case is so much larger, I hate to say it like that, or more important than the death of these four young people, and they're not willing to blow their case in order to solve these homicides. And that's just looking at it from the outside.
They did just have a huge drug bust in Washington. So
Say that again, Terry.
they did just have that huge drug bust in Washington. And then don't forget that we've got two of the players or the kids. I mean, look at you've got Santa's mom and Maddie's stepmom, major drug dealers or users. I mean, they dealt too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I mean,
Hold
I
on.
truly think drugs has a lot to do with this.
It could make some sense. It definitely could. No problem, Jody. And thank you, Bonnie, for that membership. Annie Peterson was gifted that. Congrats, Annie, and welcome back to the class.
I mean,
It very well. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, True, what do you think? I mean, do you see the...
I'm going to step away for one quick second, guys. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Got it.
Well, my question is, I'm right in saying that they have not released the medical examiner's report, correct?
I believe so.
Okay,
yes,
so
you're right. Yes.
And if they haven't, and then that means they're not going to release it under freedom of information, which means it's sealed. You have to ask yourself, why would you seal a medical examiner's report? In most homicides, that's not something that's sealed. It's not something that's necessarily hidden. I mean, the death is the death. The only thing that it would expose is the written report, which would give details.
Yeah, and I
those
think those details include multiple, just my personal opinion, I think the details are multiple stab wounds that are different knives. And I think that's causing an issue. And that's why we won't see that.
Could. I mean, you're going to be able to tell the length of the blade, the width of the blade. I guess my thing is the secrecy around even to the point of having to sign a warrant, essentially for the feds. Why wouldn't that just be handed over freely? Like, that should be cooperation between departments to solve a homicide. It shouldn't be something that has to be forced by the court and then objected to by the upper court. You know what I'm saying? Like,
see now you understand my difficulty here, dude.
Right.
And I just can't let that stuff go because, like, people say it's normal. How is that normal? I mean, everywhere else, when they come out with something, somebody's arrested, they come, they show us shit. They tell us stuff, Now this seems like it's all secretive and the prosecution doesn't want us to know stuff. Since when? What? Why?
Well, I found it interesting when the prosecution said that they wanted it behind closed doors for, so that he had a fair trial. I don't know about y'all, but that's bullshit.
Sorry, I laughed.
They just don't care. That their goal is to prosecute and then put you away. The fairness of your trial is only dependent on the expertise of your attorney.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, what did I miss?
Oh, we solved it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, everybody have a great day. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
I know a question that's been asked over and over is, why does he get to dress up in a suit? Why does that's not normal?
It is normal.
It is normal. You
Very
want
normal.
to
That's what I'm
normalize.
saying. Though. That's what these are things that are being thrown out there, and now people
Just because he's not being starved like Richard Allen.
Well,
Like-
you have a right of presental or how you present yourself to the jury, and
Yeah.
that's why a lot of times defense attorneys will argue no handcuffs, no leg shackles, things of that manner, because you don't want the jury to visually see your client as a
Bad person.
non-human. Yeah,
Bad
like
person.
yeah,
Criminal.
it
And
gives a
go ahead.
no go. I'm good.
I was just gonna say, and with Brian, they want him to see. They want him to be seen as a decent person, a good person, clean cut, so on and so forth. The attorneys help to make those decisions. They tell their clients how to do this. Richard Allen looks horrible. Okay, he looks horrible, and I think they want his team, I believe, wants the world to see what has happened to him, what's been done to him, how he's been treated. And by that case, there you go. Okay. Each trial and each hearing or each situation is going to be different. But yeah, it's absolutely very normal to do that. So
But
With-
that's one other thing that's been out there that people are like trying, are saying, "Oh, that's not normal. Oh, that is normal." I mean, it's like unbelievable. It's just like you want a straight path, and we're not getting it.
Well, of course not. Just as much as the two biggest cases, in my opinion, that right now that are out here is Idaho and Delphi. Two completely different scenarios. One is obviously in way worse situation than the other one is, based on what is happening as far as legalities. Okay. And one case is based and built on nothing but speculation and rumors and theories and all that other stuff. The other case is all based on facts that are unbelievable, but they're there. Okay. A judge that is completely and totally illicitly corrupt, in my opinion. And in Delphi and just all the bullshit that has gone on in Delphi, completely different from what has happened in Idaho, where we see Brian, who's very clean cut, healthy looking, being taken care of, all that shit. And he seems to have a really good defense team. Thank God Richard Allen does at this point, but they don't even want him to have a defense at this point. They just want him to take it and bend over, take it, and be done.
They found the bullet that cycled through his gun. He's guilty in my eyes.
I'm sorry?
I said they found the bullet that cycled through his gun at the scene, and he confessed.
Did he, though?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I heard. So he's guilty to me.
Well, I mean, that's I respect that, but you got to look at all the other little things.
That's not my
that go
opinion,
along
but
with-
you understand. But you see how that sounds, dude. Okay.
No, I know. No, I get what
No,
you're
I don't think
saying.
he's fucking guilty, dude. Come on, a bullet that cycled through a gun. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I would love for there to be like 10 guns lined up, and then them cycle a bullet. I mean, them just literally put a bullet in, take it out, and then have an expert come up and try to pick which gun it went in. There's no way in hell they picked the right one.
Absolutely, they can.
Yeah.
110. I can tell you firsthand, 1,000%, they will get it right if they're an expert or even good in their field every single time. It has everything to do with the bore marks.
Have you?
Hold on a second. That means, but that means that bullet would have to be specific to his gun, or else it could have cycled through other of those calibers. Correct?
Yeah. Yes. No. No.
What it's saying
I mean,
is it has
other
each-
calibers in other houses.
Each pattern is going to be different on the actual bullet versus the cartridge. And the bullet itself is going to have its own signature, essentially fingerprint, that's going to match up with the bore of that gun, and no single bore will ever be the same.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Okay. So,
but that only happens once it's fired.
Holy
yes, it makes
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it makes
this wasn't a
its own-
spent one. This was. I think they're saying it just cycled through, right?
It was racked. It was racked, and then it fell out of the gun supposedly, and was found buried underneath one of the victims. Not buried.
That's why I don't buy it.
Well, then the only thing that would relate to would be if there was a specific mark that occurred to the round when it was, cocked into the gun. that would match another casing that they found, so
Right.
that it would match between the two. That would be the only way that would make sense.
But I guess my issue is if I have a say a Colt 45, you have a Colt 45, and we take 45 caliber, and we have the same guns. I mean, yeah, I understand you're saying it's specific, but it's still, to know which. Like it came from your gun only. To me, that's crazy to say if it wasn't shot out of that gun. To me, that's just wild that's what they're going with.
Yeah,
I
right.
can see your argument. I can see it, but the point of it is guns make marks differently. All guns are, even though it may look like they're completely the same, it's not always going to leave the same marks. Does that make sense? So like when I rack, maybe I have one little piece of metal that sticks out just a tad bit and it makes a mark on the cast, right? So then if I see that on that and I go and I look at 10 other ones and they don't have it, then that's going to match up with the gun that's there. But I see your point. Your point as a whole makes sense, but there are ways to determine from there.
Well, I guess my question is like, how do you narrow it down to Richard Allen with a bullet when I'm sure if you look in that area, you have thousands of people with, those caliber guns, and I'm sure they didn't exclude everybody else. I guess that's my only thing. So it just sounds like there's a lot of reasonable doubt there when, an expert takes a stand that could, talk about it.
Well, and
was
that's
it
the problem.
unfired and ejected? Because if that's the case, it means that it probably jammed and he racked it out, right, to get another round in. And if that's the case, it would
be a dimple.
There would be some type of clause that and if the rounds around them, say the firing pin is hitting a certain position, a certain place, right? All that has to do with how your magazine is, or your clip is, or your magazine is put into the handgun, right? Whether it's the first time it's gone in or whether it's the 20th time that it's gone in or the 200th.
And that's why this man is sitting in prison right now waiting for this trial. That's really the only thing they have against him is that.
And how
which
tall
is
is he?
crazy because you're right. I'm not so sure that you could determine other than circumstantially based on other cartridges that may be around. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And then
it was one bullet, Truth, and it was found 3 days after the crime scene was cleaned up and has a huge major chain.
Sounds like another case that's going on.
Interesting.
Jesus mighty. What's up with this chain of custody shit, man? It seems like they just can't get it right.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
Just saying. It's and there's so many other things that have happened in that case in Delphi. I haven't been able to get around to covering it again, but like I said, they removed his defense team. They bullied his defense team to go away. Okay. And then the judge in this case, obviously you haven't followed a lot of it or any of it, maybe at all, Truth, but it's crazy. It's the craziest case I've ever seen. Has
it gotten crazier in the past couple months?
Yeah, I just told. Yeah,
I haven't been following it.
Don't even want him to have a defense. Okay, everybody's leaving. Okay, bye, guys.
I'm here. Am I here?
Everybody, yeah, you're still here. Everybody, they don't want. The state doesn't want him to have a defense. They don't want him to be able to defend himself. Okay, and that's insane to me.
What?
Yeah. Okay.
How is that? Wait, they want him
I haven't been able to cover any of it because I don't want to come out here half-assed with it and give you bits and pieces. I covered what I covered on it thus far up to about a month ago, and there's a lot that has happened in that point that I'm not privy to because I haven't really looked at it. I'm
not real familiar with this case.
It's crazy.
That sounds crazy, though, man.
It is beyond ridiculous at this point. And you want to talk about the PCA having holes in it? This one is like completely looks like it was shot with a BB gun. Okay.
What's crazy is I've only caught 10 minutes of anything about that case, and the 10 minutes I caught was that judge assuming that the lawyer was going to drop out, and that's where I was like, yo, this is fucked up. She literally told him oh, I was assuming you were gonna, and he was like, what? And I was like, this is nuts.
It's a mess. It's beyond a mess. Eventually I'm going to get to it to where I can put a good heaping bit of it out, but it hasn't happened at this point. So there's a lot of a lot of this case that is absolute bullshit, period. And it, when you talk about the word corruption and you put the word Delphi next to it, it equals the same. Okay, it really does. It's 100% absolutely got to be what it is, and that's corruption, period. They're hiding things, they're covering up things, they're eliminating things. There's people that are involved that nobody's even looking at, that were involved from the beginning, that things have disappeared. There's been a lot of shit leaked. People have taken their own lives over this shit. It's insane, beyond insane. So
jeez, yeah, no, that dude committed suicide. So had like knew the defense or something.
Well, there was pictures leaked from the crime scene, and it was the victims were two very young girls, and the pictures were leaked, and I still to this day think that it was done purposely from the prosecution, and the pictures were leaked out to there was a couple people involved, YouTuber, that were put out to a YouTuber, and then in turn, the person that was the middleman took his own life, and there's another person that's on trial for that, I believe, or went to a hearing for that. I don't know how that went because I stopped following it, that part of it. But anyway,
that's wild.
It's also linked to Odinism in a big way.
And who said the sticks? And who was the one that said the sticks fell perfectly like that?
Jennifer Cockendacker.
Yeah, that weirdo.
The way it was found, truth was, it was all an Odinistic, like, rune base. When they found the victims, they were laying in a specific position with these sticks stacked on top of them in a ritualistic way. Well, she said they just fell out of the tree that way. This is another reason why I can't stand her.
That's like me spelling Dago and being like, oh, they fell that way.
Right. The judge forced the defense team to recuse themselves, basically. And then they took it to the Supreme Court, who reinstated them. She's done everything she can do to cause any problems she can in this case, to keep pushing it further and further and further away for trial. And she's denied every motion put forth for her, except for one, I think.
And can you imagine a trial, dude?
That's insane.
Oh, dude, it's beyond insane.
I'll have to look into it, but hell, with all the information y'all throw at me all the time, I don't have a whole lot more brain left.
No, there's so much more to it too. And like I said, I'll be covering it.
Who can step in this situation? Is there anybody?
The Supreme Court,
yeah.
The Supreme Court, or the Department of Justice. But I mean, she has fought every aspect of everything. They asked her to recuse herself. She laughed at it. She blew it off. It was a joke. None of that's not going to happen. And you got to wonder, why are you so dead set on being the judge on this case? Why do you have to be here? So you can look at it from two ways. Either one, somebody is holding something over her head, or she's involved. That's my opinion. I'm just saying. And so there's other people, there's photographs.
You're saying the judge is involved?
Either she's involved or somebody's forcing her to be the way she is.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's no, I'm not lying, dude. I know that sounds out there.
She like dismissed his lawyers for him and shit. Like, it's crazy.
I'm not lying, truth. I mean, I know that sounds like it's out there and it's very conspiracy-like, but it's all right in our faces. We've seen it all. It's crazy. You look at what's going on.
Like you said, they don't even try to hide it.
No, it's not. It's been out in our face. It's right there. It's not rumor. None of this it's all right in front of our face, and it's real. So it's like, what is going on? Okay. So here's another quick thing for you. When Richard Allen, who is the suspect, was arrested, okay, they took him into custody. They did his intake and all his hearing. I can't think of the word for it right now. His initial, when he goes in front of the judge thing. Okay. The judge sent him to prison.
Initial arraignment.
Thank you. Arraignment. They sent him to prison. Okay. They sent him to a prison, not the county jail, but a prison. And then the judge recused himself from the case. Okay. And he said it was to protect all of the judges and attorneys and everything involved in this. That's what he said it was for. And the man went to a prison. And then it comes out that, it was an Odinistic ritual is what the murders were based on, right?
Is he Odinistic?
No, he's not. But guess what? When he goes to prison, the guards there are Odinists. They wear patches on their uniforms. You ever heard of that?
No comment.
Okay. So they wear patches on their uniforms.
No comment.
Then it gets back to the legal team and stuff like that, and they're forced to take the patches off. So then he's sent to another prison, and whatever one of the guards that had the patches gets a tattoo of the Odinist rune on his body.
I'm sorry. Is this? Come on now. Are you serious?
This is real life, bro.
Am I
So
lying
did
to
you know
anybody?
this from
Am I
our?
lying to anybody? Tell me I'm lying.
So
No.
do y'all remember back? I may have the times wrong. It's either the late '80s, early '90s. Maybe it was mid '80s. Anyway, when the New York Police Department got busted for having gangs within the department, and they
Yes,
had
yes,
tattoos, and
yes.
they were doing. You remember all that?
Yep.
That's what it sounds like, just by which. And mind you, let
It's
me
worse than
preface
that.
this. Let me
Yes, it's worse
preface
than
this,
that.
but let me preface this by saying I am not familiar with this specific case, so I'm just speaking on the information at hand.
Yeah.
What? War?
Yeah. When
Is
they
that true?
yes, that's true.
Yeah, that'd be my first freaking witness.
And every time this stuff happens, every time that there's something that, okay, for instance, he made a confession to his wife. He said, I did this. But this is only after we saw that he had lost like 100 pounds. He looked like he was dead, like a walking dead, as I called him. He's not eating. He's refusing to eat, which, as Sleuthy stated, I wouldn't either, because I'd be
And he
worried that
couldn't. And he had no. I mean, he didn't have 1 second of privacy, not even with his lawyers.
yeah. Right.
So
what?
Every time he would have his, when the attorneys come to the prison or the jail to sit down with their clients.
This happened in
Every
Russia,
time,
right?
I'm sorry?
This happened in Russia, right?
yeah, right.
Yeah,
North
it sounds like
Korea.
it, but no, it happened right here in Indiana. And so every time they would show up to sit down with him, it was recorded by the COs and the prison guards.
They
100%.
recorded confidential conversations with an attorney.
They had cameras there. They watched everything he said and did. I believe personally, because we've never seen this confession he made to his wife over the prison phone.
Imagine that.
My visual is that there's a guy standing on either side of him as he's telling his wife this. Okay.
Or in a rooms. Yeah.
Yeah, she did not believe it. She hung up on him during
I could just see him there, kind of with no energy.
No, yeah, right. And they're kind of like forcing him. Now, here's the other thing. He's been forced to take medications, multiple medications. He has no idea what he's taking. Not to mention, he's never seen a doctor.
So who's prescribing the medication?
That's my question. Thank you.
Oh God, probably giving him lithium.
And if you've ever seen this guy,
I apologize for my lack of knowledge, but I almost appreciate the fact that I don't have the knowledge, because the same with the Idaho 4, it's a different perspective. You're not clouded by all the
of course, yeah,
nonsense.
Of
but
course.
it's also one-sided. It's Dago's side. Respectfully, I respect Dago.
Well, there's no way to see it any other way, though. That's the sad part.
Like I said, they don't care, dude. They don't care about public opinion or nothing. They're just like, we're hanging him.
Okay, so let me show you something real fast here, if I can. He's actually looking a little healthier lately than he did, thank God. Because I personally, I think they were trying to kill him. I think they wanted him to die off before he made it to trial. That's just my opinion. But let me see something here.
I questioned a couple times if anybody saw him before his hearings and shit like that.
Well, we got nervous because we didn't think he was going to make it. He didn't. Yeah, when we didn't see him. So this is what the guy looked like when he got arrested. Okay. The guy in the middle, obviously in orange. You see him there. Okay. That's what he looked like when he was arrested. He's kind of chubby, healthier looking in that sense. Now, let me show you what he looked like within a year of being arrested. Hold on a second.
And then after this, show him the sketch.
Jesus, yeah, that they never used. The sketch they came up with matches up to somebody completely different that has never been taken into custody. But this is the guy they have. 1 second.
And how tall is he?
5'6" or 5'8", I think. And the bridge guy is
how
a lot
tall was the oldest girl?
I don't know how tall the girls were.
Oh, okay.
For sure, but
well, I'm wondering the precedence of the don't collect 200, pass jail straight to prison without a conviction.
Thank you. It was for the protection of the judges.
I don't give a shit if it was a protection for Jesus Christ. The Constitution and the law is the Constitution and the law.
The Constitution doesn't matter in Indiana.
You think they care about that today, dude?
I'm sorry.
No, I
I'll
was
die
saying
on
that
that hill, brother.
they don't. You know, it seems like some states like uphold it more than others.
Well, they've never upheld anything in this case. Now, this is what he looked like more recently. He's a little heavier now than he is there. Now, I counted when they brought this man into the court, okay? You see these guys on either side of him, right?
Jesus.
There's 12 of them, Truth. 12 for this little teeny guy. He's shackled at the waist with the chains. You can see him, ankles, everything. They drugged this guy into the court with 12 of these guys around him. For what?
So where's he going?
I was waiting for him to put him on a dolly and strap him down and put the Lecter mask on him and bring him in that way next.
That's some Hannibal Lecter shit.
It is. And he's accused of murdering these two girls. He didn't go out and murder 300 people. He didn't do a mass school shooting, which they treated those guys better than they've treated this guy. Okay? And look at him. He could barely see. Like when he's walking through here, he looks through people, Truth. He doesn't look at them. Like he's not even seeing us. You know what I'm saying? It's insane. It's insane. So this is what I'm talking about with this case. And like I said, I'm gonna get to it. I just, with everything we've been doing, and it's been hard, and I don't want to come out with half-ass shit on this. When I come out with it, I want to come out with it right, and I got to get together with Salty to do it right. So but there's so much of this, it's crazy.
What day did they push it back to? Whatever the hell the next thing is.
The court date or the hearing?
Yeah, whatever is going on.
The trial. When is the trial again? Yeah, it's two different prisoners. They look like to me. When is the trial for sure, Salty?
Well, is there a hearing to determine the shit about his lawyers and stuff?
That's all done. They already got through that. His lawyers are back. They've been working for him.
Yeah,
I don't know what else is new now, but
yeah, but I thought you just said they don't want him to have a defense.
Why,
they don't. Go ahead.
Why wouldn't they request for a different venue after the judge has shown so much?
Everything's denied. Everything's denied that is motioned. She throws it off the table.
Okay, then why have they not appealed to the Supreme Court on it?
They did on one, and the other was they appealed to the Supreme Court on having her recused. That was thrown out.
Wonder what the Supreme Court's ruling on that was. Why their refusal to remove?
I don't even.
Are there going to be cameras at least?
No, they've shut this down completely. There's no.
I didn't imagine that.
Oh, they're going to railroad somebody.
Yep.
And Ellie knows that at least one other person was involved. Never has that been brought forth. There's probably been, I can't remember exactly how many suspects. One of them's dead. Two of them I'm very sure of are the ones that are probably involved. One specifically, okay. Again, oh, here's another picture. I mean, this guy it's sad to even look at him in this state. There's a good side by side of what he looked like before he was arrested and what he looked like after he was arrested right here. That's him now. That was him when he got arrested. Did they even look like the same person? Like this guy looks like he's dying, in my opinion. He looks like The Walking Dead.
Wow. I mean, he's definitely on a hunger strike.
Look at his eyes, too. Like I said, and how do you give somebody medication that never seen a doctor?
Well, yeah, I'm with you on that, but
yeah.
Yes, Mama Bear. I'm talking.
Yeah, but who's giving him the medication?
The guards.
What?
But who's giving the guards the medication?
Exactly.
The guards.
So they're letting guards give illegal drugs.
They're doing what they want to do in this case. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. They're doing whatever they want. Nobody's calling it out.
Jesus.
It's all bullshit. There's a lot of motion. Hearing is coming. Salty says. She denied it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, she denied it, bringing in a jury.
She denied it. Wait,
so all
what?
they need is oh man.
Wait, there's not going to be wait, what do you mean she denied it bringing in a jury? What does that mean?
No cameras, no nothing. it's insane, really. Like it's even I don't even
But there will be
understand.
it's not her making the decision, right? There will be a jury, at least.
I mean, this isn't 1673.
I don't
Well,
know, dude. It seems like it.
it is there.
Holy shit! Excuse
Dude.
my French.
So
I'll
that means
speak
every
Spanish.
single objection is going to be sustained by the prosecution.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, he very well could have been part of this. He very well could have done this. I don't think he did, but I'm just saying he could have. But all of this here is going to be. I mean, it's just it's insanity.
I mean,
Julie
what
Dunn is
evidence?
asking if it's going to be a bench trial.
I have to ask. Okay, well, I'm hearing the shit side, right? Excuse me, but that's the only way.
Wait a minute, real quick. Yeah, is there any proof that all this is true? Absolutely, Ray. I could show you every bit of this, every bit that this has happened. Willie's seen a lot of it. I've showed it to some of you guys, but yes, every bit of this is provable. I have receipts for all of it. Does
Like
it
you
make
said,
sense to anybody? This is what I've been screaming at you guys, and I know Salty has for months now. When everybody's bitching about how unfair that Idaho is and how crazy it is. Yes, it is off by a little bit. This case here, what the fuck?
Yeah, but look at how they're trying. Yeah, but look at how they're trying to. I mean, you know, it's not out there because they're trying to. They're hiding it.
Well, my question is this coming down to, and this is about to trigger some people. Are these things coming down to what happens when you take funds away from law enforcement and they don't have the funds, or, I hate to put it that way. I'm just saying, it seems to me that if you, maybe not in the specific case we're talking about, right? Or you're talking about, but I'm speaking in general, even this about, whoa.
Now, look at this picture real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, but the sketch in the middle is the sketch of who they call Bridge Guy, the supposed murderer, right?
Yeah.
Look at the other two on the other side of him, and you tell me who matches up.
You're not going to like my answer.
You can say it's him if you want to.
It looks like him.
Well,
it definitely doesn't because of the spacing of the eyes. His eyes are a lot closer together than the sketch.
But here's the thing. We found a picture of this guy here on the right with that hat on, the exact hat. And I'm telling you right now.
I mean, that makes things different.
Here's
but I
another
could see, in fairness, I could see where, on the left, there's some, and mind you, when we're talking about sketches, there's going to be variations, right? Because the human mind has a way of remembering the way it wants to remember.
Absolutely.
So you have to take that into consideration, and also who saw the person in order to give the sketch, and from what angle did they see them?
Right. And
yeah,
then
wait to see the other one.
There's another sketch of a younger person that they never even brought out to show anybody.
Okay.
Why? But that's the person that was seen by other people. Okay. So these were all hidden. All these things were buried years and years and years ago.
That's crazy.
There were 3 officers that followed this whole Odinistic link to this. Okay. Other than that, nothing. Now, here's the thing to this, the big catch to this. Okay. Truth. This guy right here worked at CBS. This crime, mind you, happened 6 years ago. It was unsolved for 6 years. Then all of a sudden, a year or so ago, they arrest this guy out of nowhere, who worked at CBS and lived in Delphi for 6 years that whole time, right? Mind you, this sketch right here that we're looking at in the middle was posted at his job site and at the bar he went to, and all over the damn town for those 6 years. You're going to tell me that nobody looked at this sketch and him and went, "Oh my God, I found him."
Well, they're probably like, he's not capable of it.
Well, I don't know. The more I look at, I'm glad you kept this picture up, because the more I look at it, the nose
Put that hat on
looks
top of the guy's head on the right.
That guy has the same facial hair.
Well, here's where facial hair can change. That is nothing.
They kind of resemble each other too. That's the other problem. Okay.
But what I'm seeing personally, you're right, is the eyes.
Yes.
Also, the nose on the left is much more pointed and round, and the one on the right is more flattened round. Does that make sense? Like flare round.
It does. But
it almost looks like a picture of the two of them.
too. Yeah, I look at those things like you do too.
Yeah.
When I looked at this picture and then I looked at him, okay, him making this face don't help. He has another picture where he's a very relaxed face, and it does make a difference. But
yeah, because
if you
this
look at
face it doesn't help at all.
the bulb on the end of his nose on the guy on the right is very close to that. And then if you look at the space when his face is relaxed, you see how there's kind of this gap in this space right here in the middle of his nose at the bridge.
Yeah.
He has that when it's not all crinkled up, and the eyebrows matched up to me very well. And as soon as you put that hat on his head, holy shit, I was just like,
Well, let me ask
Well,
you
like I
this:
said, my
Who
question
is this
comes down.
dude?
Go
Well,
ahead.
my question comes down to like, who gave the description of this guy?
There was, oh Jesus, you would ask me right
People
now.
at the park.
I went
That's
blank.
how much I don't know about this case. But I'm
I know
saying
there's
like
a lot
that
you don't know.
that matters.
It does. It does. I can't give you names because I'm completely lost into 3 other cases right now.
You know,
Hold on.
it's like questions like, were they 50 yards away or were they 2 yards away? You know what I mean? Do you have good vision or do you wear glasses to help with your vision? Because that matters too.
Right.
So sketches are always pretty interesting to me. A lot of times they're right on. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of times they're absolutely not on at all.
No,
Kind of like
100%.
a lie detector test.
I absolutely agree with you. Hold
Unless
on.
you're Seth, and then you just pass it because you're Seth.
Now, one thing you need to understand too with this is this is all based on the bridge guy video. I'm gonna show you real quick what that is. Okay. Now, Richard Allen, the guy on the left, the guy that's in prison right now, is I think he's 5'6" or 5'8". Everybody that has done all of the work on this to figure out who Bridge Guy is are stating that he's about 6 foot or so and then some, possibly. Okay. Or no, I'm sorry, between 5'10" and 6 foot, I think it was. I'm gonna give you bad information. I don't want to because I can't think right now. But I want you to watch this real fast. This is the Bridge Guy video. This is what this sketch was based off of, okay? Per se.
Hey, Dago, they're telling you to check your Discord, brother. They just got emergency things around it, so I thought I'd let you know.
What's up, Cassie? Or
no problem, Cassie.
Wait a minute, what is going on?
Well, I don't like the silence.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, I'm doing something. What's going on? Oh God, there you go, Discord. I'm so glad I never downloaded that shit.
Yeah, I don't have a Discord either.
I stay away from Discord and all.
Wait a minute, guys.
Facebook.
Hold on. We have to back out of this. 1 second.
Huh?
Oh shit. Okay. We have a 6-year-old girl with special needs that went missing in Pike County. I was gonna get to that next. Which is out of Cleveland, the Cleveland area here where I'm at.
Shit.
And K9 units guided by deputies have detected something at the front door of a nearby house. The house is reportedly owned by a registered SO. As part per deputies presented the location. Second search of the property is currently being organized by the deputies. Okay, I got you. Thank you, guys. I seen it. I just didn't want to interrupt this. I was going to get to that next and talk about it. No worries. You guys scared me for a minute. Okay.
My bad. I just kept seeing it.
You're okay. You're okay. You're fine. Absolutely no worries. Hold on a minute.
Well, I'll just be one to say prayers for that little girl. I don't know her name, but prayers for her.
Thank you. Okay. And so this is the Bridge Guy video. This is what got the whole thing going way back when.
That looks like the guy on the right.
Thank you. Now watch this. That was the other. There's the other sketch that was never used. Okay, it was hidden away for a long ass time. But again, so there's that. That was the bridge guy thing. And if you look at the sketch here, they matched up. Okay, but again, this don't look like. To me, this has never looked like Richard Allen. I'm sorry to say, but anyway, moving on. I have something else to pull up for you too.
And that's interesting.
All right, here it is. Thank you, Salty. All right, here, let me throw this in here for you. Now, do you see it?
That looked good.
I'm gonna keep playing all the way to the end for you.
What kind of haircut do you have, Karen? I mean,
whoa,
you off. So you don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
America is a nation of.
What?
Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear this?
Yeah, but
okay, good go. I'm just making sure.
I'm confused.
Thank you, Doodle. I'll explain it as soon as we get to the end of the video.
Okay.
Detectives today trying to identify the suspect in this photo and this voice.
Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
Sounds like your voice.
He's been taunting everybody. He's just an asshole. To me, he looks just like that guy. And there's a lot of things. And it was a video that he put out on his Facebook page whenever he first was noticed to be who he was. So at that point, everybody was kind of like, whoa, who are you? And where you been for 6 years? You know what I mean? And he's been out there just being so cocky and arrogant. Like you've heard him. Does this hat trigger you? You think I'm the killer because I'm wearing this hat? No, I think you're the killer because you fucking look like him, dickhead. Okay.
Yeah, how is he associated with the case though? Is he live in the area?
What's his background?
That's the other. Well, he's an Odinist. Actually, not an Odinist.
Oh my god.
He's not an Odinist. He's a heathen, which is a sect of. They took Odinism and they twisted it into something dark and dirty, and that's who he belongs to.
Even worse.
How about that? Quite interesting. I don't believe in coincidences. I'm sorry. Not especially not.
I would love to get somebody who is an Odinist on a panel and just discuss what is your beliefs. What are those beliefs? Because if
I went through a whole video about it, and it has nothing to do with what they did. It's done. Take it out quick.
Even the ritual or the way that the bodies were laying isn't.
Yes, they took it. It's very, very different. They took it and darkened it and made it into their own thing. I know some Odinists. I'm very close to a couple. This is nothing like what it's supposed to be. So,
I never met one Odinist in my life. What do you mean you know a couple? I never even ran into one.
I know a few. I'm very close to. There's some that come into this channel for a fact. Okay, and I'm not calling their names out. And it's like Molly says, it's not what they have made it into. That's for sure.
So
I showed videos of true Odinism, and it's nothing like what the hell they did. So,
can I ask, just so that I'm, at least informed, what is the basis of Odinism?
It's a religion, okay, and it's based on the Norse religions.
Okay, I got you. Yep, I got you.
So they took that, okay, and they turned it into some kind of dark ass, sick. I don't even know what to call it, honestly, because it's not Odinism. It's not at all. It's no, it's not even true. Odinism is a branch off of like a paganistic type religion, which is again normal. I think the group he belonged to was one of them was called the Vinlanders or something like that. The heathens, they call it. They're just dark. It's a cult like scenario. Okay.
The comment section's just great. Sometimes I get lost in it. The Viking gods, Vanlanders, cult. Molly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's at
There it
Molly.
is.
Never
The
mind.
heathens of Indiana. It's real. There's videos of him through Facebook and stuff wearing these shirts, these
What
groups
the?
of people. It's insane. But
And they arrest
he had nothing to do
Richard
with-
Allen.
Thank you. Richard Allen, out of all the people that they've looked at, had the absolute smallest. If like there was no criminal record, everybody else had criminal records though.
I'm just flabbergasted, to be honest with you.
Everybody is.
Is it like Mormonism?
It's just crazy how they stripped his rights away like this.
Well, yeah, and that the higher court rejected it. Like, I would love to see it. If anybody can point me in the direction of the Supreme Court's ruling and what their ruling was, I'd love to read their reasoning for that ruling.
You mean on the judge not recusing herself?
Yes.
I don't. Salty where did that? Hold on a minute, guys.
And by the way, Salty's the one that called a few minutes ago, or a little while ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Salty's smart. Salty's smart as fuck. I don't follow her. I guess I need to. But you want to talk about looking at a case, multi-perspectively. She definitely sounds like that's what she does.
Okay, so Salty says the Supreme Court decision was based on lack of evidence. I don't know how that even goes through based on everything that we've seen.
Lack of what? Right. Okay. Okay.
Right. She's biased as shit.
What evidence?
Lack of evidence for the reasoning to have her recused.
Well, yeah, but she sent him to a. Oh, okay. So the judge that sent him to prison, skipped jail. He recused himself, right?
Yes.
And then the new judge kept that ruling.
Yeah.
And that is not enough for the Supreme Court to say his rights were violated?
No, and then they took this. They basically went in and said that Judge Gall is biased and that she needs to be recused. And there's not enough evidence to prove that she's biased. Well, watch YouTube, watch the trial, watch the hearings.
I mean, I'm gonna have to now. I don't have a choice.
No, not you. I'm saying the Supreme Court, they need to look at all of that stuff and look at all the motions that she's denied. Look at all of the things that she's created in this case. That's how they can tell that she's biased. I mean, you don't have to have any kind of intelligence to tell she's biased. So,
well, on the bright side, it's creating a dream situation for the defense when it comes to, when and if the trial is done, as far as,
well, not if she doesn't allow for that to happen, then, and that's what she's doing. Where she,
well,
the
then
last
he would just
I
appeal to the higher court. He has the right to appeal his charges and his conviction. I mean, there's no way you cannot bystep that. He has the right to appeal his conviction, and he has the right to try to push that conviction up into a higher court, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I agree, but when I covered the Supreme Court trial or the hearing that we had here, or that they had there for that, and they didn't even want to hear anything to do with the judge's recusal. They were more worried about the fact that the attorneys were forced into a recuse and all that kind of stuff. That's all they cared about.
Which would stand for reason for the judge to be recused as well.
Oh yeah,
I agree with you, but they didn't want to see it.
That's insanity.
This case is insane. It is absolutely insane. I've never seen this basically here in my. I'm sorry to say it like this, you guys, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but what has happened in this case is that somebody went and had a big old Mexican meal and then took a huge heaping hot shit on the Constitution in this case, period, is what they did. And they've allowed for that to happen. Nobody said a word. I mean, people have said things, but there's been no changes. You know what I mean? So, and then here's another thing too. What's that say there? Baldwin told Gall she doesn't even know this case. Yeah, that's true too. So here's the other thing, Truth. Whenever she forced this attorney here and the other one to recuse themselves. He didn't want to. She basically took him into private quarters and basically told them, blackmail, I call it, that I'm going to put you guys out there and make you look like assholes or idiots if you don't walk away from this.
The judge said that?
Not in those words, but okay. You know what I'm trying to get at.
Right. I just want to make sure I was understanding who you were talking about.
Yeah. She didn't use those words, but that's basically what she did to them. So then she comes back out after, I don't know how many officers walked into the courtroom, sat down to be intimidating, in my opinion, and said, "In a strange change of events, Mr. Allen's attorneys have recused themselves, or they're going to recuse themselves, blah, 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 blah," which was a total blatant lie. Okay. She knew what was going on. So then, that being said, she says, we're going to have to find him a defense team. Well, she did. She went and handpicked it, in my opinion, and brought 2 guys in, one of them, which I'm pretty sure she was, maybe both she was friends with on her Facebook accounts. Okay. So these attorneys take over for a very short period of time until this went to the Supreme Court. And another conflict of interest, in my opinion. So then when his attorneys are actually brought back to be his defense team, blah, 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 she lost that. The attorney that stepped in, that was actually one of her friends, did an interview. That man himself said he believes that Richard Allen is completely, not partially, not even remotely, he's completely innocent in his mind.
Damn.
And they said, "Why do you say that?" Okay. And he said, "Because of what I saw the period of time that I was here." This is a friend of hers, mind you.
Imagine not a friend of hers.
Yeah, that's what I want you to see. That's the biggest thing that really blows it away right there. 1 second.
Stay inside, folks.
What was that attorney's name again? Salty. Let's see here. Here it is.
Court, and they're
this was played through Court TV. Labrado, that's his name.
So did he also hint towards Odinism?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Wait, did he? What do you mean? Wait, ask that again. Was he part of it? You said?
No, I said, did he hint towards Odinism?
Yes, he did.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Hold on. Here we go.
This is fucked up, man.
Yeah, I misheard what you said. I thought you said, did he? Yeah, he did. He definitely did. Sorry.
I gotta move out of this country.
I'm
All right,
surprised the Facebook or the YouTube grifters aren't all over this case.
Hopefully they will be.
It
Well, the
doesn't
problem
make
is
any
you have so many going on right now, I think.
The thing, no, it's not even that. It's because this is all fact-based. It's all really happening. It's all true. They can't turn this into something else. That's the problem. Okay.
That's true.
That's the problem with this.
both sides shouting out at the top of their lungs that kind of a comparison is of no value.
It was an unseasonably warm February day in 2017 in the small rural town of Delphi, Indiana. It's not a place where you worry about your teenage kids deciding to go on an adventure. So when Abby Williams and her best friend Libby German decided to go on a hike near the Monin High Bridge in the middle of the day, no one thought it was dangerous. But when Libby and Abby did not show up when they were supposed to get picked up, their families began to worry and they began to search. Then the next day, the worst news possible. The bodies of these 2 young girls were found, both victims of murder. As the investigation progressed over 5 years, there were sketches of the suspect that looked like 2 different people, and there was video of the killer. Then finally, an arrest of the accused murderer, Richard Allen. Allen says he didn't do it, and he also alleges it was a group of Odinites who are responsible, white nationalists practicing an ancient Nordic religion. This case has also been buried in legal controversy involving Richard Allen's attorneys who were on the case, off the case and replaced, and then back on the case. Tonight, we'll speak with one of his replacement attorneys about Allen's innocence, his treatment while in custody, and Odinism as we continue our investigation of the Delphi murders.
I'm Vinnie Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Oh, God.
Abby and Libby were best friends. And when I think about what happened to them in the moments of terror that they went through, the fact that 2 were murdered doubles the tragedy, obviously. But for
court decision came down, I reached out again. He said, yeah, I want to talk now. So we set it up. I flew up to Fort Wayne and we sat down and talked.
So big picture, after sitting down and speaking with him, what was your biggest takeaway from the whole thing?
How I think bothered he is by this case and the treatment that Richard Allen is receiving while he's being held in a maximum security prison pending trial.
Once again, I want to remind you something. The gentleman that they're about to hear from was an attorney that is friends with this judge that is crooked as hell, in my opinion. And he couldn't even go that direction once he was involved in this, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Role of potential odiness in this case, and he believes that Richard Allen is innocent.
Wow. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get to that interview. The folks at home like, Vinny, we play the interview. Yes, we will. Let's take a listen. Now, this is the part where you're talking about his innocence,
yes.
Right? And folks at home know the difference in our legal world between believing your client's innocent and believing that the other side doesn't have enough evidence to prove that he's guilty. Those are two different things. He believes he's innocent. Let's take a listen.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin issued a press release not too long into their getting the case, and they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't. Now, what I believe, nobody cares.
Now, understand something. He didn't say that he was maybe a second person involved or that he had a little bit to do with this. This man is claiming that this man had absolutely nothing to do with this.
My job would have been to convince 12 jurors of that.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it. 100%.
And what convinced you?
Conversations with him, the fact that he lived in this very small community that's not much bigger than a high school. He worked at the CVS in Delphi. The police sketches are hung up in the CVS. The bridge guy picture is in the CVS. And in 5.5 years, no one comes into that store and says that kind of looks like you. And I don't know if this has any relevance. And, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but an arrest was made 24, 27 days before a sheriff election. Just my humble opinion that played some kind of role in his arrest. And he hadn't moved. He hadn't changed his story. Nothing.
Now, let me ask you something real quick here, Ruth, based on your knowledge of the law and things that go on within criminal cases. If you would have committed this crime and unalive these two girls, would you have stayed there for 6 damn years and lived your life like nothing ever happened?
The unpopular answer to that is it's not abnormal for someone who commits a heinous crime to stay within the local area after they do it.
Okay.
But then again, because they get joy off of the pain that they see from the people affected by it. So if you move away, then you're not going to be able to see that as intently. However, I do find it odd, not impossible, but odd that those would be hung in his place of work. And I guess watching that, I see the bridge video. My question would be, is that how this gentleman would typically dress? And I think that would tell a lot as to, is this the type of clothes that he would normally wear?
Jeans and flannel shirts and t-shirts and stuff. Sure. Unless he's at work.
In the manner in which he's wearing them, sloppy. Okay, we're using you look at this and you look on, the guy looks almost homeless. That's not someone that I would think that would be. Is he a pharmacist or does he just work at the pharmacy?
I think he was like a pharmacy tech or something. He helped back there. He worked there.
But that's not necessarily what I would envision, and I could be wrong. A pharmacy tech wearing out in public of a small town in which everybody knows him.
Yeah, I mean, he had similar clothing to this, like Salty just said. So he had hats like this too. Okay.
When they put out that video at first, did they come out with like an approximate height that maybe an expert could look at that video and give an idea of how tall that person is?
Well, that video, when they said 5'10" to 6 foot, they're pretty well on with that.
Oh, okay. So they did give a approximate height of the person. So 5'10" to 6 foot.
I believe that's what Dago said a little while ago.
But Richard Allen's okay. I know you keep saying 5'6", 5'8". Let's say 5'7".
Okay.
To me, that's a big difference.
He's a short guy, period. Allen is just a short guy.
That's a big difference depending on boots and sole of the boot.
The bridge guy is a lot taller than what Richard Allen is, period. There's just no two ways
He
about
looks
it.
broader too, unless he has 4 or 5 layers of clothing on, which, again, that video isn't the clearest video, but my question is that supposedly after the murders took place?
No, that's right before and it's a looped video. That's another thing. The video has been looped, and you only get a tiny little piece of it along with the audio that goes with it, where it says, okay, down the hill. That's all you get for that. That's it. That's all we've gotten for the whole thing. Okay. It's 43-second video. Libby recorded him while walking toward them. It was while he was coming at them. It was right before this happened. Okay.
Oh, so the little girl videotaped it
on her phone. Yes. Which they found her phone underneath her body.
Okay.
Was never taken. It was just left there.
And do they have an approximate time of when this happened?
The what? The bridge thing, the murders, what? Which
the murders.
Yeah.
Are they trying to say this happened in daylight?
Well, it would have to if that was as the gentleman or the individual. I hate to say gentleman, it's not gentleman. As the murderer walked towards them, it had to have been daytime.
Okay, I'm just trying to picture Richard Allen, getting up. So did he know? Did he know these girls at all? Is there any way he would have known that they were at that area?
Well, he claimed to be there that day. Okay,
that's fine.
But I don't. Not that I know of. He never knew him. He never knew them personally, in my opinion. I don't.
So he admitted to being at that part or on those railroad tracks that day,
which is another reason why they looked at him. Yes, but but that's all been how can I explain it? There's a whole lot.
It's so sad because he was probably just trying to clear himself, and they were like, "Oh, we got you."
That's why you never talk without a fucking attorney.
There's a bunch of other people and a bunch of other things that go into this. I'm just giving you the quick basics to explain to you how insanely crazy this shit is.
Right. I appreciate it. It is absolutely insane and crazy.
Let me get some more of
And
this.
you throw your life away, you throw your job away, the whole town knows you, the whole town comes to you for their medication, and then you're going to destroy your whole
and nobody has ever put out, Salty's right too, they've never ever showed the entirety of that 43-second video ever. Okay,
that's why I asked you, if that person's walking up to them, doesn't that person's face get more clear as they're walking towards the camera?
No idea, bud. We've never seen it. Never seen it.
I don't know.
Let me see some more of this though, because some other things he says is really kind of unsettling.
No facts or evidence have changed, to my knowledge, that brought law enforcement back to him 5.5 years later. He has no criminal record. They raided his house, took all of his social media. There's no ties to this Odinist cult whatsoever. He didn't even know that there was Odinist in Delphi. He had never heard of it. Just a lot of things don't make sense.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin also said that that there's no electronic evidence linking him to the crime scene or the girls, and that there's no DNA of his at the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes. As far as I can tell, yes.
That's wild.
There again. None of that stuff. There's nothing that links him to that scene, those girls, nothing. Not to mention where they were found, in my honest opinion, is definitely not the crime scene, because it's been so long since I've talked about this. I have so many other things on my mind. The 2 girls were found there. One of the girls was completely unclothed, and the other girl was wearing her clothes. Okay. There was one of the girls was completely drained of all the blood in her body, but there was not even one drop of blood where they were found on the ground anywhere.
Wait, what?
Okay. Then
What do you mean all the blood was drawn from? There was no blood in her body?
Yes, completely drained from her body. Now, not to mention, they found these sticks, and the girls' bodies were laid in this positioning, along with these sticks on top of them in odinistic runic form. They were runic forms, okay? That Jennifer Hackentarter said that they just fell out of the tree on top of them like that, which she's such an idiot. But anyway,
it's like some vampire shit.
And it looks exactly like an odinistic, which they don't do this, but like a sacrificial harvest type thing, maybe, or something. I don't know how to go into it. I'm not going to because I don't know what I'm talking about. But I could show you different things on it that I've looked at and I brought out. Okay. There's so much to it. Now, just understand that too. There's that. Okay. And it's I believe there was another scene that is the actual crime scene where all this happened. And then they were brought over to this area and staged and left, and off the people that did it went. And there's so much to that scene. That's why I believe that one person could not have done that. And did not do that, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. There had to have been at least one other person at the very least, in my opinion. So then days later, now here's the other thing, Truth. The sticks that were laying on top of these girls. If you are at a crime scene and you're collecting evidence from this murder, are you going to take those sticks or are you going to leave them there?
Absolutely take them.
Oh, okay. Well, they didn't. They just brushed them off to the side. They took pictures, okay? And then they brushed them off to the side and they left them at the scene. They removed everything that they needed to and they left.
Well, I mean, let me restate that. It would depend. If it looked like they were intentionally placed on the body, then I would.
Okay, I'll show you how they were. I'll show you how they were placed. I'll show you.
Okay.
There's a photo of that too. But anyway,
I don't know if I
then
want to see a
they
photo.
came back. They came back days later. I don't have photos of the actual, but I'll show you like a reenactment of it. I wouldn't want to see that. Okay. But anyway, they came back days later and collected all that stuff. Now, mind you, this bullet that is what they arrested him on. This one bullet was found, would have been in between where the bodies were, embedded in the ground in the dirt. Okay. It was never fired from a gun, as we told you. It just looks as if it was put in the gun, racked, and it came back out. That's how they identified it. Match it to a gun that he has and that everybody else in America owns, okay, but never fired through the barrel ever. And that was the thing. So there's a huge problem with the chain of custody with that bullet, mind you. And that's how they found it, embedded in the ground in between where the bodies were 6 days later. Or 3 or 6 days. I can't remember. I'm so off on this right now. I got to get myself caught back up. But anyway, so there's that too. Just to give you a little bit more knowledge based on what you're probably going to hear here in a second.
All right, we're going to bring in some more guests to join me and Barbara here. Joining us in Orange County, California, the author of Forest for the Trees, a book about the Delphi murders, investigative producer Chris Todd. And in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, religious cult expert, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, and the author of the book Deceived, an investigation into Zion Society cult. Mike King is here.
Spare tire on the back. We're very brave.
What they're going to say, we don't have time for that, but I'm going to show you some more of this attorney real quick.
TV exclusive sat down with Richard Allen's former attorney, his replacement counsel, William Libredo. And here's what he had to say about Odinism.
You had not heard of Odinism when it first was floated with regard to this case?
I honestly thought, I was like, no disrespect to Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie, because they're excellent lawyers. I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't. I never heard of it. And the more I got into it, that's a real thing.
Oh, now. So you see this patch, right? My brother-in-law was a CO for a prison for like 10 years, right? I talked to him about this, and he knows other guys that do it too. And I asked him, I said, are you guys allowed to do stuff like this? Are you allowed to wear like extracurricular like patches or anything like that on your body, your uniforms, can you get tattoos of things on your face and this and that? And he looked at me and laughed. He goes, are you nuts? He goes, no, we wear our uniform. And he showed me this side had an American flag on it. This side had the prison that he was working at. Okay. The name of it. His name was here. And there was something else over here. Anyway, that's it. Okay. Mind you, they're not even allowed to have facial hair where he worked at. Now, it may be different in some other prisons. I don't think it is. And I even asked him that. He goes, I doubt it because it's a pretty much an unwritten rule. You can have a mustache. You can't have a full beard or any of that kind of shit in some senses, he said. But they may have changed that, but you definitely can't have tattoos on your face. You can't have markings like this because you're working in a prison that is full of gangs and
gangs in it.
Okay. In a sense, you're playing into that and you're okaying it. So no, you're not allowed to. So these patches were being worn until it was brought to the warden's attention, which I believe knew, and was basically forced them to remove it. So when it was removed, the guy goes and gets a tattoo on his face.
Well, I mean, devil's advocate here. They do consider themselves a religion, and I just looked up, they are recognized as a religion. So they can't say you can't get it tattooed. It's not gang related, it is religion related. And if they did, that'd be a violation of their constitutional right.
Wow.
So is Scientology.
Well, yeah, I agree. Listen, I didn't say it was right. Our Constitution goes both
just
ways,
saying,
good,
it's
bad, and
crazy.
ugly.
But here's the thing: when
But
he
you're
was
right. It's
forced
crazy
to
how they can
remove
hide behind that factor.
when he was forced to remove the patch, he went and got a tattoo. Okay, it's looked at on my side of things, as far as my opinion, as a threat. Okay, that's all I see it as.
Yeah.
Is we're here and we're watching you. Know
Did
that
he
we're
get those triangles right there on his face? Is that what he got?
I think it was either that one or one of the other ones, but still, I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna move forward. I just wanted you to know that.
It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic beliefs on their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville. It's real. Just the other day, Robert and I were going to lunch and we saw a Jeep Wrangler right here in Fort Wayne with a spare tire on the back, and the cover said Odin, and it had all Odin spears like around on the cover. I would have never known what that meant and outside this case. So Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were onto something right away.
You described one of those.
And just so everybody knows, Mama Bear, she's in here too. She's my co-host on here, but she lives in Indiana and said that white supremacy is very huge and very active all over Indiana as we speak right now still. So
officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said "In Odin We Trust" on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop. And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had it tattooed under his right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, if he even knew what it was.
He looks a little scared talking about Odinism. I mean,
I don't know if he was.
And it's perplexing. I don't have all the answers, but that's my
kinds of conspiracy.
now look at how this man is being brought in. You might not see it all, but real quick here, watch this.
That probably are not very harmful, like the cults of people that follow the Dallas Cowboys. But then when you get into the ideology that's coercive, and there's coercive mind control, and there is all kinds of conspiracy attached to it, that's the.
You see how many officers he has with him? There's more in the front too. Okay,
He's like El Chapo, dude.
It's worse than that. I've not, like I said, I was waiting to see them bring him on a dolly strapped down with the electro mask on his face. It's insanity. So
Well, he's being brought down by the green team.
uh-huh. Okay.
Which is
There's also other deputies
right.
that are
I just mean by who has physical control over him is the green team.
Now,
I
have
think
you
it's
ever
all
seen Brian
for
Koberger
show.
brought into the courtroom like that ever?
Have I what?
Ever seen Brian Koberger brought into the courtroom like that?
No, that's
I only saw
typically
when they arrested him, they had like 6 guys on them, but not like that. Not like
Well,
how they are here.
Yeah, your whole green team and everybody here, and all these guys, they have him locked down completely. He's completely. It's I've never seen anything like this, you guys, ever. I couldn't believe it. Okay, and that's what he looked like when he was arrested.
I definitely don't believe any of this now. When you just told me that one of the girls had all her blood drained out of her body. I mean, how is he not going to have? I'm just trying to use my not common sense here. How is he not going to have any blood in his home or in his vehicle or him leave his DNA? I don't know, man.
Thank you.
What do you use? Like, is there a special tool or something to use to do that? Like,
it sounds to me, if they drained her blood, that they probably put an IV in her arm and let it go, or they opened up a main vein, or they opened up one of the.
Probably not. And if you want an honest truth, they probably did what's called bleeding. Here's where this is an interesting thing, right? So in order to flush the body of its blood, you have to take yourself and think about what you do before you prepare someone and embalm someone. And the process is an entry of one hose. I'm trying to use proper terms so I don't hurt anybody's, mind.
During a ritual type scenario, though, truth, it would probably be different, I would think.
Right. So there's my point. So if you don't have that type of, availability, the next option is you would cut underneath the feet. But the victim would have to stay alive because as soon as they die,
the heart has to pump it out, right?
Correct. You have to pump that. Yeah. So
she would be alive. You're saying
correct.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, because if you think about it, Willie, if you're dead first, your heart stops beating. There's nothing to
not circulating
out of your body, right?
And then coagulation occurs. Once coagulation and hardening of the interior tissues happen, then you go into your first stage of rigor mortis. You come out of that rigor mortis, and then there's a period of time that
your
you go into another set. Right.
Exactly.
So in order for them to make the comment that she didn't have any blood, I'm assuming that the majority, at least, of her blood was gone. And an IV would never get that much out. You would have you would have to cut from the bottom of the feet.
Or you could cut both the jugular and the
then you would have to put the person upside down.
I'm saying, yeah, but you could do it. We talked about it in cadaver class when I got my EMS.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that theory. Not to shoot it down real quick, but the rate of death is much higher at a fast bleed with less amount of blood to come out than if you did a slow bleed and allowed the heart to pump the blood out.
100%, yeah. I mean, not to be gross or disgusting, you guys, but the way you've seen a deer bled out for a hunter. They've done that in certain rituals and stuff like that, which is I looked it up and they've showed it. I'm not saying that's how this happened, and I pray to God it's not.
But let me ask you a serious question now. How can somebody have the time to do this in the middle of the day where people are like taking strolls?
I don't think it was all. I think this all went on throughout the night, Willie. Honestly,
I was gonna say, do you think there was
that would make more sense?
Like there was a kidnapping and then a return back to the original place?
Well,
but that's not what they're saying with the video, right?
They didn't put them back where they were initially taken from, but I think they took them to a specific spot that was kind of out of the way, did what they did, and then they went and placed them in that area that they found them and set the scene. That's what I think happened.
So that would mean their version of everything's bullshit then of that person walking up in that video and doing it at that moment.
Well, that could have been the initial interaction between them. Yeah. Okay.
So did Richard Allen ever admit to seeing those two girls on the tracks?
No.
Because my next question would be, well, is it possible that he walked right past them and kept going and they got him on video and, has nothing to do with who actually hurt them.
There's a lot more to it. There really is. I would love for you to be involved, Truth, when I do cover this.
Yeah.
I really would, because I know with your background that I'm not talking about, and nobody's going to ask because I'm not going to answer you or give you anything, even any close answers about it. He has the right to his privacy, but I know what you know, and I know that you would be really, really good for this one. Okay.
It's
And
definitely interesting. And I think that when we're talking about, forensics itself, you know, there's a whole lot that doesn't fall in line with common sense.
Right.
So the things that we would normally say, oh, common sense tells me this, most often that's not how medically things work, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so, people think, well, I've watched all these CSI shows, and although a lot of times those shows give pretty decent information, there's a lot of things I talk often about the Riley what's his name? Riley
Strain?
yeah.
Riley Strain.
Yeah, Riley Strain, and what a dry drowning is. And I tried to explain for the longest, and I think people still have a really hard time understanding that.
No, I get it.
But
I know what it is, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
a lot of people are like, it's impossible. No, the body does really crazy things when it is in a sense of fear or fight or flight.
Fight or flight. Defense,
Yeah.
automatic, natural defense mechanisms that our bodies have. Yes.
And my other thing would be if there, in order to control two, what I would assume to be vivacious, lively, they want to go on a hike, so they're active young girls, there would be some type of wounds if it was a single person to the attacker.
Or weapons that are there definitely has to be more than one person. I'm sorry, but
that's where I was getting at.
Yeah, if you have a gun and you're holding it on somebody, they're going to do what you're telling them to do, especially little girls like this, or a knife or something, or at least to a point. I don't know any more than that as far as that goes, but I do believe that's probably how this happened. That's my opinion, at least. So
yeah. I also think this person knew, like I said, I think this person knew that they were going to be there at that point. I don't think that this was just spare the moment fucking thing.
Now, one more quick little piece of info for you, dude, Truth, that I forgot to tell you about is the guy that we showed you that has the hat on that looks a lot like the bridge guy.
Right.
Has a son. Okay. That was, I can't remember his exact age right now. I'm so sorry, you guys. I wasn't looking at this today. Anyway, he was dating the one girl.
What? He was what?
He was dating the one girl.
That passed away?
Yes. The guy's son was. Yes.
Wait.
Hell?
So the guy that was making the I'm the murderer with the hat on videos.
Yes, sir. Yes,
his son was dating one of the girls that was killed.
Yes, sir.
And then he's mocking like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm not calling you a liar at all. Please let me see that at some point. That is what?
I'm gonna tell you what. This next week, I'll see if I can get together with Salty and we're gonna cover the whole thing. And I'll show you every bit of the information, sir, and you can join me. I would love for that. Because I'm telling you, when I first looked into this, I followed this case when it first happened a little bit, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. It's sad, and this and that. And I wasn't out here doing this then. When they arrested him, Idaho was at its peak. Okay, it was highly at its peak. So we couldn't get back into it, and nobody wanted to look at it because of Idaho. That's the sad thing, except for a very select few people that have been following this from the very beginning. So I couldn't really cover it. I was covering pieces of it as it was happening, bringing people that didn't know anything about it into it, showing it to them, showing them all this stuff. And it's insane, the whole thing. Salty is in my opinion, a novice of this whole thing, or not a novice, but not a professional. What'd you say?
A veteran?
Yeah, she's a veteran with this case. She knows everything about it. She knows all of the ins and outs. She has documents upon documents. She has videos. She has times and dates and all sorts of shit. Okay. And that's who she's been, anything I do with this, she produces it for me because that's who she is. And we're going to get together. We've been planning on getting together on this to cover this and bring all the new stuff together with it and show everybody how exactly insane this is, because it is. Okay. But everybody is so stuck on Idaho, and I'm not downplaying Sebastian or anything like that, but it has overtaken everything. And every time we try to jump to this, there's something new that pops up. So this coming week, this is a swollen, a sworn promise, not swollen. I don't know where that came from, but I'm going to do this. We need to do this. Everybody needs to come up to date on this. You need to see what's going on this. And I mean all of it. I'll go back to the beginning for you. I'll show the videos on it. We'll discuss it. It's going to take some time, a couple days, but we're going to cover the Delphi and get it back out in the public eye and get everybody up to date on it. Meanwhile, I will still be throwing, Sebastian's name out there and still looking at that stuff and so on and so forth. But it's completely insane.
Well, I don't mean to say move on from Sebastian, because I don't mean that in any way.
Well, I am.
But I think it's time to start letting time do what it does a little bit without all the crazy.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. And I have to do that, you guys, because it's been too much. Okay. Now, if there's an update, I'm jumping into it and I'll show it to you. If they're just like with Idaho, I left Idaho a long time ago, but anytime something new comes up, I bring it to you guys, because I promised to do that, because we covered a case. That's it. This here, I have not really been able to dedicate specified time to, and it really needs it, because there's a lot of people that are even in this community right now that are really, really wanting to know what the hell is the deal with this. Hearing what I've just told you today, for anybody that never heard that before, they're going, what? What? You heard Billy.
Just like that lawyer did.
I want to hear what Clue and Cletus have to say about all this.
They've never gotten a lot into it. Clue started looking into it when I started talking about it, and she was like, "What the hell are you talking about? How is that even true?" But it is. So we're gonna do it. I'm gonna get everybody in here. We're all gonna see this, and we're gonna go back and we'll give the basics at the beginning of the things that everybody knows, and then we're gonna go into the details and talk about every bit of it all the way up to right now, and show you where this is sitting. And then you can sit back when we're done and go, I living in, is this Russia like you said? Because I'm telling you, you won't believe it. You don't believe what you've heard so far. It's hard to believe that in the country that we live in that this happens. Take care, Mama Bear. I hope you had a great day.
Like trash, dude.
Exactly.
Bye, Mama Bear. Listen,
I gotta go pick up my daughter though, Dago. I appreciate you having me up, dude. Hope you have a good night. Truth, have a good night, man.
You as well, Willie.
All right, see you guys. See you.
What were you saying now, Truth? Take care, bud.
I can't get past the look in his eyes in that mugshot, though. Well, that's a awfully. And my next question would be: did he have a history of any type of drug abuse? Because
nothing I've ever heard of. Nothing's ever come out about it. The eyes. Listen, I said the same thing when he was arrested. I'm like, yep, there he is. He's crazy. That's him. But think about what just happened. The dude was just ripped out of his life, and he was arrested.
I get that. Those are some really big pupils.
Okay. Maybe he did. We don't know. They never talked about it, but maybe he did. I don't know.
But that could be fear too. I mean, that could definitely be fear.
Yeah, and I have another person that I have collaborated with. She's very good at this too, and I would love to bring her in too if I can find her. She's been MIA for a while, but she goes by Sleuthy Goosey. She's an expert on this as well, right along with Salty, and has a lot of stuff too. To hear their sides of this and to see this, how it could be presented to you, I'm telling you, it's going to completely blow the top off your head.
Hey, Clue, I see you down in the comments.
There she is.
Listen, this shit is crazy. I definitely want to hear your opinions on this case. This shit is nutty.
Did you hear what he said, Clue?
No.
I said I really, really want to hear your point of view on this case. I've never really heard much on the case, and this shit is nutty.
I haven't either. The only thing I know is what I've heard Dago say.
Yeah.
I do find it very suspicious that they find this bullet a few days later buried underground. And that's the only thing that links him to it.
Right.
And
That's it.
but there were people that saw him on the bridge. I don't know. I feel like there was two people involved because of watching that bridge video.
Yeah.
And I really don't know how they weren't in the parking lot when they took that video. It doesn't even look like they'd be on the bridge.
Right.
But you hear, to me, I feel like there's two different people talking on the video.
Oh yeah, I agree with that too. It sounds like two different voices to me too. And there is so much more. That's why I want to go to the beginning, and maybe you'll be able to join us too, Clue. The very beginning with this, and just because, like I said, Sebastian's case is down to nothing at this point until something happens. I think we need to bring this out from the beginning, piece by piece, and show it up to this point, and let the whole world see how insanely crazy this bullshit is. Like I said,
can I just say, why aren't we doing the gigolo? We got 10 years of corruption.
I looked at that one. I did a little bit on it. I couldn't get into it. Nobody's really come at me with that one either, though, Sarge.
No, but yeah.
What case is that, Sarge?
The Giglio Beach case. I can't think of the other name he has. He's a serial killer.
He's a serial killer for a long time, and for 10 years, the corrupt police department, because of their internal corruption and strife, were unable to fucking locate this guy or even solve the crime.
Right.
Meanwhile, he goes on for 10 more years killing people. And then once he's arrested, all of the cops and the chief and all of these people that were involved in the corruption get outed, and now they're under some kind of indictment or accusations. It's
Yeah. The list case. It is another crazy one, and I wouldn't mind covering it too. So, at some point I probably could pull out that from the beginning and just roll the whole thing out too. But I don't know why everybody has been so impassioned with Idaho. It's insane to me. I'm beyond over that.
Oh, sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Fiance thinks there's a really good chance that whatever that guy's name, Gigolo Beach guy.
The Giglio Beach. Yeah.
Oh, what is it? How do you say that?
Giglio Beach.
The Giglio Beach guy?
Or you could just say the Long Island serial killer.
Or Gigolo works. Okay, the Gigolo Beach guy, he thinks that his wife could be involved.
right, because they found her hairs on some of the victims.
Yeah.
But they're
I've heard
claiming that
that
she's
too.
not involved. But the police department is so corrupt, and there's so many issues there that's a very interesting. If people want outrage, that is the case.
It's
There's
pretty
outrage
crazy.
to be found, legitimate outrage in that case. If you want drama, that is a case of drama.
Actually, Sarge said it right. Gilgo Beach. I don't know why I'm saying Giglio.
That's what
Gilgo
I
Beach.
was like. That seems like there's too many syllables.
Yeah. It's Gilgo Beach. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Saying Giglio because of the Brady Giglio Act.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably true too, Cletus. Yeah. Good to hear your
Hold
voice.
on. Salty said, and so much, not just that. Are you talking about in terms of the wife?
I don't know.
The things that Dago's been telling us for the last 2 hours is effing stupid.
Okay, Wayne, I see you.
What?
Said they
Yeah,
also did the pineapple thing.
The
So-
Delphi thing that's just scratching the surface, truth. Honestly, there's so many more
Could be
details.
Gilgo, could be Giglio, it could be anything. But that case has got all avenues of drama. When you look at what they did there, that's a roadmap for how police departments are corrupt.
It is very, very, very much. The corruption is crazy in a lot of this stuff, but that one, there's a lot of like, what the hell were you doing? Shit going on there. So,
why do
she
y'all
said
say that? Do they not have the right guy, or?
Oh no, they got the right killer, but
Yeah,
10
he's
years
right.
late.
Oh, okay, I got you.
What? Let's be specific in which case we're talking about. Hold on.
Right now, they're talking about Gilgo Beach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to change this.
Or Long Island serial killer, whatever you want to call
But
it.
I was just saying, I get Delphi and all these cases that we've been concentrating on, but there are cases out there that would really be exciting cases.
Well, I haven't got to concentrate on this anything other than flipping Idaho. I'm so over Idaho. I need them to
Me
just
too.
bring the trial and let's move on. You know what I mean?
You only have so many potatoes, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. I'm over Idaho too. Like, even talking about it, like, I get there's paperwork that comes out, but it's like,
And that's really all I want to do is just show that and move on. I don't really like having these, in-depth conversations about things that we've talked about 352 times because it doesn't change anything. You know what I mean?
No, and we still don't know any more than we did
And we
when the
never
dang
will.
PCA came out.
Yes,
In my
exactly.
opinion.
I'm so tired of saying the word PCA. Ugh.
But the Idaho case just seems to be like a continuance of other cases that are, kind of popping up that you've talked about today, and then Sarge mentions this one. Like it becomes less and less rare and more frequent, and that should be a huge concern to the everyday citizen.
Yeah,
I do agree with that.
The English
And I'm
teacher
gonna
of the group, the English teacher of the group is saying it's Gil Go, according to Heather, who I suspect is
Gil
an English
Go.
teacher.
Yeah, it's Gil Go. I'll keep
Gil,
bringing.
let's go.
I'm going to continue bringing the documents from Idaho, and if anything happens in hearings, but I just can't sit and have like conversations that we've had for 9 months again and again and again and again and again, and nothing new comes from it. That's all I'm saying. If there was something new, some new information, let's talk about it. That's what I mean. But we've talked about it so much, guys, that you guys, I could go lay down right now, and you could come in there and sit in the room with me. I could be sound asleep having the same damn conversation and not even blink an eye. So,
like the other day.
Yeah, he would tell you he's awake and swear by it.
Even though
He
there's
would.
video of him sleeping.
shut up. Anyway,
all right.
Oh, Salty, you got to email me that too. I want to know what else with his wife because I had the same thought. And then when it came out that her hair was on them, I was like,
oh, you mean Gilgo? Yeah,
That's
I'm interested
weird.
in that myself.
But at the same time, at the
Go
same time, it was on tape or burlap or something, and
Yep.
that's really easy to like trap a hair. You know what I
DNA
mean?
transfer.
Yes.
But that's also a good example for the Idaho 4 and how things get transferred, and you don't even know that your shit's been transferred.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yep.
there's a lot of interesting things about that case. I think also with this Delphi, when it comes to their forensic work, these people are about as forensically accurate as a bull in a China store. It's the most incredible thing you can ever see how these police agencies work. The TV makes you think that they're these incredible super sleuths, and half the time they're a bunch of fucking half drunken idiots.
Right.
Small
me finish
towns that
this.
don't small
Go ahead.
towns that don't deal with a lot of violent crime are just not trained in a manner to deal with those things either.
Yeah, that was part of what I thought it was too, was the inexperience of it and so on and so forth. Let me finish the rest of this up with this attorney here. It's only a couple minutes, and then I'll shut this down. And
We came in to blow your stream up. That was what Clue said.
Okay.
But driving 4 hours each way was difficult. And then at Wabash, they're not set up for visitation, so we were literally in a makeshift kitchen, and he was in a cell.
This is the stuff I wanted you to hear truth about, the no privacy when he was meeting with his attorneys. Look at this for a minute. This is crazy.
We had to stay in 6 feet back, and he's talking through the slot where they put the tray of food through. And that's not a very conducive way to have meaningful conversations with your client. I couldn't hand him documents. I couldn't have them sign documents. And, I'm sure it was very difficult for him to see the videos we were showing him through that slot. So, I'm not criticizing the Department of Corrections. I mean, they, for whatever reason,
So they put him inside that, whatever the hell that contraption was, with that little slot, stood 6 feet back from him and talked to him. And then that's how they signed their documents and did this and did that. Basically, they couldn't do what they had to do. They couldn't do their job and had to leave multiple times, they said, as he's going to state here in a second, I think.
he was moved there. They're not set up for visitation, but you can't have I couldn't have been prepared for trial even October if that was how all the visits were going to be conducted.
And you've handled death penalty cases. Have you ever had a pre-trial defendant treated the same way as Richard Allen?
Never. Never in my 25 years or Stremin's 25 years have we ever had a murder client held pre-trial in a maximum security facility and then was transferred from one maximum security facility to another. Never.
And in your motion to transfer, you guys described him as being treated like Hannibal Lecter.
Particularly in Westville, at least we were allowed to sit face to face across the table from him. But the way he was handcuffed and to his chest, I mean, it looked extraordinarily uncomfortable. I couldn't shake his hand. We couldn't have him sign anything. I visited clients in prison on several occasions. That was different than anything I've ever experienced before.
And the way his hands were shackled were similar to how we see him in court, right?
Yes,
Where it's
exactly
like
the same
the
way.
tops of the hands are touching.
Yes.
And it's way up high on his chest.
It's connected to a box on his chest. I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone confined in that manner before.
So why? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. He is 5'6", 120, 130 pounds. He is not a physical threat to anyone. From all accounts, he's been a model citizen because he's locked down 23 hours a day. We told the confinement officers that we wanted him unhandcuffed so we could shake his hand and maybe have him sign documents, and they weren't budget on that. And it was sad because Westville allows visits, so his wife could come see him. And they just set up a visit with his mom and dad. He was transferred to Wabash 2 days before that visit. No, I don't think one had anything to do with the other. I just think it was bad timing and a coincidence. But in Wabash, you're not allowed any visits. Obviously, attorney, but no family members.
Can you pause that for a second?
All right, this is a little unusual.
You know, there are conditions under why they do that. You guys are aware of this, right?
Yeah, but none of those conditions relate to him.
Yeah, they may.
In what sense?
Okay. If this person's under a health watch or they think that he may harm himself, they will move him to a facility that has the ability to 24-hour monitor him, because a county lockup doesn't have that capacity. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying what they're doing is right. I'm just giving you some information, and also restraining him that way to keep himself from doing self-harm. If that's their argument, there's any way to support that argument, then all of this abuse is actually legal.
He's right, but
just keep that in mind, folks. I mean, sometimes, you're hearing one half of the story, and I'm not one to not say people aren't corrupt. You know that. But until you know the full story, it's kind of hard to jump into the pity potty with this guy, because we don't know, we don't know why he was put to those facilities. But I do know you will get put in a facility like that for monitoring. It's generally a mental health issue.
Yeah, but would you be put into a maximum security prison?
Yes.
23-1?
Yes.
while you wait for court.
Yeah, you haven't even been convicted. I have to disagree. But
yes, they want to protect you from the other inmates. They will not put you in general population because you've not been convicted.
Right, but they wouldn't. You can't be sent to the state penitentiary without a conviction, and that like the other option would be sent. You would be sent to the county hospital and put into the county hospital's medical ward. You can't send someone to a penitentiary that hasn't been convicted.
Okay, so that was pretty much it there. And like I said, we're going to be jumping into that stuff. There is that thing I slowed down for a little bit ago. Trying to find the actual. It's pretty important here. Hold on a minute. Okay, so this is in my, not necessarily my area, but it's in my state. Okay. Hold on, guys. But so yeah, we're definitely going to jump into that truth and all that stuff. For sure. Hold on a minute. Here we go. Oh, this is not the link. I'm sorry, guys. 1 second. I gotta find. I couldn't. That's what I was looking for, and I couldn't find it while you guys were talking. I've been looking for the actual coverage on it, and I can't find it. 1 second here. Jesus, what's going on with all this? Excuse me. What the hell did I do here? Yeah. Like that. Here we go. Move this back over here. Jesus. One second.
Time's up.
No music or nothing.
I
No
can
dancing
sing.
girls.
I'm
Yeah,
a
but
need
whatever
of
song you're thinking of, let me just say that whoever actually the band is that created it, we'll let them sing it.
That's rude.
Oh my! Where's Cletus?
None of your business.
Phenomena.
He's my favorite animal.
Mine too. Rawr.
He's awesome. That and I like the Scandinavian chef. Remember him?
No. What did he cook?
Oh, he was a mess, man. You never seen the Scandinavian chef from the Muppet Show?
Swedish chef.
Whatever,
No.
Swedish, Scandinavian, isn't that the same thing or no? Are you?
All right, here we go. Hold on, guys.
I don't know what y'all watching.
Wide alert right now for this 6-year-old girl on your screen. Deputies believe she is in danger. Aries Flannery, last seen in her home in Piketon, Ohio, 2 o'clock in the morning, reported missing later this morning. So she's 4'1", about 55 pounds, last seen wearing a long sleeve tie-dye shirt, dark blue pants, and rainbow Croc shoes.
Okay, so they hit my.
We got any info on that poor young girl?
I'm working on it. They hit the Discord with it, and I started looking for things, and I couldn't find it. There's a couple links in the Discord, but it's not taking me to anything, and I wasn't seeing it all. So because we were talking in here.
Grows more urgent by the hour.
6-year-old Aries Flannery has been missing for more than 10 hours now.
And right now, family members are pleading for her return.
NBC4's Jackie Gillis is in Pike County with more.
We just spoke with the Pike County Sheriff, and he says that they are confident that she wandered off into the woods sometime in the early morning hours. And now, just a few minutes ago, police asked us to move about a mile down the road as they are expanding their search and closing the road down. This is a very wooded area. The house where she disappeared is surrounded by trees and water. There are many agencies here, some not even from Ohio, like the search and rescue crews all the way from West Virginia. I'm told they traveled 2 hours to be here, and they all have the same goal, to bring Aries Flannery home. Family members tell me that she loves the woods and water, which is why they're so concerned. I'm told that this is not the first time she's disappeared, but she's usually been found within the hour. But so far, no sign of her. The family hasn't been allowed to search for her yet, but they're hoping to do so soon because they think she just needs to hear a familiar voice.
I'm so scared because we've had rain these past couple of days and all of our creeks are up. So, I mean, if she got in that water, it probably washed her down somewhere. I'm so scared for her.
And of course, her family just wants her home safe. They tell me they wish they could give her the biggest hug right about now. This is a situation that gets more desperate every hour. Local for you in Pike County, I'm Jackie Gillis, NBC4.
I just want to find my daughter.
A father's plea tonight for the safe return of his daughter, who reportedly wandered off from her home. Thanks for joining us for 10 TV News at 4. I'm Angela Ann.
And I'm Yolanda Harris.
That wasn't Seth, was it?
Is underway this evening for a 6-year-old girl in Pike County. The sheriff's
Glad I
office
wasn't the only one that thought that.
walked away from her home in Piketon.
Carla Bogner was the first on scene today. She's just off Hopper Road. And you can see from this map here that that area is mostly all woods. So Carla, what is the latest here?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of woods around here, and it is all hands on deck here in Pike County to find 6-year-old Aries Flannery. Her dad thinks that she may have wandered off anywhere between 2 and 6 this morning because when he went to get the kids up for school, she was gone. He thinks that she may have wandered off somewhere into these woods with her cat, but after hours of searching those woods and bringing canines through several times, there is still no sign of the little girl. 6-year-old Arias Flannery was last seen wearing a long-sleeve tie-dye shirt, dark blue pants, and rainbow Crocs. We're told the girl has some disabilities and was struggling with some mental health issues. The sheriff says the challenge here is the terrain. This is a very wooded area, and they have no idea which direction she could have gone in. Several agencies are here assisting the sheriff's office with the search. Canine dogs have been brought in from as far as West Virginia, and it's now been about 10 hours since the girl was reported missing.
We've called in multiple agencies, fire, search and rescue dogs to come in, canines. And right now we've actually made calls into other outside agencies to help in this search. So like I said, this is a very critical time right now. And the longer this goes on, the more critical it's going to be.
She gets something in her head and she just does it, you know, and she took the cat with her, like I said, and we ain't seen her or the cat. And, you know, it's just, I just want her to come home.
Yeah, a lot of desperation tonight, like you heard. And this is not the first time that Arias has wandered away from home, but this is the longest that she has been gone. They say, though, at one point they found her about 2 miles away from home. The sheriff's office just took some family members out to start searching. They hope that maybe Arias will recognize their voice, but it's also been raining a little bit here. So that's another factor that will complicate the search as it goes into the evening hours. Live in Pike County, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
Welcome back. We want to get right back to that breaking news we told you about at the top of this newscast. This is the story of the Pike County Sheriff's Office out searching for a missing 6-year-old girl. You see her here. It's Aries Flannery.
Okay, so that's the old one again that was coming back up. So my understanding is that they did bring in. Hold on a minute. 1 second here.
I heard that right. They think she ran off with her cat into the woods.
Yes, yeah, and 11 minutes ago. This is about 5.5 hours away from me, by the way, south of me. FBI agents from federal agents from the FBI are on scene assisting in the search for the missing girl. Multiple unmarked SUVs from Cincinnati field office, which is about an hour and a half from where she's at, Cincinnati. So, where are we at here? Also, this is updated as well. 14 crime scene units arrived from BCI, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, is under the direction of Ohio's Attorney General. Investigators who offer expertise in state-of-art evidence gathering techniques throughout Ohio after crimes are committed, so on and so forth. So I don't.
Interesting.
I know I don't understand, but I don't want this to get.
That says a lot.
I know it does. I know.
I'm very curious to know why they determined 2 to 6. What was the basis of that determination?
I think that's when
Might be when they went to bed.
That's what I'm thinking. Is somebody went to bed at 2, and then somebody got up to get up the other kids at 6. Something happened in between that time. And where's the cat? If she has the cat and something happened, where's the cat?
Well, you notice how when people are trying to, and I'm not making an accusation, but in general, when people are trying to deflect, they often throw excessive information that's unnecessary.
Yeah.
And it was just real interesting what the father said about she went missing with the cat and we haven't even seen the cat.
That's what I'm saying. And she's special needs. She's special needs. That's what bothers me.
Dago, you're muted.
I know. I said, hold on, guys.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I didn't either.
Sounds like if she left the house with the cat, the cat eventually is going to jump out of your arms. We all know how cats are, right? They're not like doggies you can carry around for hours.
I mean, do they come home? Like I'm not a cat person.
Yeah, they will.
Okay.
Yeah, not all the time. Not all the time.
Usually they will go back to where their food is at. That's typically how that works. But
how long has she been gone?
Over 10 hours now.
Right, they should have a photo on the cat too. The description of the
well,
cat.
Well, that's interesting. Hold on. So 10 hours, and one time they found her 2 miles away, but this is the longest she's ever been gone. That little girl made it 2 miles in under 10 hours.
Well, what I want to know is why they brought BCI in.
Will you stop when I'm trying to do math?
What? Where are we?
Why?
Think about what he said.
2
He
miles
said
in 10 hours is not that big of an
No, it's not a big deal. 2 miles away is like that.
Yeah,
Well,
but
then-
remember, they said that the terrain was really bad.
right. But I'm sitting here going, well, then in my head, I'm sorry, y'all. I can't help it. But I'm like, is it possible Sebastian outwalked that search crew to 5 miles? Absolutely. If she can do 2 miles in 10 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's little, right?
Right. Well, we don't know how long it took her to get 10 before they found her when she left for the 2 miles.
Well,
We don't
I
know
mean,
that.
that's what I'm saying, Sarge. You got to listen. They said this is the longest she's ever been gone. So what they're saying is she made it 2 miles in under 10 hours.
Right. So she could be 4, 5, 6 miles away from that house.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. I see what you're saying.
124 Hopper Road, Piketon, Ohio. Curtis Francis. Okay.
She wanted to know. This is another case like Sebastian. In the middle of the night, the kid just disappears. She's much younger. And
10 years ago, 2 people were murdered in their beds in Pike County.
I don't know what the relation to this is. Did you send me this on purpose, Molly? This Hopper Road cold case thing? You think this is related to this? Molly. Molly.
What?
Hold on a minute. Can you hear me, Miss Molly? This is in Ohio for those of you that aren't familiar. Again, this is Piketon, Pike County, which is about 5.5 hours south of me near Columbus. It's right near Columbus. It's not a cat, Dane. It's a little girl, a 6-year-old special needs girl that is missing, and the cat was with. I don't know. How does he know for sure the cat's with her?
That's what I'm saying.
Unless he saw her walk away with the cat. That's my question.
No, hold on. That was my point a second ago about listen to what people throw excess information in there. He couldn't have seen her walk away with the cat because he said it was between 2 and 6 a.m. So he would have known the exact time had he seen her walk away with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think it just implies that the cat and the girl are both
gone.
missing.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying that. Yeah.
Did she sleep with the cat? Did she keep the cat in her room? Did the cat get up on her bed? When I had cats, that's what they did. They slept.
I mean, very possibly it could have been her. You know, that's her cat. But
yeah.
And
she picked up her cat and decided to wander outside. I think it's hopefully the cat got loose and she went trying to get the cat back.
So this is the area, okay? This place is, I know where this is at. This is like super rural. This is almost worse than where I'm at. But everything around this is very hilly and mountainous, okay? And very bad terrain. She's little, okay? And that's what there's a lot of ravines and stuff in these areas, and there's water. And they did bring in water rescue at this point now too.
Yeah, but look at the difference in the way that they're handling this case and the way that they handled Sebastian's.
Yeah, they didn't call in no
They didn't call in the crime scene unit.
Crime scene, yeah.
No, and that's a huge tell. That's why when they said that, it's like, oh.
Okay,
and it says high. They're known for their top-notch forensic abilities. You know.
Hold on a minute, guys.
No one said that he actually saw her leave, Jody. That was part of it. No one says that father saw the girl leave with the cat or leave at all. He said that she went missing between 2 and 6 a.m. And that's all we know at this point.
Okay, so this address, this is weird. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but this is a cold case that is the exact same address as where this little girl went missing from, I'm understanding. So again, I don't think that it means anything at this point.
Right.
But I want to know why they brought BCI in. That's all I'm saying. BCI does not get involved unless there's a crime. Now she's missing. Okay? That's all.
But there's more to forensics than like, you know what I mean?
Yes, but they brought a crime scene. Unless maybe that's protocol on a missing person that's that young, with that could be a protocol thing. But when you're bringing in a crime scene unit, you're implying that there is a crime scene.
That's what I'm saying. And are my mods in here that are sending
I
to
don't,
Discord?
I don't actually agree with that.
Well, that's how they do it here. That's BCI has never gotten involved in missing persons cases unless they're involved.
All right. So
unless
do we know anything? Do we know anything about the town and the size of their police department?
No.
The county is who handles that. As you saw those county cars, the black and yellow, that's the county. They don't have a local PD. It's just county.
Okay.
Is BCI Ohio's version of like TBI?
Yes.
So then, yeah. I mean, I just
Bureau Ohio. It's called the OBCI, but they just put BCI. It's Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Okay.
We got the NBA up here.
If it's the equivalent of TBI, I mean, they pulled TBI in for Sebastian, so.
Yeah, but they didn't bring the way you're right. You're 100% right. It just the way that I guess maybe that report made it sound was that they brought a unit in, and a unit is different than like an investigator. A unit is like a vehicle that is specific for a crime scene that's multidimensional.
Yeah.
I think we should look to see what they have there for police enforcement. And then I think what I'm going to suggest is this is just resource allocation to go try to find this girl.
That's very true.
Bodies, they needed human beings. They needed people.
I'll tell you who they have, Sarge. They have OSP, Ohio State Patrol. They have Pike County Sheriff's Department, and any other county, like local counties that are surrounding this area. These places don't have local PD because they're too small. So the county covers it.
Yeah, in my opinion, they could just be needing more manpower.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
That's very possible. It just seems odd that you would bring in the unit. You know
And
what I mean? You would bring,
I'm with Truth. I think the way that lady made it sound could be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, it could be misconstrued, or definitely could
Could
be.
mean either
Like I
or,
said-
right? It could be either or. It could be that they just did it for the manpower, or that there's a suspicion of a crime. We just don't have the answer. We don't know.
So, Dago, what were you talking about? Another unsolved crime that happened at that address? What was that?
That's what I'm getting ready to show you guys.
Beautiful.
Molly sent this to me. I don't know. I think it's just because the address matches, but it's a cold case, and I don't know if it has anything to do with it. And let me see here. If she's a special needs, I don't know the exact diagnosis. I've pulled everything up I can find on it so far, you guys, with her, and I'm just taking the updates as I'm getting them. Okay, Salty went into it. She's researching it now. It says the last time the little girl was seen by the mother was at 2 a.m.
Isn't 55 pounds to be 4'1" kind of light?
Very light, very small.
I was thinking.
What was she doing
Yeah,
up at 2 a.m.?
Nothing is vetted yet either. So just hold on a minute, guys. That's another question. Not you. I was talking to the chat.
No, I know. I'm talking about what was who doing at 2 a.m.
The little girl. Why was she up at 2 a.m.?
Who knows, man? Could be.
I mean, y'all are assuming that they saw her because she's out eating Cheerios. She could have just gone in to check on her kids.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very possible. All right, let me throw this in real fast and see what this is here. Hold on.
It's a case that still tonight is unsolved and the killer's on the loose. But we've uncovered evidence that some say shows this one could have been solved a long time ago. And just months ago, the discovery of a well at a Pike County home, a well that could hold the evidence investigators have spent a decade looking for.
That's not the same
The
house.
call came into dispatchers December 9th, 2006. A Pike County mother found her daughter and soon-to-be son-in-law shot to death. Kurt Francis and Jennifer Burgett were their names. But 10 years later, the case has gone cold.
This well was covered up that deep over top of
I dug for 2 to 3 days, pretty well around the clock.
Last summer, Paul Francis was knocking out a plumbing job for a friend here on Wynn Road. It's the last place his brother was before he was murdered in 2006. Paul's waited ever since for investigators to solve this case. Never did he think he might be the one to break it wide open.
And it was buried underneath like 4 foot of rocks and dirt.
Sorry, guys. Real quick, I just got a link that Ohio BCI does come in and work on missing children, period. That's one of their things. So just to let you know.
That's good. No, it's good to clear up mysteries. You know, that way there's once they're solidly discovered and solved, then they move on. Awesome.
The well was there till we found him.
So it was an accident and you found it?
Yeah, complete accident. Well, somebody wanted, the Lord around there wanted us to find it, I reckon. We found it.
The Francis family called the sheriff's office last July to report finding the well. The Pike County Sheriff's Office taped it off, then hired a plumber to run a camera down it. Investigators, Francis says, showed him the pictures of what they found down there.
I seen the pictures later of it. Me and my mom looked like I call it a saddle gun, a lever action, 18 shot, 30-06. That's what my brother was killed with, and his wife, his fiance, and a pistol. It's in that well right now. We're supposed to not say nothing about that, but I think something's time for it to be said.
Francis says investigators searched the water around this home in the years after the murders. The searches, Francis says investigators told him, were to find the murder weapons. After a few years, the Hopper Road case was shelved, listed as a cold case by the Ohio Attorney General's office. A few months ago, we uncovered 10-year-old witness statements in a separate Pike County murder case, statements that appear to tell the whole story about what happened here on Hopper Road in December 2006. These are the 6 people whose names show up in the statements we found. Robin Howes owned the house with the well. She shared that home with her boyfriend, Kevin Hoskins Prater, and her son, James Howes. Corey Howes is Robin's youngest son. Corey and his girlfriend at the time, Eden Canterbury, gave investigators statements in a separate murder case. Eden wrote, Robin Howes ordered the hit that killed Kurt Francis and Jenny Burgett. Corey and Eden's statements went on to say, his brother James Howes and a family friend, Eric Horn, took a rifle out of the home and came back later with bloody clothes. Now, those same statements show that Robin Howes ordered James Howes and Eric Horn into the shower, while Kevin Hoskins Prater burned their bloody clothes and buried them somewhere in their yard. We tried to track the people down who gave those statements. Corey Howes is in prison. So is his brother, James Howes. Neither agreed to interviews. We could not track Eden Canterbury down. And after several trips to Pike County, we found the new home Robin Howes and Kevin Hoskins Prater share in Piketon. Robin Howes' son, Corey Howes' girlfriend, told investigators in 2007 Robin Howes ordered the hit against Kurt Francis. Corey Howes told investigators Jenny Burgett wasn't supposed to be home. We wanted to ask Robin Howes about the allegation.
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt, but did you see the comment about what's going on in Terry Lynn's thing right now?
No, I didn't.
I
Why?
just switched over to it, and apparently it is a conversation with Seth that was recorded where he's going off about his PI. It's pretty interesting.
Okay.
Oh yeah, somebody messaged me that a second ago.
I'll catch it later then I'll be back in here later on, I think. But yeah,
You better go now before she makes that shit members only.
Well, listen, your Ass Hurts News Network will be on.
Somebody will have it. Somebody will have it.
Allegations against her.
You doing, Miss Howes?
Oh, sorry. What'd you
I
say,
said
Sarge?
your Ass News, your Ass Hurts News Network will be on at 9.
Oh.
Are you Robin Pazolt? No. All right. Looking for Kevin Hoskins, too, if he's here.
Nope.
We made several attempts to speak with Robin Howes and Kevin Hoskins Prater. Kevin Hoskins Prater returned a call said he wanted the killers found, but never agreed to interview with us. This was the last contact we had with either one. Do the names James Howes, Robin Howes, Kevin Pazolt, or Prater, those names mean anything to this case?
Again,
No
I'm not
comment.
at liberty to discuss any names in the case that we're looking at, actively looking at, or past looked at. It's not happening.
These are the 4 men working to solve Pike County's stack of unsolved murders. Investigator Brian Reeder told us the unit's giving the Hopper Road case another try.
I can tell you with new technology, with DNA collection, touch DNA, and et cetera, we're in the process of returning some of the physical evidence that was originally collected, sending it off to have retested as well.
Have you been able to develop any type of motive profile of the suspects that you may be looking for in this case?
No comment.
But what about last summer when Paul Francis uncovered that well at the former Howes home? There was a rifle and a handgun found in this well with burned clothing. Has that gotten you anywhere at this point?
No comment.
Have you guys been able to pull this out of that well at this time?
No comment.
No comment.
We tracked down a man who claims to be a witness in the Hopper Road case. We found him at a state prison in Pickaway County. The question has to be asked, did you have anything to do with this double homicide?
No.
Eric Horn is one of the people accused in the Hopper Road statements. Horn serving a life sentence in a separate murder case. He claims he was at the Howes Wynn Road home the night of the murders, but left before Kurt Francis left and was later murdered. Did you ever see Kurt Francis again?
No, I did not.
In September 2008, nearly a year following the Hopper Road murders, Eric Horn was inside the Pike County Courthouse about to take a plea deal in a separate murder case. State prosecutors, Horn's case file shows, were negotiating a deal with Horn for information on the Hopper Road case. Horn says he wrote a statement then claiming Robin Howes ordered the hit against Kurt Francis and Kevin Hoskins Prater and James Howes carried it out. Horn says James Howes admitted that to him a few months after the Hopper Road murders. What did James tell you?
James was in the front yard chopping firewood, and he broke down and said, "Kevin done it. Kevin done it." And I said, "Kevin did what?" He said he broke down, started crying. It was Robin's doing. She's the one that basically made him do it.
Eric Horn says days after giving prosecutors the information on the Hopper Road murders, he wrote this letter and sent it home to his mother for safekeeping. In it, he described what he told investigators. Why did you decide to write this letter and include these details in and send that home?
Because if anything were to happen to me, there would at least be some type of record so that justice could be served.
Horn says he told investigators about a lever action rifle that was hanging in the Howes home, a rifle similar to the one Paul Francis says he saw in the pictures from inside this well. Now, a decade later, Horn says this well's proven what he told investigators nearly 10 years ago. You gave investigators this information almost a decade ago now, and there have been no arrests. This case is still considered a cold case by the Ohio Attorney General's office.
Because they did not want to listen to me. They did not want to hear what I had to say.
Well, I mean, the evidence certainly does kind of point to one individual or a small group of individuals.
We showed our legal analyst, Mike Allen, what we had. Allen is the former Hamilton County prosecutor. He told us having a witness turn on his own brother and mother could be the make or break moment in this investigation.
When a family member rolls on another family member, that's strong stuff. What I know about the case from what you have told me and then looking at statements, I do believe that'd be enough to go to the grand jury.
What do you want out of this?
I want the murderer to pay for it. I want him to come brought to justice.
Again, investigators have not charged anyone named in this report.
Okay, so I don't think these people aren't related. The names are all different. I don't see any connection to this at all. So I mean, it's still a cold case, but that's the same address. I just don't understand. That's just weird. That whole situation is weird. The
Well,
little girl,
the old lady that was talking about, you know, and when the news was entering, looks very similar to that guy right there talking to the that's interviewing the one that found the well.
mm-hmm.
They look very similar in their facial features.
Hold on a minute. I'm talking about this lady right here. Oh wait, you can't see it. Damn it.
Just because they're both ugly don't mean they're related.
You're talking about this
No,
lady.
the one that was standing outside where the little girl went missing.
Oh, okay.
She
Hold on.
looks eerily similar to the man that's standing by the well.
Gotcha. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. Oh shit. Where did the photo go? Okay, you're talking about this guy here, right?
Yes, and then go back to the prior video of the older lady. I guess it's her granddaughter.
This lady right here.
No, in the video that you showed about the little girl that was being interviewed, the video before this one.
Oh. Jesus, sorry. Well, shit. Hold on a minute.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The the guy that was talking about the news video. That's what
The
you're talking
news
about?
video at the end of it, where the grandmother said that, you know, it had just rained a few days ago. I'm assuming it's a grandmother. That
Got it.
lady looks eerily similar to this guy right here.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Again, hold on. I don't even remember what the hell channel that came off of. 1 second. I'm gonna have to hold on a minute. Let me see something here. Thank you, Noah.
Hey, Clue, I'm curious. What does your gut say on this case?
Whoa. Okay. I don't understand why they assume the cat is with her unless it just always stays like around the house. Something like if it were going to be something where they like got rid of her, do you take the cat out to like back up the, you know what I mean? Are you forward thinking enough to like take the cat out so you can say she left with the cat?
I mean, if you're cold enough to take a little girl's life, I'd assume you're cold enough to take a cat's life.
I mean,
Yeah.
I won't argue that, but are you forward thinking enough to?
Maybe the cat followed her too, though. If she
Well, so but he said the cat hasn't come back either. See, that's what bothered me. Like, and what I meant by gut is just by listening to the interview, none of the facts at hand, but just when you listen to, like, you know, you get that first impression from a parent in an interview, whether it's right or wrong, right? I'm not saying I'm nailing, you know, your opinion to the cross, but when you heard him talk, did you get an uneasy feeling, an okay feeling, or just a normal whatever feeling?
Well, that statement that you just said is a little weird to me because it's like the cat hasn't come back either. Do you expect her to come back? Like, could
Right.
she walk in those
Yeah,
woods and then know where she is?
Yeah.
They
You
could have
come
asked better
back?
questions, the interviewer, too.
What?
They could, because listen, that little girl probably had a cat that she held on to, like a kid hangs on to a stuffed animal, but she had a real cat.
Well,
They did say she had some challenging
she's
issues,
she's
right?
got special needs, so it could be like
Right.
her comfort or her security too.
Right. And so I could see them pointing out that they left with that, you know, she left with the cat. They're making that assumption because as parents, the kid was probably with the cat all the time. Kid's gone, cat's gone. She must have taken they're making that
Yeah.
You're making that connection based on probably that experience with the child and the cat.
Right.
More
Okay.
so than it being a nefarious statement that it was part of a part of a crime.
Welcome back.
I don't
We
think
get
them
right
pointing it
back
out
to
is a
that
problem.
breaking
In other
news
words,
we
I
told you
just think
about at the
it's
top of this newscast. This is the story
how
of
they
the
see it.
Pike
You know what I
County
mean?
Sheriff's Office out searching for a missing 6-year-old girl. You see
Yeah,
this video.
I can definitely see your point. I guess
Aries
with
witness.
my question was more based on complete personal assumption, right? Not facts, nothing like that. Just like, if I listen to someone talk, you get a gut feeling about them, and then it may change as you hear more from them, right? So just like when we first started talking about the Sebastian case, I asked a very similar question. As I asked, do anybody feel like he's not here anymore? You know what I mean? So you kind of get like a feeling of whether you think that person, you know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you're
Well,
saying.
see, I, in a way, I understand that, but I look at the information and take it as just simple facts, simple statements of fact. And if it get contradicted, then I'll go down that road. But when I look at this, I don't get any feeling of ill thing came to her from within the home. I honestly think she wandered out to the road and someone picked her up. Not because that's what she planned, but because some pervert grabbed her.
That's very
what I'm seeing
possible
happen
too.
here. Okay.
And I'm not saying you're not wrong or you're not right with that, but that's also scary that there's that many of them out there that they just
there
randomly
is, man.
driving down the road. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like
The damn shame that you can't even.
Well,
But-
what if
and
they
that would be-
accidentally
and
hit
that
the-
would be
what if they
willing-
accidentally hit the kid and they went and tried to hide it because they didn't
Yeah,
want to get in
that's
trouble?
that's true too. You got a good point to that.
Yeah.
So we don't see. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know that trying to read the parents does anything to help see what's going on.
Well,
I think
the
what it
dad-
does is it helps drag us down a different path that may not even be relevant.
Okay, and Andy just said that the neighbors are RSOs. Are you kidding me?
What's an RSO?
Registered sex offender. Jesus Christ.
Holy Christ. Oh.
Well, then there's that.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's the tragedy of stuff like this. It's good to watch the facts come in so that.
Yes.
You know?
She's attracted to water just like Sebastian is due to her special needs issues, I'm sure.
I am too, man. I'm a water lover.
God, so am I. This is okay. This is the video here, Truth, I think. Let me go through this again.
Search for a missing Pike County girl grows more urgent by the hour.
6-year-old Aries Flannery has been missing for more than 10 hours now.
And right now, family members are pleading for her return.
NBC4's Jackie Gillis is in Pike County with more.
We just spoke with the Pike County Sheriff, and he says that they
We're at 12 hours now because this is from 2 hours ago.
are confident that she wandered off into the woods sometime in the early morning hours. And now just a few minutes ago, police asked us to move about a mile down the road as they are expanding their search and closing the road down. This is a very wooded area. The house where she disappeared is surrounded by trees and water. There are many agencies here, some not even from Ohio, like the search and rescue crews all the way from West Virginia. I'm told they traveled 2 hours to be here, and they all have the same goal, to bring Aries Flannery home. Family members tell me that she loves the woods and water, which is why they're so concerned. I'm told that this is not the first time she's disappeared, but she's usually been found within the hour. But so far, no sign of her. The family hasn't been allowed to search for her yet, but they're hoping to do so soon because they think she just needs to hear a familiar voice.
I'm so scared because we've had rain these past couple of days, and
That woman.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see it, the eyes and the mouth. Yeah. All right.
Yep. And that's the trailer
Oh,
behind him that's in the video.
Oh, I know. That's the same trailer.
Her son's name is Lee and her first name is Ugg.
her up. So, I mean, if she got in that water, it probably washed her down somewhere. I'm so scared for her.
And of course, her family just wants her home safe. They tell me they wish they could give her the biggest hug right about now. This is a situation that gets more desperate every hour. Local for you in Pike County, I'm Jackie Gillis, NBC4.
I just want to find my daughter.
A father's plea tonight for the safe return of his daughter, who reportedly wandered off from her home. Thanks for joining us for 10 TV News at 4. I'm Angela Ann.
And I'm Yolanda Harris. A massive search is underway this evening for a 6-year-old girl in Pike County. The sheriff's office says Arias Flannery walked away from her home in Piketon.
Carla Bogner was the first on scene today. She's just off Hopper Road. And you can see from this map here that that area is mostly all woods. So Carla, what is the latest here?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of woods around here, and it is all hands on deck here in Pike County to find 6-year-old Arias Flannery. Her dad thinks that she may have wandered off anywhere between 2 and 6 this morning because when he went to get the kids up for school, she was gone. He thinks that she may have wandered off somewhere into these woods with her cat, but after hours of searching those woods and bringing canines through several times, there is still no sign of the little girl. 6-year-old Arias Flannery was last seen wearing a long-sleeve tie-dye shirt, dark blue pants, and rainbow Crocs. We're told the girl has some disabilities and was struggling with some mental health issues.
Can you go back to that culvert or next to the road and see how dry that culvert is? It almost contradicts that old lady's thing about it raining so much the creeks are overflowing. You would think that if there was that much rain right there, see that? Now,
Good observation.
Now that's an interest to me in that it almost contradicts, without being there. Look, but it's devoid of water from what I can see, and there should be some.
Well, there looks like there's a
there?
little bit, but not enough that, she was trying to say.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to me to be that wet there. I mean, to be where creeks are up high, and that bothered me. If anything bothered me about what people said was when she said that she could have been carried away by the creek. That bothers me when that woman said that. Because that's too much information, I think. Okay.
It's too much of a assumption, I feel like.
Right.
Or like a solving almost like you put out info that could solve it.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't see how these people. That's why I wanted to stop this so I can share with.
No, it's a good point. It's a really good observation, honestly.
I see what you mean by looking at the people and listening to them, right?
Go down.
And that statement stuck with me when I saw that reporter there. Even though it was hard to take my eyes off either of those women, I was still able to observe them.
All trees and Jesus. There's nothing here but woods and.
Can we look to see how many predators are in that area? Do you have that ability?
I think somebody probably already has. Let me check here.
Those are bars closed hours after 2 o'clock, right?
Let's see.
So between 2 and 4, I don't know what time the bars close down there. What time do they close in Ohio there, Dago?
If it's a club, they have a special license. They can stay open at about as late as 2 or 2:30, or I'm sorry. Some of them have to close at 1, 2, and 2:30. It depends on the license.
Okay. All right. So yeah. That's because if she went outside at 2 o'clock, then you know that you've got, if there was any drinkers in the area driving down those roads.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing: is this is so as you can see on the map. Hold on a minute.
Remote.
Oh shit. Okay. All right, Molly. I have that map. I have it up on. I don't have your map up, but I have the other one up. Excuse me. 638.5 yards. Shit. That's a lot of ground to cover.
Oh my goodness. My freaking Discord is blowing up with people talking about this call.
What? Oh, yeah, I've seen it too. Like I said, I'll probably end up covering it here after the secondary when I come back in, I should say. Anyway.
I will be watching it before then.
That's why I'm gonna watch it, but I'll probably put it up and cover it, the thing. Molly, did you hear me, Molly, when I asked that question or no? Do you happen to know? Because I know you looked those things up. Did you look that up?
So that house.
These are the ones that are the closest. I see what you're saying.
So that's the house right there, right?
Yeah.
With the red sign above it.
So then that road goes pretty. So in order for the kid to have gotten to a main road by themselves, which is probably not where a cat would. I mean, if you were a cat, where would you take off running? Sarge?
Look. I mean, all right, this is an RSO right here. This triangle, this orange triangle.
What's an RSO?
Oh my gosh, a registered offender.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. But this is the little girl. This is where this one lived. This is pretty close to her.
There's another one right up there.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them in this
Right.
area. So again,
yeah, there's one there, even closer.
So again, if this little girl wandered out and
Well, no, the one that's even closer, he said, right across the road.
Yeah.
Right behind the where it says yards.
Right over here.
Yep. And if she was out wandering and somebody got eyes on her, that's a possibility as well.
The trailer just up from the marker is her actual house. So right here. Okay. That's right there. That's directly. That's right there. Damn.
So he knew she was there. Yeah.
I pray to God that's the first place they went.
And what about if you open that? Can you open that up to see in an area if there's more than just these two?
Molly, can you hear that? Are you able to open that up any bigger? Because she's
where's 3, 4, 5, and 50? Right?
Yeah. If you can open that up wider, Molly, to see how many there are in the surrounding areas, please. Hold on.
Or does she have? They may be able to tell you. There's a website I think that'll also tell you when you put in your zip code.
Family watchdog.
Something like that. Yeah. Man, with these kids going missing like that. And there are crimes of opportunity. I think a lot of people that they don't say it, but there's a strong possibility that sex traffickers are connected to some of these kids missing. I know, the circumstances seem weird, but if they got eyes on a kid that's all alone at a strange hour of the night, they're going to snatch that kid. And people think it only happens to illegal immigrants. That's not true at all. It happens to a lot of American citizens' children. Nobody ever talks about it or connects the dots. I mean, I get looking for pedophiles, but that may not even be the issue for this little girl. Yeah, Molly just asked a question in the room there. Yeah, at least for a couple of miles away, 5 miles away, that'd be awesome.
Well, you would think that they would.
And if you can.
You would think they would probably go to the direction where they found her last time, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they probably did, but she was only 2 miles away at that point, and they found her within the hour. They said that time, but with it, 10 hours is a hell of a lot different than an hour. And I gotta venture to say somebody grabbed her. Honest to God, unless they find her somewhere, they would have found her already if they're searching. That's my opinion. Okay, so there's one there. There's one there. She lives right here, and then we have one down over here too.
That's 3.
So Molly's gonna pull the rest of them up that are around it. Hold on.
I'm not sure I know Molly, but thank you, Molly.
Oh yeah, she's been in here for a long time. Sorry, she's the one that does all the mapping and stuff.
Yeah, does a good
Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, she's really good at this stuff. She's quick with it too. K9 units guided by deputies have detected something at the front door of a nearby house. The house is reported owned by a registered. That's the one probably across the street.
Oh.
It's owned by a registered sex offender, as per the deputies present at the location. A second search of the property is currently being organized by the deputies. She went missing after 2 a.m. before 6:30 a.m.
But see, the big problem with that too is, okay, let's say the little girl's not there. Okay, my next question is, why the fuck is her scent going up to your door?
That's my question. Well, and here's the stop for a minute, and before we get too excited, because I'm a little aggravated myself. She could have walked over there. Maybe the cat went that direction, and she went over there to grab the cat or something. Pray to God. And that's possibly if they just detected her scent. Otherwise, they better grab this guy. And oh, for God's sakes, Are you kidding me?
That's fucking
Let's just hope
horrible.
he wasn't coming home from a fucking bar and seen her.
That's horrible.
I hope
You
that
know,
both weren't
or
out.
she did, like she say, or she went to go get her cat and he seen her.
There's
Let's hope
4
it wasn't
SOs
that.
within 1 mile. That's insane. And the house is directly across, as we saw. That's probably the one right there.
No, the one down is the one across from the there.
Oh, right here. I'm sorry, I forgot that one. I'm looking at the other map now. So yeah, right here. That's got to be it right there.
And who would see somebody running after their cat other than, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Fucking.
Someone had to be. That's why I'm saying that the times are. If I was looking for anybody that may have come through that area, it would be someone coming home from a bar, because it could even be a late shift, but usually they go all the way to the early morning, 6, 7 a.m. So to me, that would make sense if she was picked up by a passerby. As
Yeah.
a, crime of opportunity.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Demon Dog is absolutely right. That I don't know. I know what our laws are here. Okay, I don't know about there, but here it's a state law. It should be like, but that dude should not be able to live anywhere near that little girl. Period. Whoever that is that lives in that house should not be able to live there. Jesus Christ. I think it's 500 yards, within 500 yards of a child or a school. You're all right, Molly. Take your time. Get what you got to get. Ages 51, 35, 55, and 32. Do you know, Stenny, if they're all child offenders or if they're all different variations of things? Almost makes you wonder if this guy sees her playing, because she's a very cute little girl, and knows that she's plays with this cat on a regular basis, and did he put cat food out, tuna treats or something to draw the cat over there, to draw her over there? You know what I mean? These people think, I know that sounds a little out there, guys, but these people are sick in the head. Are you guys still here?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, just saying. I get aggravated about these cases like this. This is no way in hell legal at all. Now I don't know who lived there first, but still.
Well,
Let me check. Make sure I'm not missing.
I think the punishment should be severe because,
I agree.
It changes it.
I'm
It
telling
really changes the entire dynamic. When I was a child, I was abused. Okay, sexually abused, and it changes the entire dynamic of your childhood. It not just ends it, but it does cause massive mental confusion as you live life. So when this happens to you at a young age, it's just the worst thing, because that's where you're the most impressionable. Your mind is a sponge. People may not realize this, but when you're born, 100% of your brain's neurons are firing across 100% of the brain. That's how people develop. You come into this world with a 100% functioning brain so that it can absorb and learn and understand its surroundings. Your brain is never more powerful than when you're young. Okay? And so now you assault this person sexually. And that's horrific. These people should be castrated. There should be serious punishment for that. And I'm not saying that to be vindictive. The damage that's done as you go through childhood that happens to you is it's unimaginable. It's something that you can't even explain it after living through it.
It's new.
And you really don't want anybody to understand it deeply enough to be able to fucking even relate to what you went through.
Well, I agree.
Bad,
I don't believe in the chemical thing or any of that bullshit. I agree with you. You want to do that, take it off. You're done. End of story.
And the 10-mile radius with modern transportation, I don't know, man. I don't know how you do something, how you make right what that person did to a child.
You don't. You can't.
You just can't.
That child's life is ruined from that point forward.
Yeah.
Leopards don't. What is that? The leopards don't change their spots or whatever the hell that is. Like it's backed. Thank you, Molly. Hold on,
I
guys.
agree. I think they need to be gotten rid of permanently because they don't learn shit in prison. They don't learn.
Prison doesn't work for that. It just
No,
doesn't.
because let me tell you, I'm not joking when I tell y'all, like, I pulled up my stream today, and on the page is how to get a restraining order. Like, I literally am about to have to do this because this dude will not stop messaging me.
Still, you're having problems with that?
He messaged me, I know, 3 times in the last 2 days, maybe 4, and
That's fine, Molly.
he's listen, he's not even supposed to have internet access, but he is personally messaging me from his mom's account. They don't learn fuck all in prison.
There are 74 RSOs in Pike County alone. This is her house right here. This
Jesus.
circle. And she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. But
Yeah,
these
the
2
unlucky
are,
number, man.
well, let me see. 1,
Well, she's
2,
got
3.
4 or 5 of them basically in her immediate area.
There's 4 right here. There's one that's directly in front of her, and one
Right.
next to that one, and these other 2 down here. This is insane. Mm. And this is water right here. You guys see this?
Mhm.
Okay. It's pretty close too.
Oh.
Wynn Road, Bethel Hill Road. Okay. This is making me sick to my stomach even thinking about this right here with these 2.
I think Clue's Amazon notification just went off.
It did.
It
did,
You heard
Juicy.
that?
That's
You're
what I
damn
heard
right.
too.
Sarge catches everything. Don't you forget it.
Did you know that Nancy Drew has a book called Nancy Drew and the Clue Crew?
No.
I'm
Sounds
seeing it
familiar,
right
though.
now.
It does sound familiar. So
I
Senny
just
just said that the closest, oh, for God's sakes, the closest RSOs are child RSOs. So there it is. Oh my God.
That's just. Let's hope that has nothing to do with this young girl getting lost.
I
Let's just
pray to
hope that's
God
all
she
it
went
is,
the
right?
other direction and walked off but it's 10 hours, 12 hours, guys.
I think I hope she's lost and she's sitting against a tree crying. Maybe she fell asleep.
I just
Or-
lift her up in prayer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amen. Yes. Or maybe somebody's found her walking and they took her to, no, because they would have heard about that already. God.
No, I picture her getting confused in the woods and she's by a tree crying or sleeping.
Pray to
Or
God
both.
she's got the cat with her still to keep her comfortable.
Right? That's the best thing that could happen here, I think. And she's 6, so her sense of direction is going to be very minimal.
I hate
Her
these
getting
cases.
lost wouldn't be a shock, right?
Yep. I hate these cases so damn bad.
Yeah, they're horrible.
All right, so now we know that.
Mm.
Thank God.
Huh. Well, I do got to prepare for a Your Ass Hurts News Network 9 p.m. slot.
Yep.
I'm glad you brought us up. I forget why Clue said we were going to go up. Bomb his stream, I think she said.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Claire.
And, so
again, I'm grateful that you think so highly of me. You're such a nice, lovely, wonderful. I'm just kidding. with
Who?
you. I'm messing with you. Anyway,
Were
look.
you talking to me?
Yeah. You wanted to bomb my stream? I'm joking with you. There's the trailer right there. I don't see where she could have gone that they couldn't have seen her at that point. You know what I'm saying? Did she really drop off? You're a dick. Funny ass. I think you're funny.
They both did.
Sarge got stuck in the backstage though. Boom. He's out. Okay. Ass hat. So that was a really good observation though, Sarge. I like that. I pray to God that there's no nefarious bullshit behind this is all I got to say. And I pray to God that the RSOs around her didn't get a hold of her. All right, guys, I need to jump out of here. All right, guys. So I'm going to need to get off here for a little while. I'm going to come back on here a little bit later. You're funny, Clue. And hopefully there'll be some good news on this one. Sorry, my wife's trying to get the dog come back in the house. So I will be back in here hopefully as everything goes right later. It'll be another late one. Updates on this and whatever else is going on this other call. Excuse me. And I thank you guys for joining me up here today, I should say. Everybody in chat, I appreciate you very much, moderators. Great job at throwing this stuff at me for this case. Sorry I didn't see it quicker when I was in the midst of talking. You guys know how I am with that. My producers, thank you very much. Everybody, I appreciate you so very much. And hopefully I'll see you guys here in a few hours. Have a great night. For the rest of you that I may not be able to see because you got to go to bed or whatever, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. I really appreciate you guys so very much. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, folks.